On this cold day, all that came out was white mist, and he was only wearing a thin padded jacket, but fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Liu didn't quite understand why Shinshu was so nervous. Even if Junzi Qi was his creditor, how lich money should be paid back, how could it be as if Junzi Qi would eat him? Hua. Alone? Family? Whole? Reason? Could it be that Junzi Qi scared him? Liu subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the gentleman in expectation. No, his expression is nothing special. Isn't it the poker face he has always had? Okay, let's go over there and talk. Liu agreed, but Junzi Qi hadn't agreed yet, holding her hand and holding it tighter. Liu felt a little painful, but she didn't show it, smiled slightly, lowered her head, brought the hand holding her to her lips, and kissed the back of his hand briskly. Wait for me, just go down. Shinshu looked at it from the side, his eyes straightened, and his expression was even more embarrassed. The children around the sugar stall were all dumbfounded, and a naughty male doll took the lead and made a fuss. Liu's face was not red and not panting, the corners of her eyebrows were slightly raised, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. Don't make trouble, be obedient, sister, please eat candy, right? Oh, eat candy, I want a rabbit, I want it too, okay, it's quiet. The energy of these little guys' voices cannot be underestimated. Liu felt as if there was a gong in his ears. You wait here, wait for my sister and the eldest brother to say a few words, and after speaking, let the eldest brother make a little rabbit for each of you, okay, right? Okay, Liu turned her head and squeezed her eyes at Junzi Qi, then raised the hand that the two of them were still holding together and shook it in front of her eyes. Is it okay? The gentleman let go. Liu's smile was particularly bright. Beckoning Shinshu to speak, Liu was really curious about what he wanted to say to her. You're by his side, how are you doing? Very good. You just want to ask me this? If he just wanted to ask these questions, then she would be disappointed. No, I mean I didn't embarrass you, did I? Shinshu began to hesitate to speak again, grinding and chattering, seeing that Liu was anxious and panicked for him. What's wrong? Liu glanced at the gentleman next to the sugar stall. He embarrassed you again later, right? No, Jun Gongzi later, huh? He later forgave all the debts I owed. That's right. Liu didn't expect Junki to be so kind, but kindness is better than black heart. Then since you have thoroughly understood this matter, don't think about it anymore, live a good life in the future, and don't touch those things again, right? Well, I know, I won't. That's good. Liu took out an ingot of silver from the small purse hanging around her waist and stuffed it into Shinshu's hand. Take it, just said, treat the children to candy, right? No, I can't take this money, isn't it just a few sugar rabbits? Shinshu's face changed, and he hurriedly wanted to send the silver to Liu. Take it. Liu turned sideways to let him go, didn't let him touch it at all, and hid his hands in the hand warmer. I said it was my treat, do you want me to talk? Shinshu took the silver and didn't know what to do. Liu smiled. Okay, you're busy, we're leaving. She took a few steps back, and behind her, Shinshu called her again. Miss Dong this time. Even Liu couldn't help but start to feel a little annoyed, but she still patiently turned her head. Huh? I am sorry for you. Liu didn't think lich about it, just as he said it was the same thing before. The past is over, I don't take it to heart, you don't have to care too lich. Liu returned to Junzi Qi's side. A second ago, he was just an expressionless person, but now he suddenly put on a face, squinted slightly, and glanced at Shinshu's eyes, indifferent and sharp. Liu has always felt that the temper of the gentleman's period is somewhat like a March day, the face of a doll, and it will change. If the object of his turn was her, she obviously couldn't have any other thoughts except helplessness, but if the object of his turn was someone else, she actually thought it was quite fun. Okay, don't stare at him. She stuffed her warm little hand in the hand warmer into his palm, interlocking her fingers and shaking gently. Since they have already become good people, why should they scare others anymore? Then don't the good people do it in vain, it's not cost-effective. Junzi Qi retracted his gaze and led her straight to the jade across the street, and after spending a large sum of silver, his expression gradually eased. Liu stood next to him, already in the wind chaotic. Feelings he sent her so many things back last time, not to please her and apologize to her, but to show her his bad mood? When they walked out of the jade shop, Shu and the sugar stall were gone. Liu's mind was all about how to arrange the jade that the gentleman had just given her, and she didn't even notice it at all. She didn't even glance at the position where Shu was staying. Suddenly there was a gentleman's voice calling her softly beside his ears. Yo-yo. The voice line is like brittle jade hitting a stone, clean and clear. Liu suddenly realized that this seemed to be the first time he had called her like that. Usually he always she couldn't remember how he usually called him, maybe because he almost never took the initiative to call her. Thinking about it, Liu felt a little unhappy. Yes, she curled the corners of her lips, curled her eyes, and responded with a smile. What did the young master order? Keen as a gentleman, how could he not notice the difference in Liu's tone? However, it is a pity that a woman's heart is as smart as him, and it is absolutely impossible to guess why Liu suddenly became awkward. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, "Do you want to go to Wangxian Tower?" Liu was slightly stunned. He still remembers this stubble well, then she will forgive him. In the blink of an eye, Liu changed back to smiling, looking at him, her eyes reflected the bright and dazzling winter sunshine. Go, go, I've wanted to try it for a long time, I've never had a chance, it's rare that you're free today, it's a pity not to do something special. She snuggled up to him, cheerful like a lark, her voice crisp, delicate, soft, and endearing. He suddenly felt that he couldn't look directly into her eyes, and his gaze couldn't help but tilt to the side. The morning light shone into the room hazily, and it was printed diagonally on the carved bed. Liu lay on the edge of the bed, her long black hair falling from her shoulders, and poured down like a waterfall along one of her arms on the edge of the bed. The smoker in the house was burning, so even if she was only wearing a plain light purple silk underwear at the moment, the quilt was only slightly cornered around her waist, and she didn't feel so cold. The thick eyelashes were light trembling, she slowly opened her eyes, looking at the jujube red carpet under the bed, her vision was a little dazed. But this feeling of dazedness quickly passed. Liu turned over lazily, rubbed her aching heart, and breathed a long sigh of relief. In the more than half a month since she slept together, she has been thrown to the ground 7 or 8 times, and the rest of the time, she has either been kicked against the wall, or half hung on the edge of the bed and crumbling, which is considered good today, which is probably the reason why Junzi did not stuff her back into the bed. Feeling that the tenderness in her heart eased a little, Liu stood up and looked into the house. Junzi wore a bamboo blue embroidered undershirt with green bamboo, standing by the window, with his hands behind him. The window was only half open. You can see the gray sky outside the house, and white snowflakes fall leisurely. He is really not afraid of the cold, even if the snowflakes outside can't float in, there will always be a cold wind. She only glanced at it and then lay back weakly, raised the back of her hand to cover her forehead, and littered in a low voice, "Why is it snowing again?" The voice that had just woken up was slightly hoarse and was stained with a delicate soft taste, and Liu's cheeks were also red, looking like delicious honey peach. Junzi casually closed the window, turned around to look at her, and his clear eyes hid the indescribable brilliance. "Do you want to go out today?" His voice was refreshing, and he had obviously been awake for a long time. "Oh, yes, there are still some things that haven't been dealt with well, it should be almost the same today." Thinking that there was still a lot of work waiting for her to complete in the Dong family, Liu could only get up resignedly. It was very comfortable for her toes to step on the soft carpet, so she simply walked barefoot to the cabinet and picked out a light and warm outfit from it. By the way, she walked behind the screen with her clothes in her arms, passed by Junzi Qi's side, and specially reminded, "You may come back later in the evening, you are alone, no problem, right?" What can be the problem? Also, what can be a problem? Without her by his side before, wouldn't he still be fine? Liu blinked her eyes and smiled. "When I didn't ask." For years ago, after Junzi Qi left, Liu began to prepare to start a business. In the first year, she never found an opportunity and achieved nothing, but the opportunity came the next year, and when she accompanied Dong's father to the dock to deliver fruit, she met the captain of a fleet. The captain, with red hair and green eyes, was as strong as a brown bear, and spoke a chirping bird language that few people could understand. Coincidentally, Liu is one of the few people who can understand the bird's language. Who made her hardworking, diligent and studious in her previous life, but she didn't expect that the things she had learned could still be used in this life. Liu and the captain got on the line, borrowed some startup capital from Dong's father, little by little, slowly from childhood to adulthood, not only doubled the capital borrowed from Dong's father, with interest, tenfold, but also put down a lot of stores and warehouses. Dong's father and mother have never believed that she has taught herself the language of birds, but so what, after making money, the two of them basically have selective amnesia. After all, she is not stealing or robbing, isn't it good to have one more skill? After a few years, Dong's father also stopped selling fruit. The fruits grow on trees, in the ground, and in the water, mainly depending on the sky to eat, and the business list be good when the harvest is good, but if the harvest is not good, the fruit cannot be harvested, or the quality of the harvest is poor, and you can't make rich money at the end of the year. The business with the fleet, the usual operation, Liu can now even if he doesn't intervene. It is the account at the end of the year. Dong father can't do it alone, Liu has to help do it, and some of the human relations with the fleet have to be cooked by Liu himself. This one, and another item, was arranged for her by Dong's mother. It was the few shops that were bought for her with the box of gold given by the gentleman as a dowry. Dong's mother didn't understand, and she didn't dare to intervene rashly. Dong's father wanted to help take care of it first, but after a few days of taking care of it, he found that he couldn't figure out the doorway there at all, so he could only let the guys below think about how to come and how, and the numbers on the books were getting worse and worse. Liu went back to give the New Year's gift a few days ago, and Dong's father and Dong's mother were making a lot of trouble at home about this matter. Dong's mother blamed Dong's father for being useless, and Dong's father thought that Dong's mother was looking for trouble, and both of them felt that they were very reasonable, and neither of them was willing to back down. Liu originally avoided dowry, marriage or something, so as not to nag her mother every day, but since things had come to this, she had to take over this big stall. The shop bought by Dong's mother has different business content. Liu can only slowly learn and adapt one by one, and she is not born to know everything. Of course, how to run the shop better is not in a hurry. It is useless to be anxious, she has these days. She will temporarily make an inventory summary of the past year, understand the situation a little, so that those guys in the shop can have a good new year. As for the business, it is better to wait for the new year to slowly care. Today it's finally the turn of the last shop. It is also the only shop among the shops that Dong's mother bought, which did not make a fuss because of the change of owner. It was a cloth village, and on the day of the Laba festival, Dong's father originally planned to lead a large family over to Taylor, but later he was cut off by Junzi Qi. If you look at her cloth village as a small fishing boat, then the silk village of the gentleman's period is equivalent to a luxury cruise ship. Liu is really embarrassed to ask the captain of the luxury cruise ship for advice on how to steer a small fishing boat, or plan to cross the river by feeling the stones by yourself. Come slowly. People say that interlacing is like a mountain. Liu came to the cloth village on the first day and secretly observed the two guys in the store. Before Dong's mother bought this cloth village, there were already signs of poor management. The person in charge at the counter is shrewd and capable, but it can be seen that he is a talent. As for the other guy, Haida. The new year is approaching, and the pedestrians on the street are hurried and busy. Although they are braving the wind and snow, they are all beaming with spirit. Liu came to the cloth village with an umbrella, and as soon as she took off the soft hat on her cloak, she heard someone greeting, "Dongjia, you are here." Liu turned his eyes to look. The young man behind the counter was elegant and elegant, with an account book in front of him. The abacus was crackling just now, although it stopped at this moment, but his gesture was still hanging over the abacus. It was foreseeable that only when the two of them finished speaking, the crackling sound would immediately sound again. "How was the business yesterday?" Liu put her hands in the hand warmer of gray rabbit fur, walked to the counter, and glanced down at the ledger. The counter is between the two, he is inside, she is outside. So Liu saw that the ledger was completely reversed. Seeing this, He Yan reached out to touch the ledger, obviously intending to turn the ledger in a different direction so that Li Yu could check it. No, Li Yu's voice was faster than his movements. You go ahead and do the math, I'll go to the back warehouse to take a look. He Yan handed the keys strung with copper rings to Li Yu and pointed to one of them. This is the key to the warehouse, it's best to light a lamp, it's darker in the warehouse, right? Okay, Li Yu freed a hand from the hand warmer to take the keychain, and glanced at Zhou Ping, who was sweeping the dust with a feather duster. It's hard work on this snowy day, I'll ask the restaurant next door to add dishes for you at noon. When Zhou Ping heard this, the feather duster, who was originally weak, immediately became energetic as if it had been charged. Don't work hard, this is what we should do. He Yan smiled, said nothing, lowered his head, his fingers moved quickly, and the abacus crackled. Li Yu put the hand warmer behind the counter, lit a lamp and entered the warehouse. The warehouse is clean, probably because of the lack of ventilation, the air is a little not good, and there is a smell of old and rotten. The cloth is piled up together, and the yards are neatly placed. Li Yu felt that it should be He Yan's credit at a glance, and it was definitely not Zhou Ping's style. After checking the quality and color of the fabric one by one, Li Yu can fully understand the reason for the bad business in the shop. One thing to say, the quality of these fabrics is actually quite good. But the color is really too rustic, some of the cloth pressed underneath, even the patterns of previous years, until now, unless it is a price reduction sale, it is obviously not easy to sell so much inventory in a short period of time. Li Yu stayed in the warehouse for half a day. He Yan had already settled the accounts, and it happened that there was no business in the shop, so he picked up the account book and entered the warehouse. In the warehouse, Li Yu sat cross-legged on the cloth, her elbows supporting her knees, her palms resting her chin, her eyes completely empty, but her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was thinking about something major in life. She thought too much and didn't hear He Yan's footsteps. He Yan stood at the door of the warehouse and waited quietly for a while before speaking gently. This is yesterday's account, please take a look at the owner. Li Yu blinked her eyes, came back to her senses, looked at the door, and smiled. She jumped off the cloth deftly and shook the hem of her skirt. I'll take a look. He Yan handed over the ledger, his lips petals opened lightly, as if he wanted to say something, but seeing Li Yu's expression very relaxed when he checked the ledger, he swallowed back the words that had already reached his lips. After reading yesterday's one, Li Yu turned a few pages forward, glanced at it a few times, and closed the ledger with a pop. For several days in a row, there was no input at all in the cloth village, and the daily turnover, after deducting the cost, was even barely flat. If you don't break it, you won't stand up, and you will break Dolly. It seems that if you want to make a profit, you have to make a big change. And this big break will definitely not be completed today. Sure enough, the plan is not as fast as the change. It's the new year in 2 days. I want to make new clothes that I should have finished earlier. You can go back after lunch today, close the shop, and spend the new year at home. Li Yu returned the ledger to Zhou Yan, and while walking out, he lowered his rolled-up sleeves. Dongjia, Zhou Yan followed behind Li Yu. His expression was a little serious. This was his only source of income. The family was up and down, old and young had to rely on his salary to support him. Is this shop still open after the new year? Open, of course it's open. As he spoke, Li Yu walked out of the warehouse and came to the small courtyard outside connecting the shop in front and the warehouse in the back. But how to open this cloth village next year, I have to think about it. Not to mention anything else, just the cloth in the warehouse, obviously not good. She stepped on a footprint on the snow, stretched out her hand to catch a snowflake that happened to fall in front of her eyes, looked at the snowflake, and asked with both hearts, by the way, who was your original boss? How old are you? The previous owner's surname was Wang, and he should have taken over this shop for several years. Zhou Ping has been working here for a long time, and I have only been here for 2 years. I heard that the son of the former owner was an official in the capital, and he was bored at home, so he bought this cloth village to pass the time. He didn't plan to make money, he himself was not bad for money, and he was a little willful in doing business, and he didn't listen to persuasion, so he was happy. This time, it was his son who wanted to take him to the capital to recuperate. and he planned to go to the capital to buy another shop, so he changed hands on this cloth village. Oh well, sure enough, you can be willful if you have money. Liu has thought about many possibilities, but this one is not within her speculation. But the old man is happy and healthy. These are all things that cannot be bought with any amount of money. He Yan said again, if you really plan to run this cloth village well, I have some ideas. I don't know if I can tell you, right? Of course, Liu was very happy to be able to brainstorm, rubbed her hands with a breath, stomped her feet and smiled, but it's not okay here, it's cold here, otherwise we will go to the small restaurant next door and say, it should be almost time for lunch by now, right? The best thing is to talk while walking. Huh? At noon, Liu still added 2 more dishes to Zhou Ping as agreed, and then He Yan led him out for a walk. He didn't even have time to eat lunch, which shows that He Yan really wants to make some achievements, and can't wait to get her approval. And He Yan said as he walked that it turned out to be a market investigation. The two spent an afternoon and walked to 5 or 6 cloth villages. Liu found that these 5 or 6 cloth villages were obviously screened by He Yan, and each one had more or less its own characteristics. I don't know how much time He Yan spent doing his homework in advance, and every time he went to one house, he could point out some of the best-selling materials, and even which materials were most suitable for which style of clothes, which materials were ordered from which cloth workshop, and which materials could be improved on the basis of the original. He could say it as clearly as a treasure. The half-afternoon when Zhou Yan took Liu away could almost save her more than half a year's workload, on her existing zero basis. Seeing that it was almost dark, the two returned to the cloth village together. Zhou Ping couldn't wait to go back. Liu took out the red envelopes prepared in advance, a total of 2, one for He Yan and one for Zhou Ping. This is what every store has to do, although it hasn't been long since I took over, but the red envelope at the end of the year really can't be saved. Zhou Ping took the red envelope with a smile on his face, and put more than half of the door panel of the cloth village on it, leaving only a small door for one person to enter and exit, so that everyone knew that the cloth village had closed. Liu and Zhou Yan struck while the iron was hot, and planned to study the purchase list for the next year tonight. Purchasing goods is a university question, and it is also a year's plan, and the business of the whole year basically depends on this order form. Besides, other cloth villages, next year's order list should basically have already been placed, and since they have been one step slower, they definitely can't delay any longer. Zhou Yan was studying ink. Liu hugged the hand warmer and walked out. You write first. I asked the restaurant next door to bring us some food, right? Hey owner, Zhou Yan hurriedly said, I can just go back to eat after I'm done, my mother will definitely leave me food, right? Just do whatever it is. After walking all afternoon, the two of us nibbled on a roasted potato, and if we don't replenish our physical strength at this time, then our brains can still move. As soon as Liu finished speaking, the person had already walked outside. Zhou Yan was actually hungry, mainly because he was afraid that it would be too embarrassing to eat with Liu and wanted to refuse, but now compared with Liu, he was even more twisted than a girl, so he had to give up. Liu went to the restaurant next door to order 2 bowls of hot noodle soup, plus a plate of sauce beef and a stir-fried reed, and after ordering, she heard her stomach gurgling, and decisively added a few more freshly baked plum blossom cakes. She came back from the restaurant next door, followed by the restaurant's trot hall, which was holding a heavy tray in her hand. It was really 360 lines of champions, so lich food was piled up on that tray, and not even a drop of soup was spilled. In the cloth village, Zhou Yan had already written a full piece of paper. This is just the first draft, which goods can be bought more next year, which goods can only be sold first, which goods need to be supplied for a long time, and these have to be discussed and adjusted slowly. There was no table in the cloth village, just 2 long and tall counters facing each other, and behind the counter were displayed fabrics. Liu asked the trot to put all the food on the counter, then took out a small corner of broken silver from his wallet and handed it to the trot hall. You hold this, you have worked hard. Trotting Hall smiled and took the broken silver with both hands. You two use it slowly, and I'll come over to pick it up when the dishes come back. After sending off the trot hall, Liu greeted Zhou Yan, "Eat first, and only when you are full will you have the heart to work." Zhou Yan agreed, holding a brush in his hand, but his eyes were a little reluctant to leave the paper. Liu walked over and took a look. "The action is quite fast. Have you written so lich, right? Double quotation mark. One more thing, it will be fine soon." Zhou Yan put pen to paper again, without raising his head. Liu didn't care about him, and walked into the counter and ate first. There was a lot of moisture in Zhou Yan's mouth for a while. After Liu ate half a bowl of noodles and 2 more fragrant and sweet plum blossom cakes, he finally put down his pen. However, the pen was put down, but he picked up the order form, and then his eyes quickly swept it from beginning to end. Liu took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth, then wiped her hands. "Bring it over and I'll take a look." Zhou Yan handed her the order form, stood outside the counter and started eating noodles. According to the principle of the family, after delaying for a while, the noodles were lishy, but for hungry people, no matter what they ate, it was fragrant. Liu pondered while watching, and asked what she didn't understand. She was a very good student. She will not blindly listen and believe because she is not familiar with this industry, and from time to time, she will always put forward some of her own ideas and communicate with Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan didn't have any hidden hearts, and he knew almost everything about her. Although most of the time, the communication between the two is quite smooth, but the two of them will still have completely different views on some occasional details. Zhou Yan didn't give in easily because Liu was the boss. It was she who said that if he wanted to run it well, of course he wouldn't be like the previous owner. In order to earn some money to support his family, he had to get by, and every time he fought for reason. Like this, he doesn't even forget to work when eating, but it makes Liu feel like he has returned to his previous life. Once upon a time, she and her colleagues in the company were like now, for the common project of everyone, for the fierce competition with another company, trying their best to do their best, full of blood. "This master, are you going in or not?" The sound of the trot hall interrupted everything. Liu and Zhou Yan subconsciously looked at the small door they had left before, and saw Junzi Qi standing at the door. "Why are you here?" Because the leader said too lich. Liu's voice sounded a little hoarse, and in the hoarseness, there was a strong sense of surprise. She was indeed quite surprised, so surprised that she forgot to hide it, but in the blink of an eye she reacted, hurriedly walked around the counter and walked out, smiling and pulling Junzi Qi's arm into the house. He had been standing in the cold wind for a while, and it seemed that his whole body was cold. Liu frowned and hugged his arm a little tighter. Her subconscious actions didn't actually make Junzi feel lich warmer, but it made his expression slightly softer. The trot hall followed in. "It's the one who came to collect things," Liu said quickly. "It's all at the counter." The trot hall felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he hurriedly agreed, stuffed his head, and put away the dishes as quickly as possible. Liu snuggled up next to Junzi Qi, smiled and introduced to Zhou Yan. "This is my husband, he should have come to pick me up and go home." Zhou Yanjia nodded as if he remembered something, and hurriedly raised the order list and some of the plans they had discussed with them first. "How to deal with the inventory, then do you need this owner to look at it again, right? Double quotation mark. No. Liu really admired Zhou Yan's professionalism and slow reaction, and she didn't see that the aura of the whole body next to her was cold as if it was -40 degrees. "This little thing, it's up to me to decide, just according to what we just agreed. If it's still too late, just follow this order form." Zhou Yan said "Oh" and put away the things that had just been sorted out with great difficulty. Liu couldn't wait to get rid of the frightening cold atmosphere at the moment, and told him to close the door later, hold Junzi Qi's arm, and walk out. "Owner, your stuff, huh?" Liu looked back and found that it was a hand warmer that she had forgotten to take behind the counter. She was about to turn around to get it, but was preempted by Junzi Qi and took the hand warmer from Zhou Yan's hand. After Liu and Junzi Qi left, Zhou Yan stayed in the cloth village for a while, checked the lights on the doors and windows everywhere, cleaned up the counter, and locked all the abacus account books, and then went to the door and slowly installed the remaining door panels. Zhou Yan closed the door, turned around and took a few steps, when something suddenly kicked under his feet. He bent down to pick up the thing and looked at it. "This is not for a long time," Liu didn't like to use the carriage in the house when she went out. On the one hand, she was afraid of trouble, and on the other hand, she actually had a little selfishness on the other hand. A large part of her time has been left in that deep house compound, and almost every day, she spends it under the nose of the gentleman's period, so she doesn't want to be able to keep the privacy of even going out a few times occasionally. Whether it's in the previous life or in this life. Whether it is with her parents in her previous life or with her father and mother in this life, she has never taken the initiative to report where she is and what she is doing. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to ask her, she won't take the initiative to mention it. For example, in the past few days, although Dong's father and mother knew that she would deal with things in the shop, they would not know her whereabouts clearly. The gentleman's period should not be known. After she went out for a few days, he asked her, and she just said that she wanted to help the Dong family do something, and she didn't even mention the shop. Then the question arises. How did he know she was here? Did he go to ask Dong's father and mother about her whereabouts? How can it be? If he went to inquire, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling Dong Dad and Dong Li that the relationship between the two of them was not as close as they had pretended before, and the two of them belonged to that kind at most? They could sleep in the same bed, or even cover the same quilt, but they couldn't even share the most ordinary news, and they could only go to the kidneys and not the heart. This is Liu's definition of the relationship between her and Junzi period. However, in fact, so far, the two of them have not even made a kidney. So, how did he grasp her whereabouts in the carriage? Junzi Qi and Liu seem to be trapped in a strange circle called silence. Liu still remembers 4 years ago, she just listened to the play for a while, and after a little delay in going home, he immediately lost her temper, so today, she sat alone with another man for dinner, although she did have a very legitimate reason, but unfortunately she was hit by him. She seemed to be able to see his angry little universe burning violently in the original work. The biggest problem of the gentleman's period is the constant questioning, suspicion and calculation. He may not know what trust is at all, so he can only constantly control it, and he cannot allow anyone or anything to be outside his control. And at this moment, the gentleman's period in front of him seems to overlap with the person in the original work. He is indifferent, sharp, and like a thorn on his body, making it impossible for people to approach. Unable to get close to what if she wants to get closer? The cold wind swept the snowflakes, and they fluttered one after another. There were almost no people on the street, and as far as the eye could see, it was very quiet, and the sound of the wheels rolling became abrupt. Just when the carriage finally stopped slowly, seeing that Junzi Qi was about to get up, Liu suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed him. If it were normal, she would definitely not be able to hold him with her strength, but this time was obviously an exception. His figure seemed to be fixed there, his gaze was deflected, and his eyes were cold. She was stabbed by his eyes, but she didn't give in the slightest, but curled her lips, the corners of her lips, and her eyes curled up. The cold and warm eyes collided, and she grabbed his arm and leaned over with her whole body. Lips petals are against lips petals, his lips are also cold, his breath is also cold, and the temperature of his whole body is chilling. She didn't care about this, closed her eyes, and concentrated on kissing him on the lips. 1 day later, 1 day less. Once kissed, one less. She had the heart to make him happy in the last few years of his life, but if he himself refused to cooperate, if he refuses to cooperate, she will stay until he is willing to cooperate. There is a faint aroma of wine on the lips of the gentleman's period, slightly sweet. Liu tasted and tasted, some addicted, and some little persistence. What kind of wine does this taste like? Not she will definitely be able to taste it. Junki's dark and bright eyes were as calm as a waveless lake, and he didn't seem to be affected by Liu at all. His eyes drooped slightly, watching her skin gradually turn into a faint blush, and after a while, he slowly closed his eyes and gradually responded. Outside the carriage, in the wind and snow, the coachman put his hands in his cotton sleeves and stomped his feet gently. He waited left and right, waited right, couldn't wait for the people in the carriage, realized something in hindsight, touched the tip of his nose, awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, and silently pulled the concierge to hide away. In the carriage, a second ago it seemed that the man was covered in thorns, but at this moment he pulled out the thorns on his body, turned his strong arms into a cage for the little girl in his arms, and locked her slender waist tightly. Not to be outdone, the little girl tightened her waist, and she strangled him. No, she just hugged his neck and hugged him tightly. The temperature in the carriage was getting higher and higher, and their bodies were getting warmer and warmer, getting closer and closer. If he was a divine cypress, she would have been attached to him for the daughter temporarily. Li Yu, who was in great need of some fresh air, finally let go of Junzi Qi's neck, lowered her head, and her hands were on his chest, pushing him a little further away. Breathe, breathe deeply, breathe long. The feeling finally eased, and she breathed a sigh of relief again. When she raised her head again, her lips petals were a little red and swollen. She looked at him with bent eyes, her clear eyes watery. On the day of Laba festival, you guessed that we would be at Jingtan Temple, so you came with me. Her voice was a little hoarse, and her tone was delicate, so soft that it could make people's ears tingle, like feathers brushing against the skin, obviously feeling very itchy, but she couldn't help but want to feel more and more. What about today? How did you find it? My father and mother may not know where I am today. How would you know? In terms of calculation, how can a character like her, who will definitely not survive 3 episodes in the palace fighting drama, be able to calculate the biggest villain in the original work? So it's better to be simple, straightforward, and straight to the point. Junzi Qi completely loosened her waist and sat back in her seat. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Her straightforwardness was exchanged for his frankness. Every time you go out, there will be people around you. She opened her eyes slightly wide and stared at his eyes tightly. What can I harm you? Do you need to be so prepared? You are my pillow person, shouldn't I be a little guarded? His answer was still calm. Li Yu was silent for a long time. He said, so it seems that he really can't be said to be wrong. In her last life, she watched a short film. It is a record of the daily life of a father and son abroad. The father asked his son to climb a high ladder and then asked his blindfolded son to jump off the ladder, and he promised his son that he would catch him below. The son jumped out of trust in his father. But his father, the moment he jumped off the ladder, quickly flashed to the side, ran around their small yard, and came to the camera lens. The father announced loudly to the camera, "Son, this is the first lesson I teach you in life. Remember forever, never trust anyone." More than 10 years have passed since this short film, and she still remembers it vividly and thinks so. After all, in her previous life, she was deceived by her parents. Deception from biological parents, although not hurtful, is sad. People with the same blood are not trustworthy, so it is really unrealistic to let 2 people who were originally just strangers live together completely defenseless, especially since he is not just an ordinary stranger. Okay, you do have some truth in what you said. Li Yu tucked the corners of her mouth, showing a helpless smile. She looked at him, radiant, and her eyes were bright. I can accept that there are people following me every time I go out, but I have made such a big sacrifice. Should you also take a step back, change your methods, and replace those who follow me quietly with powerful guards, so that they can follow me openly? Right? He, men. Junzi Qi pondered Li Yu's words word by word. Yes, they. Li Yu didn't feel embarrassed at all, and explained with a smile, a guard definitely can't keep an eye on me, just come a few more. Suddenly clapped his hands, oh yes, I like even numbers, you know? Also, don't be the kind of 5 big and 3 thick, don't be too beautiful and easy to steal my limelight. The appearance is average, the most important thing is to be strong and well proportioned, just that kind of. She drew a circle in front of her stomach with her bare hands. 8-pack abs are fine. Junzi Qi sneered, leaned forward, grabbed Li Yu's hand and put it on his stomach. The requirements are quite high, such a person is not easy to find, otherwise do you think I can be your bodyguard? His expression was not scary, but the tone made people feel hairy in their hearts. Li Yu blinked at him. She had a momentum that was not afraid of death, and she really touched his stomach. Don't look at it as a cold winter moon. He still only wore 2 single clothes, but under the influence of Li Yu during this time, he would at least add a cloak outside. At this moment, the edge of the cloak was pushed behind him, and there was no problem at all, but unfortunately, through the 2 layers of slightly thicker clothing, she really didn't have the ability to feel that he had a few abs. and she could only feel that the lissels on his stomach were really strong. The gentleman didn't move, staring at Liu's Zhang, who was surprised for a while, snickered for a while, and sighed for a while face, and his eyes gradually darkened. No, 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 Liu finally remembered the business. You can't do it, let you follow me. In the end it may not be who protects whom, right? How to say? I don't understand yet, she smiled happily. You're so beautiful. What if you meet a nymphomaniac, and you can't hit a woman, but it's my turn to protect you? Junzi Qi heard that his temples were jumping, and he held Liu's little hand and squeezed it hard. What nonsense! On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, every household has to steam steamed buns. Whose steamed buns are steamed big and well, the days of the coming year will definitely be prosperous. Liu never knew this in her previous life, and after a few years of following Dong's father and mother in this life, she also learned to ask for luck. So I got up early that day, dressed myself up as a festive plush dumpling, didn't even bother to eat breakfast, and planned to set off together with the gentleman's period. The gentleman was alone, so when they were eating together on the Laba festival, Dong's mother tried to mention it to him. I don't know if it was because the atmosphere was too good that day, or if he really didn't mind at all. Anyway, he happily agreed that day, and he came to Dong's house this year. When I opened the door, a biting cold wind came to me. Don't look at the sun coming out, it seems that the weather is good, but in fact, it is colder when it snows than when it snows. Liu squinted at the cold wind, and subconsciously raised the snow-white hand warmer, covering half of her face with puffs. In the yard, there was a burly man. The man was a burly tiger with a bear's waist, and his appearance was also a bit vicious, and there was a scar on his face that ran through the brow bone to the corner of his eye. Dressed like a warrior, and a tiger skin was placed diagonally on his left shoulder. Seeing that Liu was about to go out, he immediately put down the arm that was originally holding his chest, and at the same time strode over in the direction of Liu. Oops, is this a bandit on the mountain who came down to rob? The right foot that had just stepped out immediately retracted, and Liu stepped back and bumped into the gentleman period right behind her. It's not what you want, his voice was clear, hiding a low smile that was not noticeable. Now that I've found someone for you, are you afraid? Liu leaned in front of Junzi Qi and was slightly startled. What does she want? What does she want? The guard she wants. Liu reacted, crying and laughing. That day was just a joke. How did she know that the gentleman's period would actually be serious? Woo, you don't spoil others. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes bent into crescent moons, glanced at the auspicious patterns on the clothes of the people behind her, and pretended to pinch her throat and complained, I said that people want to look good and have a well-proportioned and toned body, but look at the you found. Yes, she still wants 8-pack abs, but it depends on whether he is willing to give it. Junki's S-leg smile had just aroused a subtle point, and the plush ball in front of him flew out like a butterfly. The strong man had good ears, and the leader still heard Liu covering her mouth and deliberately lowering her voice to say, and was awkwardly frozen in place. Liu quickly walked to the strong man's side, his radiant eyes looked at the person from head to toe, and then from foot to head, and asked with a smile with some excitement, this strong man, looking at your appearance, you list have good kung fu, right? What kind of skills did you practice? Golden bell jar? Iron cloth shirt? Is it difficult to practice? Is it hard or not? I also have a little brother in my family, who will only be in the nest, and he will be honest when he goes out, and he often calls people to bully him outside. Do you think you can give me some advice? It's okay to take an apprentice. I don't know where she came from such a long breath, like a bouncing bean, and the words in her mouth did not stop one after another. You can't judge a book by its cover. Although the strong man looked a little scary, he was actually honest, and he was immediately stunned by Liu's up and down attitude, and his eyes widened to Junzi Qi for help. Junzi Qi was obviously a little uncomfortable, and his expression was a little stunned. Liu turned her head, half of her small face was hidden behind the snow-white plush hand warmer, and her curved eyes blinked. He looked at her and smiled in an instant. That smile was like a March breeze blowing the calm lake, messing up her mind. The white noodles are all sent in advance, and they only need to make the noodles into steamed buns. The new year is unusual, and clever women prefer to knead the dough into some tricks. Dong's mother kneaded the dough into the shape of a carp every year, and there were fish every year, and there was more than enough every year. The concubine has only been in this house for more than a year, and she has not participated in the steamed buns before the new year. This is the first time, but because of the pregnancy reaction is too great, as soon as she enters the kitchen, she vomits nonstop, and after getting the consent of Dong's mother, she can only rest in her own house. Liu likes to pinch crabs, pinched octopuses, abstract versions, but there is no special intention, but I think it's simpler. As soon as the gentleman's period came, he was pulled over by Dong's father, and two people, a pot of wine, and a plate of pig ears could talk for half a day. The old man's style is not always possible, and he doesn't have to seize every opportunity. In the end, only Dong Lianggong was left alone in lawlessness, and the 7 or 8-year-old child was an existence that even dogs disliked. After working for most of the day, a large basket of steamed buns with white flowers and fragrant flowers was steamed, and there were also New Year's Eve noodles, and everything that could be prepared in advance was also quickly prepared. It wasn't dark yet, and the whole family gathered in the hall, except for the concubine who was not feeling well. In the middle of the round table, there was a brass cauldron, green vegetables, red meat and white tofu circled around the large copper pot, and then cut some of the braised vegetables and braised meat into 8 large plates, and the old wine of Bygone was scalded again. The New Year's Eve will also be lively and prosperous from dark to dark. Dong's father, who had been drinking for almost a day, finally couldn't bear it. At that time during the Laba festival, Junzi Qi didn't drink, and he didn't have lich persuasion, and today he relied on the new year. He had a legitimate reason. No matter what he said, he had to ask Junzi Qi to drink 2 glasses with him. 2 glasses followed by 2 glasses. His original intention was to try the amount of wine in the gentleman's period, but as a result, he asked people to feel the depth of his drinking clearly. Father Dong drank a blushing face and a thick neck, and hugged Dong's mother next to him into his arms. Sure, it's not too early, why don't we go back housing? Rest. Dong's mother's old face turned red, and a finger pushed the person away against Dong's father's head. Tonight you go to sleep with your precious son. I want to say a few words to my daughter. I have no time to pay attention to you. Yo-yo. As soon as Dong's mother's voice came out, Liu hurriedly sucked in a hairy belly in her mouth, and sweetly agreed, "Hey, did you hear me sleeping with my mother tonight?" "I heard it. Ziki, you sleep in that room at night, and the pillows and quilts are all replaced with new ones. Don't be restrained. Do you know it like you are in your own home?" Liu looked sideways at the gentleman's period. He looked in the direction of Dong's mother expressionlessly. The warm candlelight was reflected beside him, but half of his face was cold, as if it was attached to layers of frost. Liu retracted his gaze and quietly kicked his little leg with his toes. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes, raised his toes and kicked back gently, and said hello coldly and indifferently. After cleaning up the table, the big guys dispersed. Dong's mother said that she wanted to talk to Liu about the private conversation between mother and daughter, but in reality, she lay down on the pillow and began to yawn frequently after a while. Pulling the quilt all the way to her shoulders, Dong's mother littered with sleepiness. "Go to sleep, you have to get up early tomorrow." Liu drank some wine in the evening, although she didn't drink lich, but at this time her head was also a little groggy. Turned over, facing outward, she calmed down slightly and closed her eyes. Almost half an hour passed, and it was estimated that Dong Li was probably asleep. Liu gently lifted the quilt and got up, then walked to the stool on her toes and picked up her clothes. "Why are you going?" In the darkness, Dong's mother's voice came from a not very clear voice. Liu turned her back to the bed, closed her eyes tightly in fright, bit her lip, and she pretended to be calm and replied, "I'll go to the hut." Dong's mother turned over with the quilt in her arms. "Isn't there one in the house, right? "Oh, it's big, I can't get out of the house." "Dress well, it's cold outside." "Hey, got it." Liu hurriedly put her clothes on her shoulders, grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands, opened the door, walked through the small yard, and went straight to her original house. Dong Li stared in a daze without paying attention, and when she woke up again, she looked outside that it was not yet dawn, and then looked at the empty pillows and quilts around her, and she was directly laughed angrily. bad girl, fell into the pit, is this? What mother doesn't want her daughter to be well? If the two are really inseparable like honey and oil, she, as a mother, may not necessarily have to hold on to those false gifts, as long as she lives well, as long as she lives well. Don't be like her. The cold winter night was unusually quiet. It seems that everything in heaven and earth is quietly waiting for the arrival of the new year. The sky is dark and the stars are bright. Liu wrapped her clothes tightly, and by the starlight, she took small steps silently and slipped to the door of her house. In her original house, on the left was Dong's mother's room, and on the right was her little brother's room, and neither side was too far away. In the end, there was still some guilty of being a thief. Liu didn't dare to knock on the door, so he just pushed it gently, and the sound made was at most like the door was blown by the wind. She sighed and looked around vigilantly. Immediately afterwards, the door of the house opened, and she didn't even see what was going on, so she was pulled in by the arm. In fact, what can you do if you can't see clearly? Who else can it be besides the gentleman's period? As soon as Liu entered the door, she ran into the inner room, shook off the clothes on her body and got into the quilt tube. She thought that the quilt that had been covered by the gentleman for a long time must be warm, but in fact, the quilt was as cold as an ice cellar. Hiss, okay, good, cold. Her teeth were trembling, and her whole body shrank into a ball in the quilt, trembling. You haven't slept yet? Why don't you light up if you don't sleep? Why is a person sitting in a dark room? Practice courage. Through the starlight through the window, Liu saw a slender figure coming to the bedside. He faced her, his back to the window. She narrowed her eyes and couldn't see his appearance clearly. For a moment, she seemed to be able to hear only the sound of her breathing and the slight rubbing of clothing. It's too cold, it's too cold. Unable to wait for him to lie down next to him, she hurriedly approached, stretched out her arms to hug his waist, buried her head, and drilled her whole body into his arms. His body temperature is not too hot, not too cold, just right, very comfortable. Liu, who was finally freed from the cold and shivering state, sighed long and quietly. Junzi lay down on the pillow. His arms couldn't be put on her head at all, he could only go around from under her neck, and his palm touched her cold back. With a gentle pause with his fingertips, after a while, he casually tucked the quilt behind her and pressed it down with his arm. The woman in her arms is obviously very afraid of the cold, but the quilt is never covered properly. As long as she turns over, a large piece of her back will inevitably be exposed. If you are at home, this is not a big deal. But her original boudoir is not comparable to the head of the house. Although she also lit the smoker, it is not as warm as the home, and she just fell ill a few days ago, so don't come again this new year. Liu felt the movements of the gentleman's period, hooked the corners of her lips slightly, and leaned into his arms again, but her arms loosened, softly resting on his waist. She closed her eyes, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, and she could vaguely hear some of his heartbeats, which were very steady and regular. She felt that she was obviously not as determined as others, as if she had many rabbits in her heart, and she didn't bounce too happily. After sleeping together for so long, it would be absolutely deceptive to say that she didn't have any ideas. At the age of 17 or 18, many people here have become fathers and mothers, like her, in good health, psychologically healthy. A little need is not normal. It's just that she is embarrassed to be too active. She can only take the initiative generally. Normal men will definitely push the boat with the water, but he is not. It's really incomprehensible. Could it be that there is something wrong with him? There should be no problem in terms of body. After all, they are all covered with the same quilt, and there are some things that cannot be hidden, so she can be sure of this. Is that a psychological problem? Psychological problems that do not cause physical problems. What kind of problems do they have? A few days ago, Liu had been busy taking care of the shop outside, properly arranging so many things for her during the gentleman's period, and busy with the things to be prepared for the new year in the Jun's mansion. After a busy day, at night, I basically lie in bed. I go to bed, and I can't lift my spirits and think about anything else. It's too late to start a serious new year, and she can finally be idle. When this person is idle, it is easy to think about things that are there and what they don't have. Unfortunately, nothing is convenient here. So Liu didn't dare to think too lich, let alone think deeply. so he could only forcibly distract himself. "Hey, have you really stopped having nightmares lately?" She raised her head slightly, and in the faint light, the contours of his face were beautiful. "Not once, right? Double quotation mark. No." His tone is cold and casual. "What about dreams?" Liu asked curiously. "Since you don't have nightmares, then there are only sweet dreams left, right?" Or, she actually wanted to ask him if he had ever had a dream related to spring, but she was afraid that it would scare him too unrestrainedly, so she thought about it or changed her words. "What other strange and interesting dreams?" Junzi looked at the roof quietly, with no expression on his face, and replied simply, "I don't dream, right? Double quotation mark. Don't dream?" Liu felt quite surprised. Brain cells like her are active, almost every night will dream. Sometimes people who can dream a few times a night really dare not think about what it would be like to never dream at night, don't want to do it, or can't do it. After falling asleep, you can't control it yourself, right? Junzi Qi quieted down, his brows frowned very slightly, as if he was thinking, or maybe he was a little tired of such a topic. Liu blinked and looked at him for a long time, not intending to give up the topic at all, and said, "A third of a person's life is spent in sleep. I like to dream, especially those strange dreams. Those dreams can make that third of the time particularly colorful." At this point, she suddenly got up, her little hand rested on his heart, and her chin rested on the back of her hand. "Otherwise, I will share some of my dreams with you. Do you want to listen to them?" Light and soft. The soft tone was particularly clear in the night. Junzi Qi looked at Liu quietly, the faint starlight shone on her face, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly beautiful. The Adam's apple rolled gently, and he said lightly, "Okay, right? Double quotation mark. No, let me think. 2 days ago, I had a particularly interesting dream." Liu's voice was very soft, and there was a drowsy magic in the night. She only talked about the third dream, and Junzi's eyes began to heavily. "The person in his arms is fragrant and soft, and the temperature on his body is slightly cold, but it is very comfortable to hold. The sound in my ears gradually began to flicker far and near, floating and ethereal, and once the curtains were closed, they could no longer be opened. It was difficult to fall asleep on weekdays, but on this night, it was naturally chaotic in consciousness without any struggle. There seemed to be many ethereal shadows in his mind, and those shadows seemed to be very cheerful, but unfortunately, he couldn't see, touch, or hear clearly." The third dream was quickly finished, and Liu wanted to ask Junzi Qi if this dream was strange and interesting, but after asking, there was no movement for a long time. The suspicious gaze moved over, and she found that Junzi Qi had closed his eyes, and the faint starlight through the window was cast between his eyebrows and eyes, making his already clear eyebrows and eyes look clearer. She was lying on his chest, and when she raised her head slightly, she was almost face to face with him. His breathing was shallow. She inexplicably liked to look at his thick and slender eyelashes, and after looking at it for a long time, she couldn't help but quietly stretch out a finger and pluck it gently. "Okay, itchy." Liu shrank her neck and held back her laughter, carefully slid down from his chest, pulled his arm out from under his neck, turned over, and lay down with the quilt on his back. There was an oolong before. She thought he was asleep and wanted to steal a kiss, but he woke up immediately as soon as he kissed him. God knew that he was woken up by her, or he didn't fall asleep at all. This time, I'm sorry not to be fooled. At this time, Liu didn't know yet, just because of her momentary hard work tide, in the next few decades, she had to put some effort into the bedtime story. Oh, a little rooster in the yard began its last crow in its life. By noon, it will turn into a steamed little rooster with fragrant meat and tender meat. Liu, who hadn't woken up yet, silently reached out to pull the quilt, trying to hide herself, so that she could rely on the bed for a while. However, after the quilt was pulled over her head, a chill suddenly came from her little feet. Liu curled up her legs, and if she was not careful, she seemed to have kicked the foot of the person next to her, and there was still a cool breeze leaking under the quilt, which made people sleep unsteadily. She finally couldn't lie down. He frowned, squinted his eyes, and lifted the quilt to take a look. Yo, is this unlocking a new pose again? I don't know how the gentleman period dropped her last night, and now the two of them actually slept in an L shape. Of course, she was the one lying horizontally below. There was a slightly messy, chaotic footstep sound in the yard, and then Dong's father's cough also came from the yard. Liu struggled to jump out of bed to find clothes, and then shivered while putting the clothes on her body as quickly as possible. She fastened her belt, put on her warm boots, and when she looked up, she saw that Junzi was still lying on the bed. He was sleeping soundly, almost half of his face was buried in the pillow, and the small half of his face exposed was squeezed out, which was very different from the cold appearance when he was awake. I couldn't help but smile. His little appearance is still strangely cute now. It's cute and can't be helped, I still have to call him up. New Year's Eve, it's just once a year, and you have to overcome it. Hey, wake up, it's time to get up. She walked to the dresser to comb her hair and called softly. The one lying on the pillow moved, and it took some effort to slowly sit up. Liu held a comb in one hand and grabbed the ends of her hair with the other, gently combing her hair. Fart turned around on the stool, and looked towards the gentleman's period. I saw him sitting on the edge of the bed, one leg crossed on the bed, the other leg hanging under the bed. The belt of the underwear was a little loose, and the placket was loosely exposing the delicate collarbone. Don't you feel cold? Liu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why are you sitting there without clothes in a daze? Junzi's reaction was half a beat slower, and his eyes turned to Liu's direction. The two of them looked at each other, their dark eyes were foggy, and they changed from a dazed state to a sober state unusually slowly. The feeling of surprise has risen to a level again. This one, who usually wakes up when he wakes up, opens his eyes and is black and clear, which is completely opposite to her style of not rubbing in the quilt for 10 minutes and never getting up. What's going on today? Liu didn't think too lich. She simply and neatly coiled all her long hair to the top of her head, and put on the hollow golden silk flower crown. She likes to use this golden silk flower crown very lich. The shape is exquisite and beautiful. On the one hand, the most important thing is simple, fast and convenient. Quick, hurry up and put it on, don't catch a cold. As soon as her hair was taken care of, Liu quickly handed him her clothes. I'll go get a face wash, and you can just wait for me in the house. Junzi was stuffed with clothes, and his eyes that had already woken up followed her figure until the door. Until the door was quickly closed, isolating the cold wind of the winter morning. He lowered his eyes, and the corners of his lips raised unconsciously. Last night, for the first time since he came back, he slept so deeply and so soundly. In the past 2 years, whenever there is an important day or a New Year's holiday, Dong's mother will temporarily retire from the position of the head of the family and let Liu take over for her. Liu likes to eat, of course. She also likes to think about eating, thinking that she can still do this little bit of cooking skills, and she is always gladly obedient. Of course, this big table of dishes can't be done by herself and 2 hands, and Dongli has to help with it. In order not to let Dong's father go to Junzi Qi to drink before the banquet, Dong's mother asked him to lead his son to do something together from time to time, so that this big family was busy in and out of the kitchen, and it was really lively and happy. Junzi also isolated himself at first, but then he was too bored and joined in. Liu still remembers that Junzi Qi was a cooking idiot/idiot in the original work, but it is worth mentioning that after her personal experience, although Junzi Qi can't cook, he can use a knife. That night, the litten slices were cut by Junzi Qi's own hands, not only as thin as paper, but also neatly without any mess, and I don't know how many things were cut to practice such a good craft. In short, let's get back to the point. Liu handed over all the tasks to shred, slice, dice and peel to him, saving him from being idle and bored, and also saving her and Dong's mother a lot of effort. Busy, talking and laughing, time slipped through my fingers like fine sand. The sky was just starting to get dark outside, and the New Year's Eve dinner at this big table was ready. The little brother couldn't wait to pester Dong's father to take out the firecracker. Dong's father was hanging firecrackers on the bamboo pole, and it was already crackling outside. It sounded a little far, but the sound was still loud. Hurry up, son-in-law. Father Dong came to his senses as soon as he heard this, holding a slender bamboo pole in his left hand, and a large string of red pepper-like firecrackers hung on the head of the bamboo pole, waving to Junzi Qi. The power of our family will be handed over to you this year. The older generation pays attention to these, even if they don't catch up with the first trip. they can't fall too far behind. SOSO to make ends meet. Junzi Qi took the bamboo pole carrying the firecracker with a faint expression and walked to the door of the small courtyard and lit it. Crackling, the firecrackers dragged a little long, and the ground trembled a little. A big family happily entered the table. Chicken, duck, fish, prawns, crabs, there are a lot of them. Steamed, braised, fried, cold, full of color and flavor, fragrant. Talk and laugh, drink happily. The more lively and cheerful this big family is, the more silent and terrifying it will be when he sits next to Liu. He was already talkative and indifferent, but because he had been drinking with Dong's father one glass after another, the big guys didn't seem to be able to see it, or, if they saw it, they chose to tacitly choose. Only Liu, she not only felt the silence of the gentleman's period, but she could also understand the reason why the gentleman's period suddenly became like this. To borrow that poem. Every holiday, I miss my family even more. However, he no longer has a family in the gentleman's period. Liu sighed quietly in her heart. She couldn't give Junzi Qi any comfort in words, of course. She estimated that Junzi Qi didn't need this kind of verbal useless comfort. She could only turn all the pity in her heart into action, and peeled the shrimp for him one by one. Junkie likes to eat shrimp. I hope these shrimp can make him feel a little better. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, you still have to keep the new year. However, Liu had already discussed with Dong's mother and the others earlier, and after the New Year's Eve dinner, she and Junzi were going back, and they would come back on the second day of the new year. Dong's mother prepared a lot of delicious food, packed it together, and asked Liu to take it back to eat. Although the monarchy lacks nothing, mothers still want to give their daughters more. The carriages of the monarch's mansion are always extremely comfortably furnished. Lift the thick velvet carpet in the middle, and there is a small Xiao Ling long square table underneath that can be raised. Junkie used to like to drink tea, and all the tea sets were prepared on the small table. The tea set and table are matched, probably hiding something like an iron suction stone. Even if the carriage runs, the cups placed on the small table will never shake by half. Both of them drank, especially the gentleman's period. He drank Dong's father down, and he drank himself for a long time. Liu thought about it at the time, but still didn't dare to sacrifice her life to accompany the gentleman. Just because of the new year, she wanted to be happy and drank 2 cups less. And at that time, Junzi Qi had already drunk a lot. Maybe he didn't know when he would get drunk. She was worried, if she wanted to accompany him and then accompany herself to the party, then who would take care of him? He was a strange temper, and he didn't like the kind of servants who served too diligently. The small stove was lit, and a small pot of hot water quickly boiled. Liu got some honey from home and put it in a small teapot, closed the lid, shook it gently, and felt that it was almost over, before pouring out a cup. The best honey melts in the water, and when you get closer, you can smell a very unique taste. It's a pity that this light, somewhat fragrant and somewhat sweet taste still can't overwhelm the rich aroma of wine in the carriage, which shows how little he drank at night. It's still a while before we get home, let's drink this first. She pushed the cup in the direction of the gentleman's period again. Junzi Qi held his head in one hand, held the warm white jade finger in the other hand and turned it gently, leaning obliquely on the soft pillow behind him, dressed in a blue silver silk brocade dress, slightly propped up one leg, looking lazy and casual. Don't drink it, I've drunk too much tonight. Huh? Liu was stunned for a moment, a little doubting whether he was drunk and confused, and thought that she was drinking him wine. Anyway, whether it is or not, Liu explained tentatively, this is not wine, it's honey water. You drink so much wine at night, won't you feel uncomfortable? Drinking some honey water may be more comfortable. Junkie's closed eyes slowly opened and obediently went to get the cup. Although he looked quite normal and didn't staggering like an ordinary drunken person, Liu was still a little worried that he would burn himself. Hey, wait a minute, she took the lead and picked up the cup and blew it gently, feeling that her hands/feel were almost over, so she handed it to Junzi Qi. Hey, drink it. The gentleman took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. The sweet taste spread between the lips and teeth, and soon aroused more cravings. The small teapot of honey water, Liu didn't drink until the last sip. It all went into the belly of the gentleman, but he still licked/lipped, as if he hadn't drunk enough. Drunk people will feel thirsty after that, which is a warning from the body that the alcohol in the body needs a lot of water dilution. Liu was once again sure that this time the gentleman period list be drunk, but after he was drunk, he was quite able to pretend the wheels slowly slowed down and finally stopped. As soon as Liu saw that the gentleman was up, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to help him. No. He gently pushed her hand away and got out of the carriage. Liu took a closer look at his back. It's okay, it's no different from usual, at least it's still walking in a straight line, that's the speed seems to be a little slower. Finally arrived home. I just left for 2 days and 1 night, and I actually missed it a little. According to the old rule, Liu goes to take a shower first, and the gentleman's period is at the back. After taking a shower, taking advantage of the gentleman's period to enter, Liu quietly took out an embroidered book stolen from the Dong family. In fact, it can't be regarded as stealing. After all, this embroidery book was originally intended for her, and it was placed in the dowry box, and the dowry box was placed in her original boudoir. How can she be considered stealing if she takes her own things, right? Liu hid the embroidered book behind her, tiptoed to the door of the bathroom to eavesdrop on the sound inside. The bathroom is big, and the sound inside is not really audible, but there is a faint sound of water. According to his usual habits, she could have half an hour no matter what. Liu ran back to the bed, and opened the embroidery book with some excitement to take a look. These days, dowry is not something that can be prepared casually. Large families, it is likely that their daughters will have to start collecting as soon as they are born, and those good things that are qualified to be used as dowries can be encountered but not sought, and it will take many years to save them. A level like the Dong family is not so particular. Of course, the economic situation in the past few years does not allow them to pay attention to it, and in the past 2 years, as soon as they have a lot of money, Dong's mother began to prepare. As soon as the dowry box was punched out, it was placed in Liu's room, and then Dong's mother added it one by one, and the good things that Dong Li had prepared as rich as possible were put into this box, and there were many of them that were generally made up, all of which were placed in another vacant room. When this embroidery book was put into the dowry box, Dong's mother specially wrapped it in 3 layers of red silk, and specially instructed Liu to wait until the night of marriage, when she was with her husband, to open it and read it. Of course, Liu nodded in agreement and solemnly assured, but that night she quietly took out the things to read. Dong's mother is still too simple and doesn't understand human nature. The less you ask him to do what he does, the more he wants to do it well. Before opening it, Liu still thought that what kind of treasure, such as the ink treasure of a famous master, was it? But as a result, when I opened it, it turned out to be a secret technique of the boudoir. It's just that looking at it is a little more advanced and more exquisite, and the pictures inside are still embroidered with needle and thread. At that time, Liu laughed when he saw it. This thing is quite interesting. It's a pity that she can't use it. At that time, she didn't want to get married at all, and she didn't even bother to do it every time, so she just planned to find a shield to stand up for a while. So the plan can never change as fast as it is. Shu definitely won't do that, but if the object is a gentleman, she really doesn't mind fake drama. Liu flipped through the embroidered book like a flower, closed the booklet, and slapped it twice in the palm of her hand, and finally, she stuffed it under the pillow. Just when Junzi Qi came back from taking a shower, she inadvertently exposed the booklet. This is not a hint, this can definitely be regarded as explicit, right? Pity her. In order to let Junzi Qi not leave too many regrets for the rest of his life, he really broke his heart, and even had to use this method. It's really sad and lamentable. Why do you think he is so unenlightened? Liu changed into her new festive clothes, but her long hair was too lazy to put it on again, so she simply took half of her hair and twisted it at will, and fixed it with a gold hairpin. She smiled and looked in the mirror, although she didn't apply makeup, but her red lips and white teeth were even more beautiful. Liu prepared the red envelopes that would be distributed on New Year's Eve later, washed her hands, sat on the edge of the chessboard and played backgammon with herself, and waited, and the one in the bathroom hadn't come out yet. She began to litter. should I fall asleep in the pool? In fact, even if he fell asleep, it was not a big deal. He was afraid that he would fall asleep and slide into the pool carelessly. People are rich, and the pool in the bathhouse is much larger than the bathtub. If he really slips into it carelessly, then he may become the first villain in history to drown himself in the bath. It's really not surprising that this kind of thing can't happen, and it's not surprising that drunk people do anything strange, so the more she thought about it, the more she felt a little worried. Thinking of this, Liu slapped the chess pieces in his hand on the chessboard, stepped on small steps, and trotted all the way to the door of the bathhouse. Have you washed it? It's almost enough, don't soak it in it for too long. Standing by the door of the bathroom with her hands in hand, she lowered her head and looked at a pair of red peonies embroidered on the embroidered uppers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. There was no movement in the bathhouse. Liu raised her head, looked at the door of the bathhouse, and decided to give another ultimatum. Are you okay? No matter what happens, squeak, otherwise I will have to deal with it according to the rescue policy. Another second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. There was still no movement in the bathhouse. Then I'm really in. Liu pursed the corners of her mouth, shook her head helplessly, neatly rolled up the slightly wide sleeves twice, and reached out to push the door of the bathhouse. If she was inside, the door bolt list have been plugged in. She doesn't know what habits are in the gentleman's period. But she estimated that for a drunk person, there is a 90% chance that he will not remember to plug the door properly. Press your palm on the door, push it in gently, and the door will open. Liu smiled proudly. Look, it was exactly as she guessed. It was easy to push the door, but when it was time to walk in, she still hesitated a little. Get in? Don't go in? If she could have a flower in her hand at this moment, it might be easier to decide. Inhaling deeply and exhaling deeper, Liu nodded vigorously as if cheering herself up, took a step, and moved forward bravely, and the jujube red gold wire-trimmed skirt rolled at her feet with gorgeous/beautiful waves. Bypassing the screen where the crane spread its wings, she stood firm. Lift the smooth drape curtain a little, stretch your neck and look inside. The bathroom was sprinkled with pale yellow soft light, and in the exquisite bath, the long arm was stretched out on the edge of the bath, the well-proportioned and strong body sank under the calm water, and the clear face was slightly lowered, hidden in the angle that Liu could not see clearly. Thankfully, the one she was thinking about didn't happen. Hey, wake up! Even if the husband and wife sometimes have to avoid suspicion, not to mention that the two of them are not, Liu was not in a hurry to step forward, first hid behind the curtain and shouted again. It's going to be dawn outside, do you really plan to soak in the pool until tomorrow morning? She herself felt that the voice was loud enough, but it was really uncertain whether she could wake up a drunk person. This time, the gentleman period also did not answer. However, he raised his head this time. Liu saw it clearly. In the soft warm light, the dark/black eyes are extremely clear, with a kind of soul-capturing power. His gaze turned quietly to her, thoughtful. Looking at each other, Liu's careful liver really couldn't bear it, dropped the curtain in shock, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Did you just wake up or have you been awake? Really, don't take a shower if you drink too much. I thought it was. At this point, he braked the car dangerously, and during the new year, he didn't want to say those unlucky words. Liu turned around and stopped looking behind the curtain. Forget it, since you're awake, come out quickly, go to bed/lie down for a while, and I'll call you when the firecrackers are set off. Come here. The people in the pool suddenly spoke, their voices hoarse and hoarse. Liu's step slammed suddenly, and he didn't turn around cautiously. What did you say? She asked, her heart beating a little unsteadily. He said, come and help me wipe my back. Li's face heated up rapidly. Liu swallowed nervously, and hesitated for a moment. Okay. Before she turned around, she was still holding her cheek to suppress her heart, which was a little frightened, but still eager to try, and the sound of water was already heard in the bath. Liu, who patted his chest and had a fever all over his face, breathed a long sigh of relief, turned around, and lifted the curtain with his fingertips. In the pool, Junzi Qi had just turned around, and his long black hair fluttered gently in the pool. He looked up at her in the water, not at all like he was drunk, his eyes were clear and bright. Liu stared at the gaze that was enough to make people's whole body hot, bit the bullet, and slowly rubbed over. "Don't keep staring at me, I won't help you wipe your back if you look at me again." Hearing this, he suddenly smiled softly, and the gaze on her face did not give in the slightest. At this time, Liu really wanted to leave, but unfortunately, her legs didn't listen to her calls. "Why don't you leave?" The black and bright eyes circled Liu's crimson cheeks, and there was a smile on his lips, that smile actually a little proud. Liu was almost spurted out with a mouthful of old blood by these words, and she was finally able to control her feet, and turned around instantly. "I'll leave immediately." The loud sound of water suddenly sounded behind her. Liu's heart jumped suddenly, she couldn't react to anything, and suddenly a pair of slender and strong arms were wrapped around her waist, easily dragging her whole body into the pool. Fortunately, she was clever and immediately closed her eyes and breathed, otherwise she would have to choke on the bathwater. Quickly wiping the water droplets on his face, Liu stood up from the water angrily. "What are you drinking crazy about? This is my favorite dress. How deep can a bathing pool be?" Junzi leaned on the edge of the pool, slowly raised his head, his eyes raised slightly, and he skimmed over her slender waist, and there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Tomorrow I will do the same and make 10 more sets." Liu instantly petrified, and the anger in her stomach couldn't go up, go down, and come down, and she almost didn't suffocate her. "I really want to poke his heart with my finger and ask him, is it great to be rich?" However, reality taught her that it is really amazing to be rich anyway. She had already been dragged into the water by him, so she gave up, took off the jacket that sucked up the water, added a lot of weight, and threw it to the edge of the pool, leaving only a close-fitting skirt. "You said, I'll make 10 more sets tomorrow. I don't want the same, I want better." She won't feel sorry for him, she won't spend it when she has the opportunity to spend, and in a few years it will all be cheaper than others. He was laughing, his eyebrows were moist, and there was a little starlight in his eyes. "Serve well, add 10 more sets." "I didn't expect that after getting drunk, it would be such a gentleman's period." Liu had already tried his best to control his eyes, only looking at his face, and never looking at the side. However, she still underestimated the lethality of his appearance, especially when he left. "Why do you want so many clothes? If you can't wear them this year, they will be obsolete next year. You have to panic about burning too much money, otherwise just give me gold." Liu roared menacingly, put her hands on her hips, and snorted coldly with her crimson cheeks. "Turn around quickly this time." Junzi Qi turned around obediently, still littering in his mouth. "So what you like is gold?" Liu rolled his eyes when he heard this. Joke, who else doesn't like gold? Anyway, the clothes on his body were already wet, so Liu simply sat down in the pool, planning to wait for him to wipe his back before changing into clean clothes. His hair is too long. Usually the hair quality is good and good-looking, but now it is really a little in the way. Liu blushed, trembled her hands, and took some effort to pick up the strands of hair that were wet with water stuck to his back, straighten them out, and then push them in front of him. However, when she picked up the cloth and was about to wipe his back, she couldn't do it. A lot of old injuries. His entire back was scarred. Those crisscrossing slender scars are hideous, terrifying, and shocking. This kind of injury can't be left because of a fight. He's not stupid. How can he lie there and let others beat him, unless he can't hide if he wants to? Isn't it ugly? He suddenly made a sound, his head was slightly deflected, his side face looked quite calm, and his tone was also very calm, as if they were talking about the weather so ordinary. "No, I don't think there's anything ugly," Liu replied immediately, and soaked the cloth in the hot water. "What are you afraid of if a man has a scar on his body, and a man with a scar is more masculine?" This is definitely a lie, but she said it more truthfully than a pearl. The gentleman turned his face away. She couldn't see his expression anymore, but she heard him make a soft, smiling voice. Liu subconsciously stuck out the tip of her tongue and shrank her neck. "Well, I really can't fool him." Gently twisting the cloth that had been soaked in hot water, she began to wipe his back. The strength in her hand was particularly light, but she could still feel those dense scars through several layers of cloth. "Now does it still hurt?" She frowned and asked in a low voice. "I heard that if some injuries are too serious, They will hurt faintly when it rains or snows. That's not true," he said, as if he felt that such an answer was not enough, and added, "But it really hurt when I was first beaten." The movement of his hand couldn't help but pause. Liu hesitated for a moment, but he still couldn't hold back, took the cloth away, stared at it for a while, stretched out his hand, and gently touched a scar relative to the heart with his soft fingertips. He did not refuse. His body did not even seem tense from this touch, but remained relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. Liu's courage was a little bigger. "I'll itch like this." He suddenly spoke again. His head was also deflected, and his white/fair and handsome face showed a slightly dissatisfied look. The brows furrowed slightly, the cheeks bulged slightly, and the lips like cherry blossom petals were slightly pursed, and there was a slight coquettish look in this complaint, which directly stunned Liu. Is this guy really a gentleman? It turns out that drinking can also change a person's personality? I'm sorry, she hurriedly withdrew her fingertips, changed into a cloth and quickly rubbed it for him. Is this strong? His head turned back again, resting lazily on his arm, and squinting his eyes comfortably. Push harder. Liu increased his strength. Such? It's too heavy. He was complaining again. Liu's strength quickly relaxed again. What about this? He was actually not satisfied. Left. Okay, got it, left. Junzi Qi finally calmed down with satisfaction, and Liu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That, huh? The injury on your back, how did you get it? For a long time, Liu has set a rule for herself, not asking about the past, only waiting for the future. If she was facing the usual gentleman's period at this moment, she would never ask this question without having anything to do. But the drunken gentleman's period has faded away from the indifference and aggressive protective color, and it is easy to make her sympathetic and can't help but feel sorry for him. Liu was right. As if two old friends were chatting, Junzi Qi replied casually, "My father hit me." Liu looked at one after another, almost unable to count how many scars there were, and her eyes widened. It can't be because you refused to study hard when you were a child, so your father beat you, right? Her tone did not hide her dissatisfaction. Tiger poison doesn't eat his son. What kind of father can actually put such a heavy hand on his son? No, his voice was slightly lower, with a strong sense of grievance, because I will miss her, right? She? My mother. Liu connected the clues together, and the more she stroked them, the more she felt angry in her heart. Isn't it natural for a son to miss his mother? Why should your father beat you for this? Junzi Qi suddenly fell silent, and he didn't know what he was recalling, or whether he was struggling with whether to answer. Liu waited patiently. While waiting, she began to regret why she didn't read the extra when she was reading the book, otherwise she wouldn't have to work so hard now. After a while, his aggrieved voice rang out again. When I was a child, when I thought about my mother, I would sneak into my father's study to see my mother's portrait, but every time my father would find out. Liu stared at those scars, subconsciously gasped, and asked incredulously, "That's it? That's how he hits you? Every time he hits you? What did you hit with? Stick? Whip?" She couldn't control her excitement, and asked a lot of questions without paying attention, but she didn't get a response from the gentleman period for a long time. Liu poked his head over and took a look. I saw him lying on the edge of the pool, his whole face buried in the crook of his arm. His expression was gentle and soft, his thick eyelashes hung low, casting a faint shadow under his eyes. His breathing was steady, and his shoulders were slightly undulating at a slight and even speed. Obviously he was asleep. Hey, don't sleep now, I can't carry you. Liu was anxious, leaned over and raised his volume to Junzi Qi's ear. His eyebrows shook, and when he opened his eyes, he looked clear, and he didn't see the slightest confusion. Junzi Qi raised his head and asked, "What did you just say, right? It's nothing, let's talk about it when we have a chance." Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but she didn't dare to delay any longer. The back has been wiped, I'll go out first, you can get up later. After receiving a gentleman's response, Liu left the pool with her wet skirt. She was still dripping with water, and she couldn't go out at all, and at a glance she caught a glimpse of the full set of clean clothes she had brought in before Junzi took a bath, and she had an idea. "I'll leave you with the underwear, lend me the outer gown." She picked up her clothes and turned her head to warn, "Hey, don't peek." The untrusted gentleman blinked innocently, lay back on his stomach honestly, and hid his entire face in the crook of his arm. Liu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, inexplicably feeling that he was a little cute like this. Turned his back, quickly took off all the wet clothes on his body, and then put on the gentleman's gown at a faster speed, and after changing his clothes, Liu felt like he was singing a big opera. "I'm out, you hurry up too." Lifting the hem of his clothes that had been dragged to the ground, Liu was not at ease before leaving, and specially told him. "Did you hear that?" Junzi Qi raised his head in hindsight, blinked his eyes, and littered, "Huh? What did you say?" "Liu, what's going on? Intermittent fragmentation?" With a sigh, she finally understood that she couldn't expect Junzi to do it by herself tonight. Putting the overly long clothes in a knot at the position of the legs, Liu took the underwear of the gentleman's period. "Come on, before you are completely broken, we have to get you out of the water first, right?" "What is a fragment?" "It's nothing, hurry up and come over to me." Oh. Taking advantage of the gentleman's period to be able to cooperate with her obediently, Liu almost desperately tried his best to get the person out of the pool, and then put the underwear on his body. In one step, he stumbled and helped the person into the bedroom. Liu couldn't stand it anymore, and pushed the person to the bed/on very simply and chicly. "Ouch!" Liu, who was completely liberated, immediately beat his back that was so sore that he was crushed hard. "My little waist is." Junzi Qi was thrown on the bed/without saying a word, and lay there motionless. But Liu's work was not over yet, so she could only sigh and quickly brought a large piece of cloth over. Junzi Qi's hair is so long, soaked in water and wet, if he doesn't dry it, he will definitely feel good when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Without a hairdryer, she could only wipe him with a cloth until it was half dry, and then slowly comb it with a comb. When the hair of the gentleman was finally dry and smooth, there was suddenly an earth-shattering sound of firecrackers outside. With a family taking the lead, it was followed by a series of sounds, and soon almost half of the city was setting off firecrackers. Liu didn't dare to leave Junzi alone in the house for too long, for fear that he would have nightmares, so he hurriedly changed his body and clothes, quickly took the red envelope and rewarded money, and went out to distribute it as quickly as possible. When she returned to the house again, the bed/quilt on the bed was lifted off by Junzi Qi. The quilt was wet by the hair of the gentleman before, and Liu took this opportunity to change the quilt. When she finished doing all this, she felt as tired as if her body had been hollowed out. Pillow, 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 her beloved little pillow. The tired Liu climbed onto the bed and finally put on her beloved little pillow. She leaned sideways, facing the direction of the gentleman's looking at his quiet sleeping face, and after a while, her lips/petals leaned over and touched his cheek gently. "Good night, have a good dream." A gentle whisper was in his ear, and then, she carefully tucked the quilt for him, then turned over, hugged her beloved little pillow, and closed her eyes. The sleeping gentleman's is like a traveler in a cold night who instinctively looks for light sources and temperatures, approaching the people around him. When she was in a daze, Liu felt a warm chest behind her, and even her waist was firmly locked possessively. She had long been accustomed to this situation, closed her eyes, moved in the arms of the person behind her, found a slightly more comfortable position, and fell asleep. Early in the morning, it was gray outside, and the people in the city began a new round of crackling firecrackers. Liu was woken up, opened her eyes and turned over, and her arm hit the hearts of the people around her carelessly, and she couldn't help but be surprised. The two of them actually slept side by side until dawn all night, which was really the first time since they slept together. Liu flattened her mouth and withdrew her arm. Suddenly noticed, his eyes lifted, just in time for his dark eyes. Lying side by side with each other, waking up in the morning, I opened my eyes and saw that the person next to me was also looking at her. To be honest, it's really weird. Liu immediately retracted his gaze and turned over, leaving him with only a ruthless back. "It's really not easy, you didn't poison me last night." She put one hand under her cheek and joked, Is it finally my conscience, or did I drink too litch and sleep too calmly? Junzi Qi's eyes stayed on Liyu's body, and after a moment of silence, he asked, I was drunk last night, right? Hey? Liyu stood up suddenly, turned her head, and her eyes widened in surprise. You don't even know that you were drunk yourself? Junzi Qi frowned slightly, pursed his lips and said nothing. Liyu thought he was trying to remember, but he lifted the quilt directly. Liyu rolled to the position where Junzi Qi had just been lying down, and there was still his faint body temperature in the quilt. She lay there on her side, her palms supporting her head, quietly watching Junzi Qi pick up the coat she casually carried on the shelf last night and touch it. I wore that one last night, and although it's probably dry now, I advise you to change it. Junzi Qi turned his face and met her eyes, and his stunned appearance was actually somewhat similar to that after he was drunk last night. Liyu looked at him calmly. Whoever is crazy will be embarrassed, it won't be her anyway. Tell me, what did I do last night? Junzi threw the clothes back on the shelf, although his tone was flat, but the expression on his face was a little wonderful. Oh, it's nothing, you just pulled me to take a mandarin duck bath. Liyu originally just planned to tease her, who would have thought that as soon as these words were spoken, her face suddenly heated up, rising very high. Junzi Qi looked at her red face. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, they don't have to go anywhere, they can rest in the house. When he woke up, Junzi obviously didn't remember the promise he made when he was drunk, which Liyu felt quite regretful, and a little happy. Glad he didn't remember that she already knew his little secret. Liyu gave everyone in the house a holiday, and the Jinma courtyard was extremely quiet. After returning from a walk in the garden, the bedroom was also quiet. Taking off her hairy cloak, she walked lightly to the bed. Junzi was lying there, although he just closed his eyes to recuperate, but his expression was not very good. The corners of his mouth were pursed, and his brows were frowned slightly, as if he was very uncomfortable. It seems that the after effects of drunkenness are quite serious, and after he got up early in the morning, he drank a bowl of hot porridge, then lay down again and rested until now. Liyu calculated the time and tiptoed out again. All kinds of ingredients were available in the small kitchen, and she thought about it, planning to make some light, gentle, and stomach-nourishing food, which might make Junzi feel more comfortable. First, boil the porridge, and when it was almost cooked, I picked some vegetables and stir-fried them. Her movements are skillful and quick, and she quickly completes the work in the kitchen. Back in the room, looking at the obviously uncomfortable face, I still couldn't bear to ignore him after all. Liyu sat down next to the bed and gently pushed his arm on his stomach. Hey, is it a headache? Otherwise I will press my temples for you? Junzi Qi opened his eyes, his handsome brows slightly converged towards the center of his eyebrows, and his dark eyes met hers, blinking extremely slowly. I'm a little thirsty. With a hint of darkness in his low voice, he got up and sat up. Okay, I'll be here soon. Liyu ran to the table. The honey had been prepared a long time ago, just pour hot water into the cup. She returned to the bed with honey water, and blew gently again. It's a little hot, be careful. Junzi Qi took the cup and took a sip, but he didn't know if he was not afraid of the heat, or if he was already thirsty, and soon drank the cup of honey water. Is it enough? Do you want another drink? No. He responded softly, gently opening and closing his lips/petals red and soft. Then how about now? Liyu put the cup back on the table and asked, do you want me to get up and eat something, or do you want me to rub your temples, or then rest? Junzi lifted the quilt and got up. Let's eat. Hot white porridge is served on the table, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables are green, and a plate of crab roe and eggs is fresh. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, there is a need to pay attention to not eating porridge, so when cooking porridge, Liyu deliberately put more rice, and the porridge cooked out is almost catching up with the dry rice, but it is softer and more glutinous than the dry rice. People who usually have a bad mouth are finally honest at this moment, without saying a single picky word, picking up the porridge bowl in front of him, and slowly swallowing it one bite at a time. Even if he didn't like to eat vegetables, he still couldn't completely get rid of it, and he always only picked up crab roe eggs and sent them to his mouth, and he didn't even look at those 2 plates of vegetables, let alone eat. Liu was not used to him, so she directly moved the crab roe egg to herself, and pushed all the 2 plates of vegetables over. You have to eat a little bit of everything, so that the body can be nutritionally balanced. Junzi Qi took a sip of porridge, and the chopsticks in his hand directly crossed the table and reached out to Liu. Liu was quick-eyed, picked up the crab roe egg and hid aside. Eat vegetables, otherwise you will sleep by yourself at night. Junzi pursed his lips, slowly retracted his outstretched arm, and the tip of his chopstick struggled and hesitated for a moment on top of the 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables before picking up a short and small piece of celery. Eyes down, chewing slowly, lips/paddles are closed, and unhappiness is written on the white/fair face. He was unhappy, but she curled up the corners of her lips in satisfaction, and couldn't stop laughing at his childishness in her heart. Although I really don't like it, although I was forced, when I finished a bowl of porridge, most of the vegetables on the plate still went into the belly of the gentleman. Liu cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks with a bright smile, and when she was about to go out, she turned her head and said to the person sitting on the chair with a bad look, "It's good at noon, and you can order your own food in the evening." Junzi Qi was silently enduring the discomfort in his stomach, and when he heard her say this, the expression on his face obviously eased a lot, and even his eyes became bright. He was about to speak, but Liu took the lead again. "Let's say it first, you still can't eat anything too greasy." He looked at her, with a bright smile in his eyes, and nodded slightly. "On the first day of the new year, I had to go back to my parents' house according to the rules, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. How beautiful the morning was without firecrackers to disturb it." Liu slept happily, and it was almost noon that she woke up. Opening her eyes and stretching her waist, she got up hesitantly, and at a glance she saw Junzi Qi, who had moved a chair and was sitting on the edge of the bed. Junzi was reading a pamphlet, and that pamphlet was particularly familiar. Liu blinked and silently lowered her head to look at the pillow. It turned out that she had just been sleeping on the pillow of the gentleman's period, and her own pillow. Liu looked around and actually saw it at the end of the bed. Belch, what happened when she fell asleep? Liu quietly glanced at Junzi Qi. He didn't pay attention to her, just turned another page, and the pamphlet was about halfway through, and he was quite serious. Well, although the process was not the same as she had planned. In fact, she has been very busy these past 2 days, and she hasn't had time to plan anything, but now it's a little troublesome. Liu got up silently found clothes to put on, and washed silently. Just when she was about to take care of her hair silently, Junzi Qi came over with an embroidered book. He stood behind her, raised his eyes to look at the 2 overlapping figures in the bronze mirror, patted the embroidered book in his palm, and asked, "Where did you come from?" The tone is neither salty nor bland, and it is impossible to hear whether it is happy or unhappy. But usually at times like this, there is definitely a higher proportion of unhappy. The little rabbit in his heart was jumping around, and his ears were a little hot. Liu took a deep breath, pretended to raise his eyes calmly, and looked at the bronze mirror. He was tall, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a little red on his forehead was particularly bright. "My mother," she replied. "It shouldn't be a lie." His expressionless face and silence made it clear that he didn't believe it. Liu swallowed and spat out, "It's really given by my mother. She put it in the dowry box. I'm just curious to take it out and take a look." Junzi turned around and left with the embroidered book. "Hey!" Liu blinked fiercely. "What are you doing? This thing is not what you see." The gentleman did not look back, and walked straight out the door. Liu hurriedly jumped up from the stool. "Who said it wasn't me who saw it, or I saw it? You give it back to me. I haven't studied it yet." She followed him like a little tail and even reached out to grab it. It's a pity that the arms are not long enough, and the legs are not long enough. As long as people raise their hands easily, she can't even touch the roots/hairs. "What are you studying this for?" Junzi Qi's footsteps stopped at the door, and he glanced at Liu's eyes a little strangely. Liu was asked by him, blinking his eyes and speechless. But it was only for a moment, and soon she became justified. "Why can't I study this? Isn't this the most important thing? Haven't you heard that there is no end to learning, living to learn from old age, and of course you should be diligent and studious for things you don't understand." Word by word, she can't be guilty, she can only be aggressive. Live to learn from old age? The tone of the gentleman's period was a little playful, and at the end, he nodded, that's right, right double quotation mark. Huh? Liu, whose eyes widened, inexplicably had a not very wonderful feeling. This feeling is completely different from what she originally planned. Come with me. The gentleman turned around and walked back into the house. What are you doing? Suspicion is suspicion, but Liu's footsteps still involuntarily followed. Junzi Qi led Liu to the lyceum shelf, and from the few books he would read, but he often took out a copy. Memorize this book for me today, and you are not allowed to eat if you can't finish memorizing it. Liu was shocked, and the shock was indescribable. Why, you say it yourself, live until you learn from old age. He hooked the corners of his lips and spoke lightly, his tone was gentle and his expression was calm. Don't worry, the books here are memorized and there are still in the study, and the memorization in the study is finished. I will buy it for you again, to ensure that you can live to learn from old age to old age when all your teeth are gone, right double quotation mark. Junzi period, you are really too good like this. Liu covered her heart hard, her face full of heartache. I didn't do anything wrong, you can't bully people like this. He looked at her quietly, the corners of his slightly raised lips gradually fell, and after a long confrontation, he said lightly, you can try to see if I can do it. Such a reaction of the gentleman period was something Liu never expected. How does it feel that he is now disciplining his daughter, not an adult man, and his normal reaction to the invitation of a fairly beautiful girl? Liu began to feel unhappy. The kind that is very unhappy. I know, you all think this kind of thing is shameful, and when my mother put this thing in the box, it seemed like she was a thief, and she told me not to peek. Taking a breath, she spoke again. If you want me to say, you people are all fake and serious, without this, there would be no children, then mankind should have perished long ago. Junzi Qi was silent, staring at her, his eyes seemed to have gathered dark clouds of low pressure, brewing a violent storm. He reaches out, lifts her chin, and gently sweeps his thumb over her lips/flaps. You should study hard, what are you thinking about all day long? Liu looked away unhappily and broke his chin away from the fingertips of the gentleman. Do you really want to know what I'm thinking about every day? Okay, then I'll get straight to the point today and tell the truth. She took a step forward, close to Junzi Qi's body, very close, raised her head, and was about to touch his lips/flaps. She locked his eyes firmly, and in her eyes, there was an unabashedly provocative look, and her whole person was flamboyant and gorgeous because of the sudden change in aura. I'm curious every day, curious about whether I'm not charming enough, or what's wrong with you. As soon as the words fell, she imprinted a kiss on his lips and smiled slightly. It's that simple. She didn't believe it, a person as smart as Junzi Qi would not understand what she said. The gentleman looked at Liu for a long time, his heart beating like thunder. In fact, he wanted to take a step closer, but he chose to step back. He only took a step back, slightly widened the distance between the two of them, and reached out to take down a wooden box placed in the center of the lyceum shelf. Liu looked at the wooden box, his face full of doubts. This wooden box has been there since she moved in, and it has been there, and it has never been moved by the gentleman, nor has it been locked. Of course, she never moved it, and she didn't even have the slightest idea of curiosity about what was in it. But now it seems that there is really something special in this wooden box. Junzi put the wooden box on the table, opened the lid, turned the box in a direction, and pushed it in front of Liu. Liu lowered his eyes and looked at it. What was in the box turned out to be a marriage certificate. What the hell? She subconsciously let out a low cry and hurriedly picked up the bright red, sprinkled with gold powder, and gorgeous wedding book to read. As soon as the marriage certificate was opened, another piece of paper fell from it. The thin paper was folded in half and fell lightly on the table. Liu just glanced at the fallen paper in a hurry, and then began to look at the words on the marriage certificate. When I saw the names Junzi period and Dongyu signed on the marriage certificate, the whole person was dumbfounded. After being silent for a while, Liu swallowed and spat at the mouth, looked up at Junzi Qi, and asked tentatively, this, when did it happen? How can I not remember, when Junzi Qi was expressionless, and raised his chin slightly at the marriage certificate in her hand. Fake. Liu suddenly fell into a state of dazedness again, her eyes widened, and she suddenly felt that the person in front of her was strange and frightening. After a long time, she blinked her eyes blankly, and suddenly thought of something, carefully dropped the marriage certificate in her hand, and after her face returned to normal a little, she hesitantly picked up the piece of paper that had just fallen from the marriage book. In fact, she had already vaguely guessed what would be written on this piece of paper at this time. Therefore, when she fully unfolded the paper and saw the 3 big characters He Li Shu, she was not surprised or surprised at all. At this moment, countless pictures flashed in my mind, countless days and nights, countless sweet and intimate moments, but it turned out to be he has been watching her one-man show alone with cold eyes? Needless to ask, this letter list also be fake. There are only 3 words in total. Discord, separation. Seeing this, Liu, who had already received 10,000 critical hits, subconsciously aroused a self-deprecating arc look. How perfunctory, even if it's fake. What if you write a few more helpless and touching words sometimes? Man is really a particularly complex creature. At the beginning, when she negotiated the contract with Shu, she was full of interest and eager to try, and her mind was full of longing for a free life in the future. Now, her plan has been perfectly achieved, or the kind that doesn't need her to worry about it at all. The only difference is that she has changed the contract object, but why can't she be happy at all? On the contrary, there is one more kind of shame, chagrin, and powerlessness after being played with. But what did he actually play with her? He said that he wanted her, in fact, he was raising her, and the food and clothing were all the best, and she was in this house, except for the so-called status, but she was treated as a hostess. To say that he has a plot against her, that is, to ask her to be his nightmare shield. Every kiss, every hug, it seems that most of the time, she starts first. Therefore, it is really unfair to insist that he played with her. It was unfair to him, and when she came to her, it became uneasy, and she really didn't like this feeling of being hidden and decided. Liu was very confused at the moment, but she didn't show any special excitement. She just slowly and seriously folded the letter and the divorce letter neatly according to the original creases, stuffed it back into the marriage book, and put the marriage book back into the wooden box. The lid of the wooden box closed again, and her fingertips flicked twice briskly on the lid. Shu told you? Liu asked easily, with a faint smile on her lips. Why did he tell you this? Could it be that there is any deal between the two of you? Right? ? You can trade with him, so why can't I? He stated plainly, and she wanted to laugh more and more as she listened. She did laugh self-deprecatingly again and asked, but, you are not the roundworm in my belly. How do you know that the transaction between me and Shu is exchanged for you, and I am still willing, right? ? Of course you do, he replied categorically. Okay, indeed, Liu smiled and nodded. Shu and you, as long as you are not stupid or blind, everyone knows how to choose, right? ? What about this? She bent her index finger again and gently tapped the lid of the wooden box. Since it's fake, will the official media still come to trouble me at that time, right? ? You can rest assured about this. Junzi Qi lowered his dark eyes and slowly rubbed the fingers on his hand. As for this marriage certificate, if you think it is fake, it is fake. Liu felt that the gentleman's period had only said half of the words, but the two of them looked at each other for a long time, and he didn't say the first half of the word again. She blinked her eyes in hindsight. She seemed to know what the second half of the sentence was. This matter was temporarily over after the wooden box was covered. Nothing to argue about. It's not worth it. As for Liu's embroidered book, it was also put into a wooden box by Junzi. But this time, although the wooden box was still in its original position, it was added with a lock. In the evening, Liu asked someone to prepare an extra quilt for her. Since they have all been identified as fake, there is no need for them to sleep in the same bed anymore. In fact, if it weren't for the nightmares she would have had when she slept alone, she wouldn't even want to share a bed with him. For several days, both of them spent in an atmosphere of ultra-low atmospheric pressure. Junzi Qi never confessed to Liu and was haunted by him, while Liu disliked Junzi Qi's straight man's self-assertion. The contract between her and Shinshu has a half-time relationship with him? When did she tell him that she was going to come to the fake? Why did he not even ask? He made the decision for her, and even the fake marriage certificate was ready. Of course, the one who made Liu the most angry was Shinshu. It's a shame that she took care of his business last time. What about him? He didn't even dare to apologize. Clearly Liu is not a person who likes to be more serious, let alone a person who is willing to waste his energy on irrelevant things. If the last time he met Shinshu, he had confessed and apologized to her, she might still be angry, but when she turned her head, she could throw Shinshu and all those messy things into the trash can. But not now. Now, if she doesn't do something, she always feels unhappy in her heart. It's just that on the new year, Liu doesn't really want to find bad luck. So I waited until the 10th day of the first month. Her patience can only last until the 10th day of the first month. On the 10th day of the first month, early in the morning, she went out, first went to find Wang matchmaker, found out Shinshu's residence, and then killed him directly. Bang bang dash, the door was slammed into the sky. Shinshu, who was boiling sugar on the stovetop, was frightened by this movement. Who? He grabbed the cloth and wiped the sugar on his fingers, and hurriedly ran over to open the door. Outside the door, there stood a strong man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, with scars on his face, like a fierce god. Shinshu was sure that he didn't know this person, and held the door panel with both hands, trying to maintain superficial composure. Who are you looking for? Zhao Ho stepped aside. Liu, who was wrapped in a brocade cloak, walked forward with a smile on her face, holding a snow-white plush hand warmer in her arms. Shinshu saw Liu. In just a moment of kung fu, the expression on his face changed again, and finally, he gritted his teeth. His face was red and black, and his eyes were full of embarrassment. What are you doing here? Liu's footsteps stopped at the door for a moment, looking at Shinshu quietly, although the corners of his mouth were still smiling, but his eyes were gloomy. I'm here today because there is something that needs to be settled. She smiled and spoke, but her tone was colder than the temperature of the cold winter. Go into the house and talk, it's inconvenient outside. After the words fell, Liu pushed straight away, and Shinshu, who was pestled at the door like a piece of wood, crossed the threshold and entered the house. Shinshu stood stiffly by the door, feeling cold in his heart, and saw that Zhao Ho was also following Liu into the house. Liu casually looked at the room in front of him. The house is not big, and there are not many furniture, but the windows are clean, simple and tidy, but unfortunately, the people who live in this house are covered with ash in their hearts. Liu stood at the only table of the 8 immortals in the room. Zhao Ho, pen, ink, paper, inkstone, put it on. The carriage stopped at the gate of the mansion. Liu stepped on the pony and got out of the car, raised her head, squinted her eyes slightly in the warm light, and quietly looked at the plaque for a while. Ju and Fu, 2 majestic characters of dragon flying and phoenix dancing. From today onwards, these 2 words will carry more meaning for her. Walking in the winter sun, she quickly returned to the Jinko courtyard. Push open the door. Junzi was reading a book, and on the table next to him, the golden beast incense burner floated with faint green smoke, and the room was fragrant. Liu stepped into the house, and before she even had time to take off her big fur cloak, she threw the hand warmer on the table, went straight over, and took down the wooden box containing the marriage certificate. Open, she pushed the wooden box in front of Junzi Qi, neatly. Junzi Qi raised his head and looked at Liu silently, holding the scroll with slender white/fair fingers, and the wide sleeves lined with royal blue-silver auspicious cloud patterns were particularly beautiful. After a while, he lifted the scroll and casually pointed to the Lyceum shelf. The key is on the 2nd floor, in the leftmost vase. Liu is quite good at hiding. Bringing the key, Liu opened the wooden box, took out the marriage book inside, and pulled out the divorce book that was sandwiched in the pawn. Like the divorce letter and the marriage letter, she took it in front of the gentleman one after another, and finally, she took out another folded piece of paper from the hand warmer. Just like just now, Liu also slapped this piece of paper in front of the gentleman's and the same-sex marriage letter was placed side by side with the divorce book. Junzi Qi glanced at the things on the table, There was no unnecessary expression, and as soon as he lowered his head, his eyes returned to the scroll in his hand. Liu couldn't help but give him a roll of his eyes, and went straight to the piece of paper she took back today, unfolded it, and photographed the scroll in Junzi Qi's hand. Don't refuse, show me clearly. Junzi Qi's eyebrows trembled slightly, he didn't look up, and quietly glanced at the handwriting on the note. This is Liu's handwriting, he knows it. However, under the note, there are also the two words Shinshu that are scattered and twisted together. On the word Shinshu, a handprint is pressed, which proves that this word is valid. But it's a waste of effort. Junzi Qi raised his head, glanced at Liu lightly, and his tone was cool. He can't afford it, right? Double quotation mark. If you can't afford to pay back, just pay in installments. A crisp and pleasant voice popped out and jumped into Junzi Qi's ears, and his brows couldn't help but tighten a little. Are you planning to entangle with him? How could it be? Liu hurriedly waved her hand as if tired. I don't want to look at him at any more now, and when it's time to pay back the money, I'll let Zhao Ho get it. On Qing Jun's cold face, the cherry blossom-like lips/petals pursed slightly, and Junzi Qi raised his eyebrows and asked, is this necessary? Liu glanced at him, puffing out her cheeks, and was justified. He doesn't talk about the spirit of contract. Use me, in exchange for you to forgive his debt. Of course I should teach him some lessons and let him take on this debt again. Taking the notes pressed on the book back in her hand, she deliberately looked at the numbers on it. But he really can't afford to pay back so much money, even if it is paid in installments. It will take at least 20 or 30 years. Squinting her eyes and thinking about it for a moment, Liu shook her head triumphantly. I plan to scare him for a year. As soon as the words fell, she had just taken it back in her hand, and before she had time to cover the heat, it was easily snatched away by Junzi Qi. Hey, you give it back to me. Liu was taken aback, feeling bad, and hurriedly reached out to fish. Junzi turned his back, and after a few clicks, he turned the note into several shredded paper headpieces. Give you back. He took Liu's little hand and put the shredded paper into her palm. Liu's round eyes and bulging cheeks looked like a round pufferfish. Junzi, how can you do this? Don't go see him again. I told you, when it's time to pay back the money, let Zhao Ho get it. Don't think about him either. Hey? Shinshu has never appeared. His expression was indifferent, but his tone was extremely domineering. I want you and him to break cleanly. Liu never felt that there was any relationship between her and Shinshu, but at this moment, the dissatisfaction in her heart had indeed disappeared cleanly. She laughed, her smile bright, and two deep dimples appeared on her cheeks. She looked into his eyes with a crooked eyebrow. Hey, are you jealous? For a moment, the gentleman remained silent. But when Liu, who was smiling, poked his head and leaned closer, he finally couldn't hold back, stretched out a fingertip, pressed Liu's forehead, pushed her away, and hummed softly, joke. Liu, who was pushed away, rubbed her forehead with her cheeks puffed out, and asked a little unreluctantly, are you really not jealous? The gentleman said nothing, closed the book, and wanted to leave. Hey, Liu clenched his cuffs, don't go, I still have something to say. Junzi Qi was already a little impatient, his eyebrows were slightly raised, with a bit of condensation. Isn't it just that you want to punish him? If you are not angry, don't worry, I will vent my anger for you. The cold tone was full of hostility, which made people shudder when they heard it. Liu trembled as if she was frozen, and littered softly with her flat mouth. Hey, that's what you said. Shinshu has never appeared. Let's not mention him. Can we do it? Don't go to him anymore. Don't make a fuss about it. What I'm going to tell you is another matter. She complained softly there, and her daughter's delicate demeanor was unmistakable. Junzi Qi saw it all in his eyes, his mind shook, and his eyes were deep, like a deep pool of silence. He sighed, let her tugged at his clothes, and spoke word by word. Okay, you say. Liu was not in a hurry, covered her heart, calmed down, let go of the hand that was pulling the cuffs of the gentleman, picked up the book on the table, and tore it to pieces. In Junzi Qi's eyes, a hint of darkness flashed, and his eyes stayed on her body, patiently, waiting. Liu picked up the marriage certificate and held it high in front of the two of them. This marriage certificate, you said, I think it's fake, so I hope, it's true? Her eyes were filled with joy, with some restraint, but she still looked excited and spoke. I hope it's true, can it become real? The words fell, and Junzi Qi leaned over silently. Liu subconsciously took a deep breath, held her breath, and raised her head. Juanqiu's face was so close, her eyebrows were far-reaching and long, her black and bright eyes were charming, and the warm breath gently brushed on her face, with a hint of aggressive situation. Liu couldn't stand it and had to step back a little more. Her waist happened to be against the edge of the table, her neck was slightly tilted, and she couldn't retreat anymore. The bony fingertips naturally fell, landing on the bough she tied in front of her, and with a gentle pull, the bough fell apart, and the fluffy cloak on her shoulders slipped down and landed on the tabletop. Liu was dumbfounded, she couldn't understand it at all. How did she start talking and doing it? The dry and warm palm gently pressed against her cheek, his thumb fell just a little below her ear. He never knew that it couldn't be touched casually before, and the feeling after being touched was really indescribable. Liu's small/face turned red at a speed visible to the flesh/eyes, and her knees were a little weak, so she could only keep moving backwards and backwards, almost lying on the table. He stared at her intently, his eyes containing too many inexplicable emotions. His fingers fell on her placket again, the delicate and small buckle. Sometimes Liu would slip when she untied it herself, but when it came to his hand, it was extremely smooth, and it was easy to separate. The room was as warm as spring, the clothes were spread out, and the warm airflow instantly surged onto her skin and spread continuously. Liu is, no matter how dull he is, he should understand what Junzi Qi wants to do at this time. But why? Wasn't it quite tolerable originally? Why did you suddenly feel like a different person at this moment? Could it be that he had been holding back from touching her before, just because of the fake marriage contract he set on his own initiative? Liu suddenly wanted to laugh, stupid or not. Junzi Qi didn't give her lich time to think. His clothes were open, his belt was loose, his lips fell between her neck, his arms bent around her waist tightly, and he pressed her into his arms. Her whole body was like a melted marshmallow, powerless to resist. His breath gradually became chaotic, and he picked her up, strode back to the inner room, and threw her onto the bed. She was frightened by his eagerness, lay on her back on the bed, her whole mind was confused. She watched him, stood on the edge of the bed, and took off her clothes. It wasn't until he leaned over, his black hair slipped from his shoulders, fell in front of her, kissed her lips, heavy and urgent, that she suddenly remembered something more important. Wait a minute, she pushes his shoulder hard, avoiding his kisses. He propped himself up and stared at her from top to bottom, his eyes a little red. He gasped, his voice low and hoarse, "This is your own choice, don't regret it, no matter what happens in the future, you can only stay by my side." Hearing this, Liu was stunned. Later? How many more are there to come? Maybe 6 years? Up to 7 years. But she didn't plan to think about the future at all now. Because in her, what she believes is lifeless. Be happy. No, I have no regrets. Holding his neck and leaning in to kiss him, she whispered on his lips. I just want to discuss with you, can I stay outside? I don't want children yet. In fact, Junzi really didn't understand what stayed outside, but he could hear Liu's last sentence clearly. He turned her into the quilt, pulling her close more and more urgently. He kissed her heavily, kissing her repeatedly, swallowing all the breath between each other into his belly. Between the entanglement of lips/tongues, Liu heard Junzi Qi say vaguely, I want it. Liu was awakened by hunger. However, despite being very hungry, she was even more tired, as if she had just finished a long marathon, just wanted to lie down, would rather lie down hungry, and even moved her hands and feet to turn over. She found it too strenuous. She has hardly contributed lich, and she is already like this, so you can imagine what it looks like to be tired of the one who has been contributing. But she can't blame her. Who told him that he couldn't stop being hungry? She felt that once was enough anyway, but he was so greedy that he didn't toss enough. Under the quilt, the two of them pressed their palms together, their fingers intertwined, and they were tightly clasped together. Liu couldn't remember at all whether she could hold him first, or if he held her first. But at this moment, she could feel that he was holding her and refusing to let go. She turned her head slightly to look at him. From near noon, it was already dark outside, and there were no lights in the house. In the darkness, she could only see some of his outlines clearly, but her heartbeat still accelerated uncontrollably. My heart trembled, as if there were several rabbits kicking in my arms. Finally, really together, this man, in the next limited time, will be hers, and there is a high possibility that he will become the father of her child. Her plan, after meeting him, changed again and again. She didn't trust marriage and would rather find a random man to sign a contract than get married, but when the object was changed to him, she suddenly felt that if she could have this man, it would feel great. She didn't believe that she could be a qualified mother, and she would rather not have children than enjoy freedom, but if the father of the child was him, she would have some expectations, looking forward to a baby who completely inherited his excellent genes. If she really has a child, she is still willing to learn how to be a qualified mother. When the baby needs her, she will give him all her love, and then, when the baby grows up and needs her own time and space, she will also withdraw with dignity, but she will always stand behind him, watching him change from a young eagle to an eagle, leave the protection of his mother, and spread his wings. This one, it's a little far away. But she was completely immersed in this fresh and peculiar fantasy, and she couldn't extricate herself. What should she do? His throat suddenly itched. He hadn't drunk water for a long time, and he had been overconsumed before. Liu couldn't help but cough a few times. The person beside her immediately moved, her hand was released, the quilt was lifted a little, and then the oil lamp next to the bed turned on. Liu subconsciously shrank her whole body into the quilt, leaving only a plush head and a pair of black eyes. He leaned over, his delicate eyebrows stained with laziness and comfort after being satisfied. Drink water? His voice is also low and hoarse, and it sounds very sexy/sensual. Liu opened her mouth, coughed a few more lightly, and hurriedly retracted her whole person into the quilt, covered her mouth, and patted her heart lightly and heavily. The position of the child beside him suddenly became lighter. Liu, who finally got over the breath, quietly showed 2 eyes from the quilt. Oh, my God, that's how he went. The hair is too long and a bit of a hindrance, basically blocked, but his legs are really long. Not only does it look quite well proportioned and strong, but it is also very powerful to use. Junzi Qi poured water and turned around and walked back. The one who was huddled in the quilt suddenly came to his senses, and he didn't hide, as if he had forgotten his shyness, and his bright eyes were sticking to the person and spinning around. Hey, there are both 8-pack abs and mermaid lines, and the body management is simply impossible to say. Liu hid in the quilt and looked at it with pleasure, but it was embarrassing for Junzi to be looked at by her. But after all, he was a man, except for a little redness at the base of his ears. He didn't hide, but his steps were a little uncoordinated. He returned to the bed, sat down, quickly lifted the quilt and covered himself. Come on, drink some water. Liu said always dragged the quilt in front of him, and sat up obediently. She was really thirsty, and in one breath, she drank all the water in the cup, and after drinking it, she licked her lips unsatisfied. His eyes darkened, he took the cup from her hand, put it on the cabinet next to the bed, and immediately leaned over, pressed her, and swallowed all the water stains on her lips. His big palm supported her soft waist, and he loved the touch in his palm at this moment. Liu was so shocked that he retreated again and again, and even put his hands on his chest. Regardless of whether he was happy or not, he pushed him straight out. It hurts. Her eyes were wet, she pouted dissatisfiedly, looking delicate and naive. Don't come again. He reluctantly raised his head from her chest, his brows slightly closed. It still hurts? The scene where she resisted and shouted that it hurt before seemed to be still in front of her, but he thought it would only hurt for a while, and it would be later. She obviously liked it very much. Liu's face turned red, and she turned her gaze to the side awkwardly and shyly. Grind, it hurts. She's not as rough and thick as him. Junzi Qi's brows tightened, and he naturally knew what he had done before, and it was indeed a little over. Let me take a look. Saying that, he turned over and went straight to lift the quilt. Hey, don't dash. Liu hurriedly held his hand. I'm not so squeamish, just rest for 2 days, right? ? Just take a look. What are you looking at? I'm starving to death now. As if to prove that what she said was true, Bianbian's belly grunted just right. Liu blinked and laughed embarrassedly. Her smile seemed to be contagious, and the corners of his lips were involuntarily raised slightly. What do you want to eat? Shabu shabu, and vegetables. The vegetables at home are a little less. I still want to eat fruit, anything is fine. If you don't remind me so deliberately, she is really afraid that all the meat will be sent later, and she won't even be able to see a single vegetable leaf. The two of them got up, changed into comfortable clean clothes, and looked back at the bed, which was already a mess. Liu was not embarrassed to see people at this time, so she seized the time to fill her stomach, and after getting into the bathhouse, she asked Junzi to call someone in and change the sheets and quilts. She hurriedly washed her body, and then sat in the pool to soak. Her body was tired, and it was very comfortable to soak in the water, and she didn't want to go out in the water. Before you know it, time passes. The one outside was obviously waiting a little impatiently, and actually came to knock on the door. Locking the door in the shower has always been her habit, and it really came in handy today. Liu smiled and splashed some water on her shoulder, not wanting to get up and open the door at all. However, she planned to agree, but her voice did not allow it, so she could only aggrieve him to wait outside for a while. Folding the cloth into a square and putting it on the back of her neck, Liu closed her eyes, relaxed her body, relaxed her hands and feet, lay on her back in the water, and enjoyed the feeling of floating in the water. After a while, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if there was something extra around her. Shocked, Liu hurriedly sat up and opened her eyes. Opposite the pool, Junzi just unbuttoned his clothes and planned to go into the water. How did you come in? In a hurry, Liu unfolded the cloth to cover his body. Liu's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. You pried the door? He really pried the door bolt in. However, people who have done bad things do not feel guilty at all. Their psychological quality is very strong, their faces are calm, their expressions are calm, and they are a little justified. He said, Isn't it painful? I brought you medicine in. As he spoke, Junzi Qi had already leaned over, and stretched out his long arms to pull the person who was constantly shrinking back into his arms. Don't move around, I'll give you medicine. Liu couldn't hide even if she wanted to, and the whole person became red into a tomato. She is not him, she is not so thick-skinned, she is not drunk, she doesn't need someone to wipe her back, although she already has the most intimate relationship, but taking a bath together or something. It's still a little too embarrassing after being pressed down and applying the medicine. It is not an exaggeration to say that she fled into the wilderness. Liu fled outside, the temperature on her face never dropped, and there seemed to be a burning fire in her heart. The cold night wind blew on my face, and it was cold from my face to my heart. She didn't dare to stay at the window longer, and felt a little more comfortable, so she quickly closed the window and returned to the inner room. The gentleman's period bathed Lich faster than her. As soon as Liu sat down in front of the dressing table with his front foot and wiped his hair with a cloth, he followed with his back foot. The jade-colored underwear was loosely put on the body, the belt was not tied yet, the well-proportioned white/fair chest was open, with the moisture that had just been bathed, the eyebrows were delicate and distant, the tips of the hair were still dripping down, and the jade color on the shoulders was obviously darker than other positions. Liu silently glanced at her half-dry hair, stood up, changed into a dry cloth and stepped forward, facing his deep gaze, intending to go behind him and dry his long wet hair. However, he pulled her back in front of him with his backhand, took her to the dresser, pressed his hands on her shoulders to let her sit down, picked up the comb, picked up her long hair, and combed it carefully and carefully. Your hair is still dripping. Looking at the bronze mirror, with lowered eyebrows and eyes, and a focused expression, Liu couldn't help but speak. He didn't even lift his eyelids, picked up the soft hair with his fingertips, and carefully combed it with a comb. It's not in the way, it'll be done in a while. This isn't it a bit too greasy and crooked? Liu thought so, but she didn't dare to say it, so she sat on the stool obediently, her cheeks red, her eyebrows and eyes soft and quiet, and let him serve her carefully. The night is quiet, the sparse shadows sway, the moonlight like water pours in, and the room reflects a faint light. As if to make up for the awkward time a few days ago, as soon as the two lay down, Junzi Qi pulled Liu into his arms, domineeringly encircled her soft waist, and her black and clear eyes also locked her calm face, which lasted for a long time. What is calm? Liu is all pretending. What can she do if she doesn't pretend? She really can't stand his rubbing, although she has always felt that she is a strong little flower that can withstand the wind and rain, but he is a hurricane. However, if she ignores him, will he give up? Obviously completely impossible. He looked at her for a while and began to move. Left kiss/kiss, right kiss/kiss, upper kiss/kiss, lower kiss/kiss, all kisses in all directions. Thanks to Liu is not a root lollipop, otherwise she would have shrunk several laps after this circle of kisses. After moving your mouth, it's almost time to do it, right? Really unable to pretend, Liu could only open her eyes and speak helplessly. Why don't you sleep yet? Won't you be tired? Right? Not tired. He raised his head, leaned over, and kissed her on the lips again. I can't sleep. Hearing him say this, even when he was lying down, Liu felt that his legs were trembling a little. After being quiet for a while, she sighed in her heart, but she stretched out her arm and took the initiative to hug his neck. And he tightened his arms around her waist almost immediately, until the two snuggled up tightly. Not so. Can I help you in another way? Saying such words really made her feel indescribably ashamed. She didn't even dare to look up. She could only bury her red face deep in his hair. The person who was hugging her tightly suddenly fell silent, and after a while, he whispered in her ear. I just want to hear, he said, have you had any interesting dreams lately? Liu immediately froze. Oh it turns out that she is amorous. Clearing her throat slightly, she pretended to be calm and lifted her face, took a slight breath. Yes, there is just such a dream. There was a soft and gentle voice in his ears, and Junzi hugged Liu and closed his eyes contentedly. Liu also closed his eyes, his head nestled between his necks, until he finished telling a dream slowly. Then he opened his eyes, raised his head, and glanced at him quietly. He slept, his breath was calm and soothing, and his face was quiet and well-behaved, which was what she liked. Liu bent her eyes, leaned over, and kissed his forehead gently. Good night, have a good dream. This feeling is incredibly sweet. In the early morning, Liu was woken up by the movement of the people around her. This year, in the heart of the gentleman, it is obviously over, and busy work is the norm in his life. Liu just squinted at him, turned over, wrapped herself in the quilt, and planned to sleep in her again. Her shops are all scheduled to open after the 15th day of the first lunar month, and there are only a few days left for her holiday, so she can't enjoy it. After sleeping for another 10 minutes at most, a hand reached out and gently pushed her shoulder. Don't move. Liu turned around, simply hugged the arm that was disturbing her to sleep, even hung her head, rubbed her cheeks against the embroidery on his cuffs, closed her eyes and littered. It's okay anyway, let me sleep a little longer. The gentleman sitting on the edge of the bed, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, and a faint smile on his lips, leaned over, leaned close to her ear, and took a bite on her ear. Get up quickly, let's go pick up my father-in-law and mother-in-law together, right? No well? Liu woke up instantly, as soon as she turned her face sideways, his lips pressed up, tossing and turning, and when she left, her lips were red, bright and a little swollen, but she didn't have time to take care of these now, so she hurriedly sat up with the quilt in her arms, and asked with a surprised face, pick up? Why pick up? Are you going to get the whole family to live together? He raised his eyebrows to look at her, his eyes were dark and clear, and he asked in a gentle tone, you don't like it, right? Frankly, I don't like it very much. Liu blinked slowly, and pulled her hair. Parents have the life of their parents, and their children also have the life of their children. Of course they should be filial when they should be filial, but living together, it's best not to do it. I don't know if you've heard of it? Junzi Qi nodded as if he understood. So, I plan to place my father-in-law and mother-in-law in another house, and when I turn back, you will marry from there, right? Get married? Liu was stunned again. Take your father-in-law and mother-in-law in the morning, and let the matchmaker come to the door in the afternoon, and the marriage list be done as soon as possible, otherwise it will not look good to pass through the door with a big belly. The words fell, and Junzi Qi unceremoniously patted her buttocks. Get up quickly. Liu couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, lifted the quilt, and moved to the edge of the bed. Hey, don't talk like I'm pregnant, okay? Why not? Junzi Qi held Liyu's wrist, pulled her up, wrapped one hand around her waist, and bent his fingers to hook her chin, looking as it should be. I worked so hard yesterday. Liyu's face turned red, and she turned her head awkwardly. What are you in a hurry for? How old are we? This is true, she did think about having a child with him, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Not small, he took her into his arms, patted her on the back, rested his chin on the top of her hair, and said softly, I'm not young anymore. Liyu, hey, it's only 17, not 70. It is said that women are self-pleasing and beautiful, but in fact, this sentence is not contrary to men. Today's gentleman's period is particularly grand in clothing. The jujube red brocade robe is embroidered with gold thread with gorgeous patterns. The waist is a wide-brimmed brocade belt wrapped in gold thread, the crown of jade inlaid with gold is worn on the head, and even the boots worn on the feet are inlaid with jade. He did it on purpose. And he was very satisfied with such an effect. If others dare to covet the appearance of the gentleman period so unscrupulously, he can't say that he has to ask them to taste his methods, but if the object is Liu, he just wants her to keep looking at him, and can only look at him. Got into the carriage, led a group of servants, and came to the Dong family in a mighty way. Dong's father and mother were both shocked by this battle, and they couldn't get over until their whole family moved into a new house. The new house is not far from the king's residence, and the carved railings and painted buildings are not a problem. The gentleman expects to think thoughtfully everywhere, with maids and servants, furniture and furnishings. Originally, the Dong family was one person and one room. Moving here, it was directly upgraded to 1 yard per person. Dong father and Dong Li need time to slow down, but the gentleman's period obviously does not have the patience to wait, just moved into the new house in the morning, and then 2 matchmakers came to the door in the afternoon, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the auspicious day of Na Kai was set. Dong's father was satisfied, and Dong's mother was happy and sad. Looking at the posture of the gentleman's period, it is obviously preparing for a lively event. Then their Dong family's dowry has to keep up with the arrangement. Money is secondary. The problem is not enough time. Dong's mother's troubles lasted until after dinner. Taking advantage of the night, the things that the gentleman was going to add to Liyu's dowry were all packed and sent to the door. The winter sun is bright and warm. Shortly after the lantern festival, the kapok in the yard bloomed, and a tree was fiery red and dazzling. Junzi Qi sat on a stone bench in the yard, carrying a cloth on his shoulder, squinting his eyes and raising his neck in the sun, with clear eyebrows and eyes, and lips like cherry blossom petals, which were so beautiful that people couldn't look at them directly. Liu stood aside. The expression on her face was a little indescribable. Her eyes looked at the razor in my hand with complicated eyes, and her wrists trembled a little. Do you really trust me so, Lich? Aren't you afraid that I will make a mistake and cause you to break your appearance? In fact, she was afraid that she would break the gentleman's period. She was clearly afraid that he would ask her to help him shave his beard. Is it okay to show a little consciousness of the ultimate villain? How can you lose the most important vigilance because of a little love between children and daughters? You are really disappointing, do you know? Junzi Qi closed his eyes and looked gentle. You are my pillow person, I don't believe who you trust. At this moment, Liu was completely speechless. He obviously didn't say that before. Okay, Liu shook her arms to relax her listles. Then you list stabilize your body, don't shake your head. I don't want you to be unable to go out to meet people tomorrow, right? Don't worry, he chuckled, his voice charming. Tomorrow will be a knife in the sky, and I will also send the pair of geese to Dong's house, right? Speaking of wild geese, Liu resigned herself to her fate and gestured with a razor next to Junzi period's cheek, thinking about where to start. Did you really catch it with your own hands, right? What's the problem? It's only been a few days. Even if you go outside the city every day to catch it, you can't have such good luck to catch a pair, right? Finally found the place to start, she took the razor and gently scraped it against his skin. After a nervous razor, she breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the razor on the cloth, and then said, it's still possible to catch one, so? He closed his eyes slightly, and his tone was still gentle and relaxed, without the slightest change. So, Liu lowered her eyes, and when she scraped off the second knife, she was focused and serious. I think you list have bought it, good face, so you said you caught it with your own hands. He smiled, and then was frowned by Liu, patted his shoulder gently, and hurriedly stabilized his facial expression. I said I caught it with my own hands, but I didn't say that I caught it back in the past few days. Is it? Liu lengthened her tone, shaved the beard on his chin clean, and finally dropped the razor and replaced it with a wet cloth to wipe his face. Junzi opened his eyes and met Liu's curved smiling eyes. So you went to arrest it early in the morning? Her tone was a bit sarcastic. Junzi Qi pursed his lips slightly, decisively chose to remain silent, took the cloth from her hand, and gently wiped his neck. Liu didn't plan to let her go so easily, gathered around him, chirping and moving her mouth non-stop. You've been preparing for marriage early in the morning, haven't you? Hey, tell me, when did you start preparing it? Hey blush, you actually wanted to marry me for a long time, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Junzi Qi, who was slightly red and his eyes were lowered, pulled Liu into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her chattering mouth fiercely. Ahem, an awkward and heavy cough came from the door of the courtyard. Liu jumped up from Junzi Qi's lap almost immediately, and looked at the source of the sound. Dad, why are you here? The gentleman licked his lower lip with unfinished expectations, lowered his eyes to hide the surging emotions in his eyes, stood up, stood side by side with Liu, hid his hand under his sleeve, and quietly hooked her palm. Liu's face was calm, and the hand under his sleeve immediately clenched into a fist and punched Junzi's arm without a trace. This bad guy knows that she is most afraid of Iching Dong's father's embarrassment has not eased, and he did not go to see Liu, but set his sights on Junzi Qi's body. The child's mother asked me to pick up you back, and tonight, you said that everything has to live at home, right? Do you have to go there? Liu was not very happy. I can't get used to living in the new house over there, it's not far away anyway, otherwise I'll get up early tomorrow morning? Father Dong shook the pot and smiled coldly. Don't ask me, if you have the ability, you can go back and tell you/mother yourself. Liu immediately fell silent. Junzi Qi hugged her shoulder. Go, we'll come back together after tomorrow. Since he said so, Liu shrugged. Okay. After dinner with the whole family, Liu slipped back to her yard under the pretext of resting early. The bright moon, like flowing water, covered the entire courtyard from top to bottom. This yard, on the day Dong Dongde and Dong Li moved in, she followed beside her, walking around like a horse watching flowers, and today she just took the opportunity to take a walk at night, and then took a good stroll. In the yard, her favorite is the small pond. The aquatic plants and duckweed in the water are intertwined, and the shadow of the green bamboo by the pond is reflected on the water. Liu stood by the small pond, looking at the moon reflected on the calm water, and a slender black shadow suddenly fell on the wall opposite. The black shadow fell in the grass, making a very slight noise. Liu stood motionless by the small pond, her eyes widened, and she quietly watched the dark shadow walk out of the shadows. By the small pond, there is a jade lamppost. Under the slightly dim light, he had a dark slim brocade robe, a black belt and a bun of hair, a few strands of broken hair hanging low in front of his forehead, and his eyebrows were far-reaching and elegant. You're here. Liu immediately laughed, spread his arms, plunged into Junzi Qi's arms, and hugged his waist tightly. She raised her eyes to look at him, her scattered hair curled softly around her neck, and when her soft and waxy voice littered, the whole person was so gentle and cute that she couldn't say anything. I knew you would sneak over, but I didn't expect you to come so early. He raised his hand and touched the cheek of the person in his arms. His palm was cold, his once cold eyebrows were lingering and amorous at the moment. He frowned slightly, his voice was as clear and beautiful as a mountain spring. I don't want to come. How long do you plan to stand outside? Liu said softly, pressed her cold cheeks to his warm heart, and was not satisfied with just sticking to it, and rubbed it comfortably. Her voice was soft. People are too boring, just walk around the yard. The soft body kept drilling into his arms. Where did the gentleman still have the mind to care about other things, full of hearts, and only the thought of loving her well? Liu was caught off guard and was lifted high, lowered her head, and put her hands on his shoulders. Her eyes widened in surprise, and after quickly realizing what he meant, her lips like rose petals couldn't help but curl up in a pleasant and subtle arc. Back in the room, Junzi Qi hugged Liu and was reluctant to let go, so he directly took the door with his heels. Since the first time, they have been there every day. Liu enjoyed the feeling brought to her by the gentleman's period, and of course she was happy to make him happy in this matter. He hugged her and strode into the inner room. She couldn't wait to lower her head to kiss him. The cold little hand held his soft cheeks, and there was a wet and hot temperature between his lips. He put her down a little and hugged her tightly with his arms, wishing he could let her melt into his bones and blood. The hibiscus tent is warm, and the spring colors are sultry. I don't know if it's because it's sneaky so it's particularly exciting, or if it's been separated for half a day and I already miss it very lich. Tonight's gentleman's period is extraordinarily spiritual, so enthusiastic that people are really a little unbearable. In the end, Liu was so tired that she couldn't lift her eyelids, and almost fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. So lich so that the next morning, after waiting and waiting, Dong's mother, who didn't wait for Liu to get up early, had to rush to tell her to get up. At that time, Liu was holding a pillow and sleeping soundly. There was a sudden sound of slapping outside the door, which almost scared her out of a myocardial infarction. When he opened his eyes, the first sentence that popped out of Liu's mouth was, "Quick, hide quickly." When the words fell, she realized that the gentleman was no longer by her side, the door was still locked, and there was a crack in the window. Because of nervousness, Liu's voice was not too loud, so Dong's mother only heard her seem to be talking to something, but she couldn't hear what she was saying. "You get up quickly, you can't make any more mistakes this time." Dong's mother slammed the door anxiously. If there is a problem during the lottery twice in a row, and another one is accidentally rumored, the backbone of their family will probably have to be pierced by those who break their mouths. Liu hurriedly lowered her head to check herself. The body is dry and comfortable, and I am wearing clean underwear. These were obviously all done by that person for her, while she was sleeping. Liu couldn't restrain the curvature of the corners of her mouth at all, jumped out of bed, put embroidered shoes on her feet, and jumped to the door. Come on, it's already up, it's okay soon." As soon as the door opened, Dong's mother couldn't care about training her, so she immediately took her to the inner room to find clothes. Today's clothes and jewelry are all prepared in advance. Dong Li picked it up and put it on Liu's body, and asked while putting it on, "Who did you talk to just now?" Liu was so guilty that she pretended to be tied her belt and didn't dare to look up. "I just said to myself, isn't this not because I overslept carelessly, and I was anxious in my heart and said it casually." Dong's mother stuffed the jacket embellished with pomegranate flowers into Liu's arms, hurriedly picked up the comb, and began to comb her hair. "Didn't you deliberately rest early last night? Why did you oversleep this morning?" Liu put on her jacket and sat down in front of the dressing table honestly, her face flushed. "Last night I was so excited last night so I have insomnia." Dong's mother couldn't help but be stunned, raised her eyes to look at the pink and pretty face in the bronze mirror, and suddenly felt a little melancholy. "Is it because I am too happy? You like him very lich, don't you? Since you brought him home 4 years ago?" Liu blinked her eyes and looked at herself in the bronze mirror. "Ask. Are you happy? That would certainly be a pleasure. During this time, the little days are about to fly happily. How can I not be happy? But do you like it?" "I like it." The answer didn't need to be thought about at all. Liu said with a smile, "How good-looking he is, of course I like it." Dongli didn't squeak, and after looking at her quietly for a while, she shook her head helplessly. "Silly girl, if it's just because he's good-looking, then you don't understand what real liking is, right?" "I know, really." Liu couldn't help but raise her volume and spoke again seriously. "It's because he is good-looking that I like it. It's just that love and love are completely different things for her, and even, after experiencing 2 lives of her parents, she really feels that she has already lost the ability to love her lover. Actually, my mother hopes that you don't understand, and you should never understand." "Why?" Dongli looked at her, her loving and gentle eyes were slightly watery, perhaps because of the subtle crow's feet in the corners of her eyes. Her eyes actually revealed a little sad and desolate taste. "Listen to your mother's words, and after you get married, live a good life. What likes and feelings don't matter. After living together for a long time, your husband will become your closest person, and relatives should tolerate each other and support each other, even if he makes mistakes, what should be endured, and what should be allowed to be given, so that life can live in harmony and longevity. Mother, are you worried that he will take a concubine in the future? After all, she herself never believed that there would be a long-lasting and unchanging relationship. The so-called love is just a chemical reaction, but she still had to say, he won't. He didn't have that life. The gentleman's period is indeed too good for you and our family now. But you have to remember that no matter how good he treats you now, he can't guarantee what will happen in the future. Dongli smiled slightly, but there was a bitterness in that smile that could not be hidden. Mother doesn't want to provoke the relationship between you. I just hope you don't put too much thought on men. Men are like cats. Have you ever seen a cat that doesn't steal fish? Your father is not very rich yet, and he still wants a little wife to come back, so the gentleman's period is not more capable than your father? But children are different. Children are the meat that falls from you, and only children can become your future support. Dong's mother's voice became more and more hoarse. If my mother is angry at this point, she couldn't continue, she couldn't say anything, she could only sigh long, heavy, and tired, and then, cheered up, put on a loving and gentle smile, just like her usual appearance. Forget it, don't mention this, you should be happy today. Liu looked at the corners of Dong's mother's reddened eyes with pity, inexplicably infected by her emotions. A cloud of moisture gradually rose in her eyes, stood up, and gave her a gentle hug. Well, let's not mention these unpleasant things, relax and spend every day happily, better than anything else. Dongli laughed softly, stretched out her arm, and hugged Liu back twice. It can be heard that her smile this time is sincere. Sit down quickly, let my mother dress you up, and you can't let the man steal your limelight again. Pressing Liu's shoulders and asking her to sit down obediently again, Dong's mother held the comb's hand and suddenly stopped in midair again. You said, her tone was full of dissatisfaction, he is a big man, why is he dressed so gorgeously all day long? Do you still think you are not eye-catching enough? Right? Because, I like to watch. Liu smiled happily, shook his head, and was proud. If he doesn't pay attention to his image, maybe one day my liking will go to other handsome guys again. Dong's mother couldn't laugh or cry. Bad girl, said Jingya. Hey, Liu smiled and didn't speak. Is it nonsense? It's really not necessarily. Except for accidentally getting up a little late in the morning, the whole day after that was unusually smooth, even perfect. After the lottery, there are still several procedures to go. But for each item, the gentleman's period was properly arranged, and naturally it went smoothly, and the day of welcoming the relatives was finally determined. It's a pity that Liu hasn't been able to wait for the day of the wedding, and the troubles that she has temporarily left behind have finally come to the door. Outside the house, the spring rain stretches. Raindrops beat on the eaves and tick. Inside, spring is very strong. The two people in the tent were not satisfied, and they still did not rest in the middle of the night. At this time, the knock on the door was particularly abrupt. The gentleman's period, which was still pestering Liu just now, suddenly stopped, and for a while, the silence in the house actually gave Liu the illusion that the cold winter was coming again. The woman's intuition told her that the person who could come to knock on the door at this time probably wouldn't be because of something good. She subconsciously grabbed Junzi Qi's arm, and before she could speak, Junzi Qi patted her first. It's okay. Liu was silent, watching him grab his clothes and get out of bed, and went over to open the door after getting dressed. Junzi Qi walked straight to the door, took the door closed, stood under the corridor, and whispered to the man in the raincoat for a long time. Liu felt that she was not very at ease in her heart, but she couldn't do such a thing as eavesdropping on the cracks of the door, so she simply didn't even get out of bed. She just lit the oil lamp next to the bed, and hugged the quilt and looked at the small fire in a daze. No matter how close the relationship is, there should still be boundaries. Maybe for ordinary people, this boundary can have a lot of elasticity/sex, but if the object is a gentleman, you list not be careless. If you want to stay by the side of the villain, you list firmly remember the sentence, the more you know, the faster you will die. Even if she liked the appearance of the gentleman, she definitely didn't like it to the extent that she was so dazed that she ran to interfere with his affairs without knowing whether she was alive or dead. So she has to wait now. If Junzi Qi is willing to tell her about this, then she will listen. If he refuses to say, the slight sound of the door interrupted Liyu's thinking, and she immediately raised her eyes to look, just in time to bump into the eyes of Junzi Qi, who was looking at her. When he looked at her, his eyes were still gentle, but Liu didn't feel warmth, but seemed to be drenched in rain, and there was a hint of coolness in his heart. There's definitely something, however, he obviously chose to hide this matter. Liu bent her eyes and smiled, and rolled over into the bed obediently. Junzi Qi came over, stretched out his long arm, and pulled her back to the bed. He leaned over and kissed her, slightly wet on his body. I won't be able to go far, it won't be too long. He gently pinched her cheek, his long eyelashes drooping slightly, and his face was cold. When I'm not here, don't run around, wait for me to come back and get married. Liu puffed out her cheeks with dissatisfaction. I've said it several times, I go out to work every day. Okay, where are you running around? Besides, there is no Zhao Ho following. As long as he stands beside me, when my guys talk to me, their eyes only dare to look at the ground, then close those shops. No, I like to work. Making money makes me happy. This request has been mentioned more than once by the gentleman. Of course, Liu is not used to his problems every time. If you don't make me happy, then I won't make you happy either. With such an answer, Junzi Qi was not surprised at all, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he didn't say lich, got up, and walked to the bathroom. Liu rolled around a few times bored on the bed with the quilt, and soon, Junzi came out after taking a shower, only wrapped a cloth around his waist, and went straight to the cabinet to get clothes. Liu was promising, and he was not fascinated by his beauty, and after seeing him take a dark outfit, he immediately realized that something was wrong. You won't leave now, will you? She subconsciously glanced at the window. It's midnight now, and it's still raining outside. Junzi Qi put on his underwear and didn't raise his head. What is a little rain afraid of? It's not in the way. Liu choked and was quiet for a while, until Junzi Qi got dressed, began to fasten his belt, and asked without giving up, then where are you going? Right? Go to the imperial capital. The belt was fastened, and the gentleman's answer was crisp. Oh. It turned out to be going to die. So this is about to start? His journey to death? Liu felt stuffy in her heart, and her emotions were not very obvious, but she was not comfortable all over. Quietly, breathing deeply, she curled the corners of her lips slightly and smiled. Simply wearing a single black robe, even the long hair was only tied up with a headband of the same color, and the gentleman's demeanor was not diminished in the slightest. He returned to Liu's side, his eyebrows and eyes were as warm as jade. He didn't say anything, just opened his arms. Liu immediately got up from the bed / got out of bed and threw herself into his arms. Her warm skin was covered with cold clothing, very uncomfortable. She buried her head in his heart and rubbed it randomly with some distraction. Is it okay not to go to the imperial capital? Holding his neck tightly, she looked at him with pitiful eyes like a pet that was about to be abandoned. Is there something that can't be solved by your hands? Junzi Qi lowered his eyes and looked at the person in his arms, and said in a low voice, if some things are not solved, I can't sleep, right? But don't you have me? Liu couldn't help but tighten her arms, hugged his neck tightly, and shook from side to side reluctantly. I'm with you. Isn't your sleep quality good? Junzi Qi did not relish at all because of this, and looked at Liu, who was holding him like an octopus with a headache, and his eyebrows and eyes returned to a cold appearance. That's different. Liu sighed deeply and deeply in her heart. She tried her best, but he didn't agree, and she had no choice. With an aggrieved look on his face, Liu was silent for a while, then leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Okay, then you go early and come back early. Watching the gentleman go out, the expression of reluctance on Liu's face returned to an expressionless state at a speed visible to the naked eyes, and there was indifference in her clear eyes. Get out of bed, take a shower, and sleep. The streets outside are very lively, but the cloth village is extremely deserted. Zhao Ho stood at the door with his arms crossed, and the pedestrians on the road subconsciously walked around the cloth village. But he was the person brought by Li Yu. Li Yu didn't speak. No one could say anything about him, especially Zhou Ping. He was so happy that a guest didn't come, so he simply lay on the counter and took a nap. Li Yu and Zhou Yan were checking a new batch of fabrics in the warehouse. In other words, it was Zhou Yan who was checking the new fabrics, while Li Yu was on the site owner. Dongjia, He Yan called Li Yu a few times in succession, but she didn't respond, and had to increase her tone, and even the volume was raised a little. Dongjia, huh? Li Yu came back to her senses in hindsight, and looked at He Yan's eyes blankly. What? He Yan didn't answer, and looked at Li Yu's hand helplessly. Li Yu subconsciously lowered her head following He Yan's gaze. Oh hi, good brand new satin was tied with more than a dozen knots in her hand. A dozen knots were piled together and turned into a large lump of distortion and ugliness. Li Yu. 3 times. This is the 3rd time in the morning. She walked to 3 shops in total, and she actually lost face in each shop? Dongjia, otherwise you go back and rest first, and this batch of cloth will be handed over to me to deal with, and you will check it again after 2 days of it? Li Yu raised his head to look at He Yan, and suddenly slapped the satin hard, jumping He Yan who. Dongjia, you are recently, the cloth village has been handed over to you to take care of. If there is anything you can't decide, go to Dong's house to ask my father. Before the words fell, Li Yu's figure had already run out of the warehouse. This was too sudden, and He Yan couldn't react for a while. Owner, wait, when I chased it out, Li Yu had already gotten into the carriage, and there was not even a back left. Zhao Ho just did things. No matter how he asked, he had a blank face, and the whip in his hand flicked. Drive. The sleepy Zhou Ping finally came to his senses, and got up from the counter with a grunt. Hey, did you quarrel with the owner? Right? No, He Yan glanced at Zhou Ping deeply, and the owner just said that during this time, I will be in charge of the cloth village. Right? Hey, Zhou Ping stared. Why? Have you been working in this cloth shop for as long as me? Why are you responsible? He Yan didn't bother to pay attention, didn't take the stubble, turned around and walked to the warehouse at the back. Zhou Ping snorted, littered softly, cursed, and couldn't sleep anymore. On the way back, Li Yu wrote a letter as quickly as possible, briefly explaining some of the things at hand to Dong's father, lest she leave suddenly, leaving this big mess. Dong's father can't take it, and Dong's mother doesn't worry. When he returned home, he immediately ordered Zhao Ho to hurry up and buy 2 fast horses, and then kept returning to the room and changing into the men's clothes he bought along the way. Li Yu asked when she got up early in the morning, and at night, Junzi Qi led 2 servants out together. The horse of the gentleman's period is indeed a good horse and runs fast, but the horses of those 2 little servants are not comparable to his, and they will inevitably drag down their speed. She asked Zhao Ho to buy 2 fast horses, which should be about the same speed as the horses ridden by the 2 little servants, but if they were fast and non-stop, they might be able to catch up before they arrived in the imperial capital during the gentleman's period. Riding a horse is like driving. She cannot drive, but she list have a driver's license. She cannot ride a horse, but she list be able to ride. So in the first 2 years, as soon as she had money on hand, she learned this necessary skill. After 2 years, it may be a little rusty, but whether it is riding a horse or driving, it is all body memory, and it only takes a little time to get used to it, and she is completely sure that she can do it. The only thing that makes Li Yu feel very inconvenient is that there is no navigation here. But she has Zhao Ho. During this time, with her understanding of Zhao Ho, acting as a living map, Zhao Ho is more than enough. He had been to the imperial capital before, although he was not with Junzi Qi, but he could guess which road Junzi Qi might take, and he also knew that there would be a few inns on that road, and with people like him around, there would be almost no problem in terms of safety. It can be said that as long as there is Zhao Ho, almost all the conditions she needs to go out this time are met. Li Yu even had some doubts. Junzi Qi put Zhao Ho by her side. Could it be just for today? Of course, this is all her wild thoughts. If Junzi Qi wanted her to go to the imperial capital with him, he could just speak directly. Last night, he didn't mention it. Obviously he was not willing to let her go. In fact, Li Yu herself is not willing to go. She is timid, she is afraid of death, and she doesn't want to be involved in the plot of the original work at all. But she had to go. Because, the feeling of not knowing anything and thinking wildly is so uncomfortable, she is afraid that her heart will not be able to bear it. The rain that stopped in the morning fell again. The continuous rain fell on my face, a little cold and a little itchy. Li Yu and Zhao Ho stopped, put on their raincoats, put on their hats, and continued on their way. Until late at night, exhausted, they finally stopped again at the door of an inn with lanterns hanging in front of them. Zhao Ho stepped forward and knocked on the door. The runner quickly opened the door of the store, and was slightly stunned when he saw the scar on Zhao Ho's face, but he quickly returned to normal. "Yo, too, do you want to be sharp or stay in the store?" Zhao Ho took the lead in stepping into the store, and his sharp eyes swept lightly. I saw that in the center of the lobby, several dining tables were put together, and there was a mattress on it, on which was a half-opened quilt and a flattened pillow. Li Yu walked out from behind Zhao Ho, took off the hat that was still dripping with water. Because of fatigue, her beautiful face looked a little pale. "Don't worry, we want to inquire about the individual first." As soon as her words fell, Zhao Ho had already stuffed a small ingot of silver into the hand of the running hall. After experiencing the first 2 inns, the two of them have cooperated quite tacitly. The trot took the silver, twisted his wrist slightly, and showed a smiling face. "You said." Li Yu got straight to the point. "Is there a handsome young man with a red mole on his forehead today, taking 2 little servants to stay in the store?" "You are with that young man. He is my husband, and he accidentally went astray on the road." The trot hall was not too surprised, but showed a little meaningful expression. Li Yu wore men's clothes and went out, just for convenience, but if someone could really recognize her as a man, that person would definitely be blind. It's just that a woman chased a man in the middle of the night and said that she was the man's wife, although this is possible, but most people are not willing to believe it, and they are obviously more willing to understand it according to their own ideas. Fortunately, no matter how this trot hall understood, he finally gave an answer that satisfied Li Yu. Yes, the young master you mentioned came to the store after dark, otherwise I would take you up." "Tell me which room he lives in." Li Yu glanced at Zhao Ho. "Find a clean house for my brother, and serve some good wine and food." She took some extra silver for the running hall. "The portion is more, we haven't eaten lich for most of the day." The trot hall took the silver, where there was no reason not to respond, hurriedly pointed out the way to Li Yu, and then accompanied Zhao Ho to lead the 2 horses outside to the stable in the backyard. Li Yu took off her raincoat, held an oil lamp, and slowly stepped up the stairs with her trembling legs. The wooden stairs had been around for some years, and when I stepped on them, they made a slight movement, which was particularly depressing in this silent late night. Her steps couldn't help but pause. She took a breath, and walked upstairs as quietly as possible. The gentleman likes to be quiet, so the house he chose was also in the second half of the corridor, and the rooms on the left and right were empty, and there was a distance from the 2 little servants' houses he brought out. In the middle of the night, the entire inn was quiet. Li Yu came to the door of Junzi Qi's room, patted his heart, calmed down, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Suddenly, there was a lot of movement in the room. The knock on the door suddenly stopped. At this time, her fingers were about a centimeter away from the door panel. Li Yu raised her hand, stunned for a while, and slowly pressed her ears to the door panel. Last night, she was indeed dismissive of eavesdropping, but tonight, the situation was completely different. "It's all at this time. Who else will be in the house of the gentleman's period? His little servant?" "Not necessarily. If it weren't for the little guy around him, who would it be? Is it a man? Or a woman?" Li Yu was curious. It was this. The room in the inn is quite embarrassing with the sound insulation. Li Yu was stuck on the door, and he could hear some movement in the room, but it sounded buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything clearly. But listening to it, it seems that there is only the voice of a gentleman, because if you listen carefully, although you can't hear what the people inside are saying, you can still tell some of the tone. His voice was a little excited, as if is it a quarrel? Dong 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 dash. Li Yu immediately knocked on the door. In the room, the voice of speech immediately stopped. After waiting for a while, Li Yu planned to knock again, but unexpectedly, the next second, the door suddenly opened. Junzi Qi appeared at the door of the room, wearing the dark clothes he had changed into when he left last night, His cold face was a little amazingly pale, there were hair hanging down between his forehead, and the scattered hair was wet, looking more like he was drenched in rain than her. Looking at each other, Liu was even more surprised when he saw Junzi Qi like this, than when Junzi Qi saw her. "Why are you here? How did you do it?" The two people spoke at the same time and were stunned at the same time. Junzi Qi chuckled coldly, his long arms went around Liu's waist, and he took the person into his arms. "Hey!" Liu was startled again, lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Be careful of scalding." He arched over and buried his face in her neck. "Let me hug you." Liu was slightly startled, blinked her eyes and bit her lip. She stretched her hand holding the oil lamp as far away as possible, and hugged his back with her other hand. The clothes on the gentleman's body are wet/not obvious. If they are not wet by water, they are sweaty. But why did he sweat so much? Gently patting Junzi Qi's back, Liu turned his gaze into the house. The oil lamp in her hand actually couldn't see much of it, but at least, as far as her eye could see, there was no trace of a second person. The oil lamp in his hand was suddenly taken away, and Liu was carried into the house by Junzi Qi, and the door was slammed shut. Junzi casually put the oil lamp aside, hugged Liu and walked straight in the direction of the bed. Liu subconsciously circled his neck, and his suspicious eyes kept spinning around the room. Confirmation. In this room, there is indeed only one gentleman. So who was he talking to just now? Liu suddenly felt some hair on her back, and then she was thrown onto the bed. Junzi Qi leaned down, held her cheek with both hands, and kissed her carefully. After a while, Liu struggled to catch her breath and asked intermittently, who were you talking to just now?" From her voice, you can hear a strong sense of tension. Junzi Qi paused, frowned slightly, didn't want to say it, but it seemed that there was no need to hide it in front of her. "Nobody," he lowered his eyes and said in a shallow tone, "before you came, I was having nightmares, right?" Have a nightmare? Liu frowned, raised her hand, placed it gently on his face, and rubbed his cheek slowly but gently with her thumb. "So you were talking in your sleep alone before?" This answer was a little unexpected for her, but it seemed to be reasonable. When he had nightmares, he could be so angry that he smashed the whole room, so it was like a quarrel in a dream, which should actually be considered relatively minor. Liu immediately felt a little distressed. When she was not by his side, if he really had this kind of nightmare every day, how hard it would be. If this kind of thing happened to her, she might have to be driven crazy. "It seems that I really came to the right place. In the future, no matter where you go, I will follow you. Can I accompany you every day?" Her voice was soft and waxy, hooking his neck, raising her head and leaning over, kissing him lightly on the lips, and a gentle smile between her eyebrows and eyes. Junzi Qi looked at Liu for a long time. In her ears and in her heart, it was her soft and solemn promise, and there was still a touch of kiss on her lips/petals, and her lips were incredibly sweet. Not it seems that something is not enough. The thin kisses fell again, on her lips/flaps, between her eyebrows, on her cheeks, on the tip of her nose, over and over again. "I don't want to stop." When Liu woke up, the first ray of light in the morning happened to shine through/come in through the window, and there were fine dust floating and heaving in the beam, which made the inn-room, which had been a few years old, look more quaint. She blinked slowly, felt the soreness coming from her legs, and sighed faintly in her heart. It seems that he usually exercises too little, just riding a horse for a few more hours, so he is uncomfortable like this, too unpromising. She held the quilt and turned her head slightly over. Junzi was lying on his side beside her, staring at her with wide eyes, with an unusually obvious blue-gray shadow under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept all night, and his expression was haggard. As soon as she turned her head, he approached him, and one hand couldn't wait to reach down, gently rubbing her legs, his tone hoarse and unbearable. "Do you feel better? Can you now?" "It's not okay," Liu responded quite helplessly. She even had some doubts, whether it was because of dissatisfaction, so he stared at her all night. "It's still so sore and painful, and I don't have to ride a horse today. I guess I can't do it these days." He raised his eyes, and the eyes of the two met together, and she saw that there was disappointment and forbearance in his eyes, but more care and distress. "Today I will rest for half a day, and I will send someone to prepare the carriage." No, your affairs list be very urgent, otherwise you won't get up in the middle of the night to hurry. I don't need to rest, and I don't need a carriage. Then you can share a ride with me to save some effort. No, I saved my strength, your horse will be miserable, and you have to run so far. By the way, when she chased it out before, she didn't think too lich, and now she remembered to ask, at the current rate, how long will it take us to reach the imperial capital, right? It's almost 5 more days. Her legs, her waist, as it's going to be abolished. It was said to be 5 days, but in fact, the gentleman's period slowed down the pace of the march a little, and arrived at the imperial capital more than a day later than originally planned. In the past few days of running on the road, Liu has been thinking about whether she should make some trouble to force Junzi to go back with her. However, after thinking about it, she tragically found that she didn't have the ability to force Junzi to do anything. She had already said this that night if she didn't ask him to go to the imperial capital, but Junzi Qi didn't agree. This was his life, and it was also proof that her weight in his mind was not enough. When they were making out together, the feeling between the two of them, as she once wrote in a song, my words, break the two of us together, mix it with water, twist another you, and shape another me. I have you in the lid, and you have me in the lid. But once they put this matter aside and left the bed, they still had their own thoughts, two completely different people. The human heart is separated by the belly. Just as she couldn't be completely honest with him and tell him everything she knew, Junzi Qi list have his own secrets, and he wouldn't tell her or change because of her preferences. In the final analysis, she can accompany him, but it is impossible to control his life. When I arrived in the imperial capital, it was already evening. The group did not enter the city, but came to a farmstead outside the city. The evening sunset is beautiful, and the spring breeze is very comfortable. The farm was very quiet, with a few barking sounds, and the air was filled with a faint earthy smell and grassy fragrance. Liu didn't have lich energy to appreciate all this, and after being led by Junzi Qi to settle down in a clean and spacious house, he drank some water, then took off his clothes and lay down with the quilt. Don't talk about dinner, she loves a clean person so lich, she doesn't mind if she hasn't taken a shower for 3 days, and the only thought in her mind is to hurry up and let her body bones that were almost scattered on horseback lie down to repair herself. Junzi Qi actually didn't approve of her resting hungry, but seeing that she was really tired, he could only let her go free for a while. The farm is quieter at night, the windows are ajar open, the night breeze is cool, the bright moonlight shines in, and the room flows with light and shadow like water. Junzi Qi came back from running errands outside and saw that Liu hadn't gotten up yet. Obedient, get up and eat something before going to sleep. I don't want to eat. Liu turned over, squinted her eyes, looked at the person standing on the edge of the bed, bent over, and stretched out her soft wrist to scoop up a handful of his hair hanging beside her. It's uncomfortable on my body, I want to take a shower. There was a shallow smile in his eyes, and he held her restless little hand in his palm. Then wash it first and then eat. Liu's head was still a little dizzy, and she responded in a daze, and closed her eyes again. The conditions of the farmhouse are not as good as those at home, and the gentleman will put on the curtain and put it down, cover the people inside, and then go out, order people to bring the bathtub and prepare meals. Closing the door and taking off his dusty coat, he returned to the bed and scooped up Liu, who was sleeping softly. Liu finally woke up a little, her head tilted next to his sideburns, and she said softly, I'll do it myself, you're already very tired. Junzi Qi chuckled, you treat me like you. In 2 sentences, he had already hugged Liu to the bathtub. Liu, who was ridiculed, blinked innocently with an innocent face, and could only sit obediently on his lap and let him serve. Wash the fragrance. He sent her back to the bed, and then moved the table to the edge of the bed. On the table, there were 2 large plates full of dumplings, cucumbers, shredded sour radish, and a pot of wine. When it was first delivered, the dumplings were still hot, and by the time she finished taking a shower, the dumpling skin was warm and a little sticky. However, for Liu at this moment, it would be good to have ready-made things to eat, and she didn't have the slightest strength to pick and choose. She was eating dumplings and drinking wine here, and the more she ate, the more she ate. The gentleman's period over there also hurriedly washed the water she had just used. In this season, although the night is cool, it is impossible to get cold anymore, and he is a character who is not afraid of the cold in the cold winter and the 12th month. After taking a bath, he didn't even bother to wear underwear, so he casually wrapped a cloth around his waist and sat down to eat. Liu is actually similar to him, but she pays a little more attention to her image than him. At least she knows how to wrap herself up with a quilt. Her appetite was already much smaller than that of the gentleman's period, and she was indeed very tired these days, and the amount of food was obviously reduced, but because of her thirst, she drank 2 more cups with the gentleman's period. Junzi Qi sat opposite her, inadvertently raised his eyes. The little face that had been wearing a tired color these days had regained a little of the former radiance, especially the soft lips, red and bright, and dyed with crystal water. The fingertips holding the chopsticks tightened slightly, and he instantly felt that the dumplings in his mouth were not fragrant. Finally able to lie down again, Liu, who was fragrant and full, didn't mention how much she enjoyed it, but the one who had been restraining herself for several days began to be restless behind her, touching here, pinching there, which really made people restless and unable to sleep. His lips wandered around her neck, and his breath drilled into her pores through her hair, and his sexy/sensual and deep voice plucked her heartstrings like feathers. "Are you feeling better?" "We tonight." Liu said nothing. Her soft body turned around in his arms, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him. She felt that she was really degenerate after being together so many times. He knew what she liked and what she didn't like. He already knew her well, and he only needed to move his fingers to make her completely lose her helmet and armor. Tired, indeed tired. But physical exhaustion is not the opponent I long for at all. She couldn't resist and had to surrender. Her consciousness began to dissipate, her body temperature rose for him, and she gave everything for him. Soon, the gentleman's period that had been enduring for several days finally got her wish and felt happy, which also made her happy. But he really felt sorry for her. One time and then stop. They hugged each other and slept until dawn. As soon as the sky was white, Junzi Qi quietly got up. The people around him were still asleep. He was dressed lightly like a thief, and was about to go out quietly, but when he walked to the door, he suddenly changed his mind again. Junzi returned to the house and opened the baggage that Liu had casually thrown on the rocking chair by the window yesterday. After walking together for a few days, the few pieces of clothing they carried with them had not yet had time to pack up, and they were still in their respective baggage. The baggage he opened now was Liu's, although in this room, without his orders or Liu's, the servants would never dare to enter casually, but just let her fall asleep, and I always felt uneasy in my heart. At least I had to put on my underwear. He has completed this kind of work several times, and he has already become familiar with it, so he doesn't have to worry about waking up Liu from his tired sleep. Liu has a habit of packing. She likes to fold her underwear as much as possible, wrap it in the middle of her coat, and then the outside of the jacket is the baggage. Junzi untied his baggage, uncovered his coat, and picked up the underwear in the center, only to find that there was something under the original underwear. The sun rises 3 poles. Liu, who finally made up for her sleep and physical strength, lazily stretched out her arms and opened her eyes. "I'm used to it, and when I open my eyes, I look at the side of the pillow first." Sure enough, there was no one beside him. Liu couldn't help but sigh. This person was really busy enough. After lying on the bed for a while, her stomach was gurgling with hunger, and she had to get up resigned. When she sat up, she looked down at the clothes on her body and suddenly remembered that she had last night. "It seems like you're not wearing anything." Liu blinked slowly. "It's broken." She didn't even wear shoes, so she hurriedly jumped out of bed to rummage through her baggage. The baggage was tied well, and when I untied it, the clothes inside were also neatly folded, but it was definitely not her handiwork, so she wouldn't fold the clothes so neatly. There was a clatter in her heart. Liu swallowed and spat at it, bit her lip, and nervously picked up the remaining set of men's coats in her baggage and looked at it. "The shirt is empty." "It's really gone." Her notebook. Liu was dumbfounded, and a little unwilling to give up, shook off the clothes in his hand, picked up the baggage and shook it, and even squatted down under the rocking chair / turned to take a look. Gone, it's really gone. At list have been taken by the gentleman's period. Losing all the things in her hand, Liu dragged her steps, turned around, and walked to the bed in frustration, and suddenly broke into a trace of familiarity in her sight. She hurriedly opened her eyes wide and raised her head, only to see her notebook on the table in front of her, as well as an inkstone and a brush. Liu was dumbfounded. What's the situation? She hurriedly took 3 steps and 2 steps, ran to the table, and glanced at the inkstone first. The ink in the inkstone has dried, so it is estimated that a long time has passed since the gentleman period used pen and ink. But what did he write? Liu took a deep breath, and with extreme curiosity and apprehension, she picked up her notebook and slowly opened it. This notebook has been in use since 4 years ago, and just after the gentleman period left, it was bound by her own hands, 1 page by 1, cut to the appropriate size. However, she is lazy, although she has the habit of writing a notebook, but she doesn't write every day, or even often, and she only needs it when her mood swings are particularly big and there is no one to talk to. It can be said that it is like a best friend who can't speak, but is absolutely loyal, and cannot be in touch often, but must be accompanied at all times. Looking through the notebook, the places where the Q version of the villain was originally drawn were all drawn with a big cross. In that moment, Liu's mood was really complicated. Some felt sorry for his work being destroyed, and some wanted to laugh, laughing that he actually had such a childish side. The first few pages of this notebook are full of Junzi Qi and her own Q version villain. She vented all the anger she had when she first met the gentleman in another way. Those Q version cartoons, there is her straddling/sitting on his back and riding him like a horse. There were those who stepped on him under her feet, put her hands on her hips and laughed at the sky, and she held a huge hammer and smashed him into the ground next to each Q print. He was also carefully accompanied by lines begging for mercy. All of this is gone. All of them were drawn with a big cross by the gentleman's period, and finally annotated 4 big words: bullshit doesn't work. TSK, it's really vulgar. This is obviously art turning back. It was the 4 years of living in the Dong family. In 4 years, there are only a few pages of all of them, which shows how dull and boring her life was in those 4 years. Not only did she think so, but apparently Junzi Qi thought the same as her, so those pages escaped his poisonous hands. After the part of the Dong family, the number of pages increased again. She eats people's mouths short, and she takes people's hands softly, so every time she wants to vent her dissatisfaction, she is really embarrassed not to show mercy. Those Q version of the comics after his subordinates showed mercy, some of them made him wear a beggar costume, with a broken bowl on his head, and begging for food with crutches. There are also those who let him kneel on the ground and help her put on her shoes. Anyway, Liu feels that this degree is much milder than it was 4 years ago. But in this part, he still drew a cross all the way. Oh, her heart is about to break. These are all her hard work turning backwards. The style of painting changes suddenly. It was after she and him were really together. Liu flipped through the pages of those shameful pictures that she came out of blindly, and her cheeks were red. Until the last page, she saw Junzi period's message. The painting is good, try it when you have time. Liu closed the account heavily. Very good, this time it can be regarded as losing all the face. She could only comfort herself like this now, but fortunately, out of caution, she didn't write down important secrets, otherwise this time it would not be just a matter of shame. I am afraid that even the old bottom will have to be lifted. Open-air kitchen. Overhead is a simple wooden shed. In one corner of the wooden shed is a high stack of firewood. On the wooden pillar behind the firewood stack, an emerald green creeper was wrapped. She had never cooked in such a place before, and she had a special taste in her heart. After resting for most of the night, Liu was alive again, with quick hands and feet, without much effort, fried a large pot of fried sauce, and prepared 4 plates of cold dishes. Looking up at the gorgeous sunset on the horizon, she planned to wait for the gentleman's period to come back before boiling the noodles in cold water. However, this wait until the moon rises to the west building. Liu neither planned to ask nor look for it, so she made cold noodles, mixed fried sauce, and had dinner. It's just that today she has a super long craft, and the sauce she fries is particularly delicious, and she eats a little too much if she is not careful. After walking around the farm for a while, someone sent her a bathtub to the room, took a bath happily, and went to bed happily. She's not the kind of clingy woman. She is happy to be alone. In the middle of the night, the door was suddenly slammed hard. I slept too late in the morning, and I had some insomnia at night. Liu was not woken up, but I felt a little flustered inexplicably. Put on your clothes and open the door. Standing outside the door was Junzi Qi's personal servant. At this moment, the little guy's face was all pasted together, and in his slightly slender eyes, there was a look of horror that he had never seen before. The little servant trembled and said, "Young master, something happened." The night was quiet and the sky was dark. In the distance, in the southeast sky, the sky-high fire was even more conspicuous. When Liu first saw this scene, her heart trembled, and her whole person was not very good. Zhao Ho was in another courtyard. Liu immediately called him along, led the horse, and led the way with a little servant in front. The night wind blew on her face, her black hair was flying. Liu's face didn't have too lich expression, she held the reins in her hand tightly, and her whole body was cold. What goes on the water is a large building outside the city, which is connected and combined by a number of small wooden buildings. Although you can see the fire rising from the building group in the farmhouse, if you run from the location of the farm, even if you are riding a horse, the actual distance is not short. The two little servants that Junzi Qi accompanied him, one still stayed at the scene to help put out the fire, and the other hurriedly returned to the farm to ventilate the news, and then led Liu and Zhao Ho over together, and the fire had developed to the point of being completely uncontrollable. Around the buildings, there was a mess. Before Liu could get off his horse, he heard a few cries of women. She frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a few women wearing glamorous/beautiful tulle and their faces smeared with demonic/glamorous makeup, pulling and squeezing each other into a ball. She didn't need any hints from a woman's intuition at all, and these women obviously wouldn't be the type of good family women. Liu's heart suddenly sank, and she felt an indescribable and uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She looked up and found that there were significantly more women around her than men, and the outfits of these women were two completely different styles. One is a colorful/beautiful light gauze dress, which can be almost equivalent to the one not worn, and the other is dressed similarly to the maid of a wealthy family. Seeing this, Liu really couldn't help but wonder what kind of place this group of wooden buildings was burning in the fire. The horse resolutely refused to take another step forward. Liu simply turned over and dismounted, and moved a little closer. Facing her was a rolling heat wave, and thick smoke billowed into the sky, like a monster that had escaped from its cage, baring its teeth and claws. Zhao Ho hurriedly stopped in front of Liu. "Madam can't go any further." Xiao/Li's face reflected the fire, and her expression was unclear. Liu raised her head and glanced at Zhao Ho. "I'm not stupid, I just want to see clearly." Her voice sounded quite calm. But the calmer she is, the more worrying she is. Zhao Ho was like a big mountain, unshakable. "Madam, please step back a little and take care of yourself. The young Master Ji is a natural person, and there will definitely be no problems." Liu's gaze crossed Zhao Ho, landed behind him, stared at him for a long time, and after a while, Yu sighed, slowly took a few steps back, and waved to the little servant. "Come here, tell me, what's going on?" The little servant pulled his sleeve and wiped his face, sobbing, "We usually just follow and serve, and we don't know anything about it. Today is the same." The young master went to the tea house for most of the day and met a few people, but he didn't ask us to serve in front of him, and we don't know what the young master talked about with those people. Later, here it was again. There are big rules here, and we servants can only wait outside. Later, somehow the water suddenly ran out inside, and the fire became bigger and bigger, and I saw that the situation was not good, so I hurried back to report the news. Liu instantly entered a state of speechlessness. Well, this is indeed the style of a gentleman. It is she who thinks so beautifully that she dares to expect to ask something from the mouth of a little servant. It's normal not to be able to ask, but it is called a ghost if you can ask. Liu didn't know how many times she had sighed. She turned her head to look at the sea of fire, looked at it, and she suddenly smiled. This is a helpless smile, and it is also a smile that hates iron and steel. "I told him not to come, don't come." But he didn't listen. This is good, life and death are unknown. This fire burned from night to dawn. The entire complex was completely destroyed. From dawn to night, all those who died unjustly inside were searched and rescued. To live is to see people, and to die to see corpses. Liu rejected Zhao Ho's proposal, mustered up the courage, and took a look at them one by one. Most of those bodies had been burned to the ground, but they could barely be identified. The scene was already crying, but Liu did not see the figure of Junzi Qi among those people. But she was not relieved by this. On the contrary, her mood, at this moment, had completely fallen to a trough. The last few corpses remained, and when they were carried out of the fire, they were all charred and pitch black, and it was impossible to tell who they were when they were alive. Liu naturally didn't want to see such a scene with her own eyes, but she had persisted until now, so how could she give up all her previous efforts? After being rejected, Zhao Ho, who had always been silent, stopped Liu again. "Madam, I'll go." Liu closed her eyes for a while and shook her head. "No, I won't be willing to go see it in person." The two little guys came together, and next to them, one sniffed, looking like he was about to shed tears again, and the other squatted on the ground and pulled out his hair hard. Zhao Ho glared at the two little servants like a headache, although he didn't say lich, but he couldn't help but step forward, and gave a kick to the stomach of one person's small leg. "Give me a little restraint," deliberately adding blockage to the lady. Liu was not in the mood to deal with others at all. She clenched her clothes with both hands, and step by step, dragged her heavy legs and walked forward. Zhao Ho didn't say a word, and hurriedly followed. Liu gritted his teeth and hurriedly glanced at the charred corpses, but found no clues related to the gentleman's period, so he hurriedly left there. Her patience and restraint finally reached the limit, and she was uncomfortable in her stomach, and after a few steps, she covered her stomach and bent down to vomit. After vomiting, I felt a little more comfortable. Liu wiped her mouth and straightened up. Before she could catch her breath, Zhao Ho suddenly heard a painful and depressed low cry from behind her. "This is the young master's finger." Such a big matter list had been investigated by an official. The one that was burned down was a place for dignitaries and nobles to play. The situation there was very complicated, and the people inside were even more chaotic, not to mention to find out the reason for what happened, just to determine the identity of the deceased. It was not so easy, and some really couldn't identify who was who. There is basically no plan to investigate again, so they just let the body be taken back and buried properly. Of course, Liu insisted on finding out again, but the conditions in this era are really limited, and after there is no way to check, there is basically no reason to talk about it. She refused to accept it, and Zhao Ho and the servants could only think that she was overly sad and took the initiative to resist this burden for her. According to the content in the original work, Junzi still has several years to live. If he has to say, he is now buried in the sea of fire so unclearly, Liu can't believe it. So she felt that everything was wrong. That finger is wrong, isn't it? Just a black and round finger, that is, there is no pattern, and there are no particularly obvious features. Why does it have to be a gentleman's period? And it is not interesting that another person bought the same style. And the corpse is not right. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the size of the gentleman's period, although the degree of fat and thin is similar, but because the double-legs were smashed by the beam that fell in the fire, the position where it was hit also became directly shattered, so it is impossible to be sure whether this corpse is the same height as the gentleman's period. The only question that Liu can't ignore and can't figure out is, if Junzi Qi hadn't died, why didn't he come back? In this world, it is important to be safe in the ground. Even if Liu stubbornly wanted to wait for the gentleman's period to come back in the farmstead, half a month later, she still had to step out of the comfort zone she had drawn for herself, and she could not admit or face it without listening or thinking. Because, Dong's father arrived. Since Liu refused to believe that Junzi Qi was dead and locked himself in the room, Zhao Ho immediately asked someone to write a letter and let the Dong family, who was quick to do it, send it back. Dong's father received the letter and rushed to the imperial capital overnight. But he was an old bone, unable to withstand the bumps on horseback for a long time, so he could only take care of the carriage and travel day and night. When the dusty servants rushed to the farm, Dong father couldn't even bother to drink a sip of tea, and ran to the outside of Li Yu's room anxiously to knock on the door. Yo-yo, open the door, Dad is here. The door opened quickly. Li Yu's state actually looks pretty good, but these days the day and night are a little reversed, so that the eyes are a little blue. She glared at Father Dong in surprise. Why are you here? Rushing for several days in a row, Dong's father's eyes were red, and he became even more red after seeing Li Yu. Son, people can't come back to life after death. Listen to your father's words, and together with your father, take the virtuous son-in-law back, bury him alive, and let him be buried in peace. Li Yu understood instantly. It was clear that someone had gone to Dong's house to make a small report. Dad, she explained helplessly, there must be something wrong here. The gentleman period is not dead, at least he is not dead now, right? Dad also hopes that he is not dead, but you were talking about it, it's been so many days. If he hadn't had an accident, why hadn't he come back? His big family business, just lose it so unclearly. Can he be willing? Li Yu was speechless. In the past few days, she hasn't done anything, she just pondered this issue, and she hasn't been able to figure it out yet. But she still insisted on her opinion. I didn't say that he was going to leave everything behind. Maybe he just encountered something, he was entangled, he couldn't get out, maybe he would come back tomorrow. Such an answer was completely expected by Dong's father, and tears immediately flowed in his red eyes. Son, you can't do this. If you can't think about it, make yourself sick. How can you / mother live in the future? Li Yu was stunned, and after understanding what Dong's father meant, she couldn't laugh or cry. No, I didn't think about it, I wasn't sick, it's good if you don't have it. Dong Dad didn't believe her words at all, and before she could finish speaking, he took out the momentum of the head of the family and said somewhat toughly, it's good if you don't have it, since you can't think about it, then listen to Dad, let's go home. Li Yu closed his mouth, looked at Father Dong silently for a moment, and then looked at the two little servants standing behind Father Dong, as well as Zhao Ho. All of them looked at her with a very worried and sad look, as if they really thought she had gone crazy because she was overly sad. 2 fists are difficult to beat 4 hands, and her mouth alone naturally cannot win the mouths of all of them. That it's not fun. Li Yu easily figured out the stakes, and asked after discussion, if you go back, you can go back, but can you not bring it? Is there a hosting service? If you make a mistake, wouldn't it be? No. These 2 short words, Dong father almost roared out. From leaving to coming back, in fact, it has only been more than a month, but it is strange to say that Li Yu actually has a feeling of time passing and vicissitudes. This feeling just flashed in her heart, and she herself shivered because of the sentimentality at the moment, and quickly pinched it on the back of her hand. Father Dong didn't dare to let Li Yu intervene at all, firstly, for fear of deepening the stilization of this matter to her, and secondly, forget it, there is nothing else at all. If she asked Li Yu to deal with this matter herself, she really planned to find a place to store the coffin and body there, at least, until she could have enough evidence to confirm that Junzi Qi had really left. She would never hold any funeral for him. Dong's father knew Li Yu's temper very well, and how could he dare to hand over this matter to her to deal with? Although he has not yet married a couple, there are no relatives on the side of the gentleman, and after the engagement, they are really good to their Dong family. How can their Dong family be treacherous and not arrange the aftermath for him? Before arriving home, Dong's father sent someone to deliver a letter to Dong's mother. Dong's mother calculated the time and stood at the door early in the morning to wait. After a long journey, the carriage and horses finally stopped at the gate of the Jun's mansion. Dong Li saw that Dong Dad was getting off the horse, and there was only one carriage in the team, so she hurriedly greeted him with the help of a maid. Li Yu happened to lift the curtain at this time, and the mother and daughter looked at each other. As soon as Dong Li saw Li Yu's pale little face, the tears that had just stopped not long ago fell again. She couldn't figure it out. Why is her daughter so miserable? Li Yu frowned, stepped on the pony and got out of the carriage, reached out to hold Dong's mother's arm, just wanted to say something, but suddenly changed his face, hurriedly flashed aside, bent down, and vomited. After vomiting, she turned around and looked. Dong's mother's face was as ugly as if she had seen a ghost. Li Yu wiped her mouth and hurriedly explained, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days, and I've been motion sick. However, the expression on Dong's mother's face did not ease at all because of her explanation. She stepped forward quickly and grabbed Liyu's wrist. "Enter the house with your mother." Liyu was a little surprised by Dong's mother's reaction, but the pain from her wrist made her choose to remain silent. Dong Dad didn't take the opportunity to talk to Dong's mother, and his mouth that had just opened could only be closed angrily, watching the mother and daughter go further and further. Dong Li pulled Liyu, and after entering the mansion, she slowed down and returned all the way back to Jinma Courtyard. She drove away all the maids around her, and led Liu into the door as soon as she stepped into the door, and hurriedly asked, "You, tell your mother the truth, are you pregnant?" Liu knew why Dong's mother was so nervous. She breathed a sigh of relief, patted her heart and replied, "No, how is that possible? It's really motion sickness, just take a break." "You're still lying to your mother. You really don't know that you and he have already consummated their marriage?" "No, I didn't want to lie to you." Liu looked away and scratched the tip of her nose. "Aren't you stupid, you?" Dongli was so angry that she poked Liu's head back. "What about after the consummation of the marriage? Did he give you a soup to avoid children? You have a big belly before you get married, and he doesn't even think about your reputation?" This time, Liu chose to remain silent. "If you tell Dong's mother at this time that the gentleman is in a hurry to get married, he is worried that it will not look good in the sedan chair with a big belly, will it add fuel to the fire?" When Dongli saw her like this, what else did she not understand? Sighing heavily, she turned around and was about to walk out again. "Rest, mother will go find you a doctor. It also works, let's go." After all, Dong's mother is a person who has been here, and she is so nervous that Liu has no bottom in her heart. Counting up, when she and Junzi were together, unless they were physically inconvenient, they would have to do it 2 or 3 times a day. As long as both of them had no physical problems, they should be able to conceive a child. The reason why she was so sure that she was not pregnant just now was because she accompanied Junzi to the imperial capital for a few days, and she hurried every day. Then how strong her physical fitness is, so it is obvious that the possibility of pregnancy is very low. But no matter what she thinks, it won't hurt to invite a doctor to take a look. There are too many things in her mind during this time. She can't remember the last time her relatives came. It seems that a few days have passed, and she is indeed not feeling well in the past 2 days, but don't have any other problems. Dong's mother went out and quietly invited the doctor back. The doctor gave Liu a pulse. "Hey, it's really pregnant." Liu was stunned on the spot. "It's a very strange feeling. Of course, there will be a little joy, but more, in fact, it is still unrealistic and unreal." She sat on the chair in a daze, but Dong's mother's heart was already full of sorrow. Hiding from Liu, after Dongli sent the doctor out, she quietly stopped him. After a long time, Dong's mother returned to the room. At this time, Liu had almost eased up, with a shallow smile on her face, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly lovely. Dongli sat down next to Liu and began to wipe her tears. Liu was slightly startled, and silently put down the pen. "This is a happy event, why did you cry again?" Dong's mother was teary-eyed. She put her hands on Liu's little hand and held it hard. "You, listen to your mother, we don't want this child, okay?" Liu blinked her eyes slowly, and her voice was soft. "Why, doesn't it mean that only children are reliable? Is it better to have a few more, right?" But, Dong's mother sighed anxiously, and the fingertips holding Liu's palm tightened involuntarily. "This child, it's not the right time to come. It hurts a little to be pinched." "And how can such a statement sound so uncomfortable?" Liu silently withdrew her hand from Dong's mother's palm. Her dark eyes looked at her quietly, and she didn't speak. Dongli didn't seem to care about Liu's small move, so she patted the table hurriedly and lightly with her backhand. "This child is not born yet, his father is gone, you are only 17, there is still a long way to go, there is no support, how will you live your life as an orphan and widow in the future?" Liu subconsciously flattened her mouth. "You can live as you want, without a man, life can't be lived. There is no man in a family, it's like there is no sky above your head, no one is in charge for you, no one supports you, anyone can step on you. Such a day, let alone a lifetime, just your strong temperament, even if it's just a year or 2, you can't live it." Liu lowered her eyes. Her eyes fell on the paper in front of her that had just written a few lines, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Dong's mother is still bitter. Mother has asked for you, now the child is still young, even if you don't want it, it will not cause lich damage to your body, mother will do a good confinement for you, and when you get married in the future, there will be more children. But if you insist on keeping this child, which man is willing to marry you? Mother, Liu said calmly, I have to confess something to you. Dongli took a breath and poured herself a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. Tell me, mother, listen. Liu really didn't beat around the bush at all, and said bluntly, if it weren't for the gentleman's period, I might not have had children at all in my life, right? Double quotation mark. Yes, Shunshu is not good, he is addicted to gambling, if you married him at the beginning, you might have a hard life, but you won't have children. Dongli began to be sad again when she said this, beating her heart gently, and her tone was choked. I thought you left Shunshu, you left the tiger's mouth, but I didn't expect to jump into the fire pit again. Liu frowned, Shunshu and I are fake, right? Double quotation mark. What? Dong's mother almost couldn't lift it in one breath, and even suspected that something was wrong with her ears. Fake? Liu was serious and nodded heavily. That's right, my promise to marry Shunshu is fake, because I don't want to get married at all, so I deliberately found Shunshu to deceive you, and by the way, I fooled the official media, right? Double quotation mark. Fake? Is it really fake? Fake, really fake. Shunshu knows it too? Of course he knows, after all, marriage is not child's play, and if he doesn't agree, I can't delay other people's happiness. Dong's mother was angry, slapped the table, and stood up suddenly. You also know that marriage is not child's play, so you dare to partner with him to deceive us? Liu raised her head and looked into Dong's mother's eyes calmly. I don't want to quarrel now, can you calm down first and listen to me finish me? Dong's mother sat down angrily, although her mouth was tightly closed, but looking into Liu's eyes, she could breathe fire. In the 4 years of the Dong family, Liu was the first time she had seen her so angry, and even when Dong's father proposed to buy a concubine back, she was never so angry. Liu knew how angry Dongli was with her now, in fact, how lit she felt sorry for her, but her life, the path she would take in the future, she asked herself that she could never leave it to others to decide, whether it was her parents in the previous life, or in this life, it was not possible. I said, I like the gentleman's period quite a bit, and I am willing to have this child. The palm of his hand unconsciously fell on his lower abdomen, and Liu's expression was soft and with a shallow smile. He is so good-looking, this child will definitely be very beautiful when he grows up. The so-called wedding ceremony seems to me to be just some useless red tape, whether it is the same or not, and it will not have any impact on the life I want. As for the marriage certificate, we already have it, so there will be no more trouble on the official media's side. Whether he is really gone during the gentleman's period, or if he is still alive, but he will never come back, I don't need to marry again. I have money, and I have children, isn't it bad to be free and have someone to accompany me? Why do you have to find a man to come back and block yourself? However, in the eyes of outsiders, you are not only giving birth to children out of wedlock, but you also killed your fiancé before getting married, and when the time comes, you can drown you just by the spitting stars of those people. If Liu was willing, she could hold on to this topic and quarrel with Dong's mother until the next morning. First of all, she always thought that the gentleman was not dead, and there must be a misunderstanding in this, because they refused to believe her. It must be said here that she really began to miss the scientific and technological means of her previous life, as well as the freedom of her previous life. Secondly, even if the gentleman's period really has 3 longs and 2 shorts, why is it that she killed people? Of course, she also understood that Dong's mother's worries were not unreasonable, and according to the degree of ignorance in this world, more exaggerated and worse rumors may pop up, so she decided after a long silence. Liu's attitude softened. Can you give me a few days to think about it? Dong's mother didn't dare to push her too hard, since she had let go, it meant that her suggestion should have been listened to at least. Nodded, and Dong's mother told her uneasily, but, you have to hurry, the doctor said that the smaller the month, the less damage to the body, right? Double quotation mark. Don't worry, Liu showed a well-behaved and obedient look, I know it in my heart. The funeral was all taken care of by Dong's father. In less than a year, the money that Junzi gave to the Dong family was enough for their big family to live a stable and prosperous life. If he couldn't do this, he couldn't be at ease with his own psychology. Because Liu was pregnant, she couldn't go according to the rules, so she could only stay in the house. At this time, 5 or 6 days had passed since Dong's mother asked her to give up the child in her belly. The servants in the house asked her to arrange for her to send off the last journey. Although it is not certain who the person lying in the coffin is, it can also be regarded as a good deed, and good deeds will be rewarded. Holding the letter that had been written a long time ago, he deliberately took a vase and pressed it, and placed it in the most conspicuous position. Liu took her little baggage and left this, and she and Junzi Qi lived together for more than half a year in the yard. In addition to those for the Dong family, there are many things that Junzi gave to Liu alone, but she has been preparing for the final end, and the valuable items belonging to her have already been properly arranged outside, so her departure at this time can be so dashing, so that there will be no panic or improper arrangement. As for these family properties of the gentleman's period, they are not hers, she doesn't occupy them, and she doesn't care. Since he doesn't care about himself, he can leave a word, just leave. Of course she can do the same thing. In fact, Liu felt that she was lich stronger than the gentleman's period. Anyway, before she left, she deliberately left a letter. At least it would not make people mistakenly think that she ran to a place where there was no one because she couldn't think about it. Liu packed a small baggage and went into battle lightly, and walked to the gate of the mansion, and suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the door knocker outside. These days, the fact that the Juanfu transported a coffin back has almost spread throughout the city. It's too late for people to walk around the king's mansion, so how could they come knocking on the door at such a time? Liu didn't panic, but paused slightly, blinked his eyes, and stepped forward to open the small door next to the main door. The main entrance was too heavy, and she didn't plan to take risks. As soon as the small door opened, the first thing that came out was a little maid. This little maid was a little familiar. Liu felt as if she had seen it somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. "Ah, it's Mrs. Jun." The little maid turned around and shouted in surprise. Liu raised her eyes and looked behind the little maid, and it turned out to be the beauty in red. The beauty in red is wearing a plain jade green today. "Cousin-in-law, you are the beauty in red," stepped forward with the help of the maid, her eyebrows and eyes shining, and I felt sorry for her. Liu couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Compared with herself, the beauty in front of her was more like a woman who had just lost her husband. "I'm going to stay at my parents' house for a few days." Her eyebrows and eyes also became sad. Also, the beauty in red frowned as if she felt empathy. "At this time, it is better to have relatives to accompany you. It stands to reason that the beauty in red is a gentleman's cousin, and on the day of the funeral, she should be notified in advance." But she was fake in the end, and Liu didn't think it was a funeral of a gentleman, so when Dong's father asked, Liu didn't say anything, and Dong's father naturally didn't inform anyone. In this regard, Liu and the beauty in red were tacitly aware of this, and no one mentioned it. "I have something in my heart, I want to tell my cousin. Can I go in and sit for a while? There is no one at home to serve, so it's better for us to talk somewhere." "It's okay. Out of the alley, there is a tea house not far away." Liu went in with the beauty in red, asked for some refreshments, and asked the maid to guard the door and close the door to talk. "I like the young master." As soon as the beauty in red spoke, the appearance I had before was gone. It can be seen that he is also a superb acting actor. Liu took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, raised his eyes to look at the opposite side. His expression was calm, his eyes were not waves, and he didn't look surprised at all. "I know." She spoke lightly, and the corners of her lips even curled up slightly. "He's really charming, isn't he? It's too difficult to be rich and beautiful, and maybe most women can't do it." The beauty in red stared at Liu's eyes, as if trying to figure out her true intentions hidden under this appearance. "I don't mean anything else, it's just that this sentence has been in my heart for a long time, and I really want to say it." Right? Double quotation mark. You know, liking someone should be a very personal thing. The smile on Liu's face was even softer. "In other words, if you like him, it has nothing to do with him, and there is no need to come to me to talk about it." Right? Double quotation mark. But I envy you. This one Liu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Even now, you are still envious, right? Double quotation mark. Envy. The beauty in red bit her lip gently, her eyes were indeed a little moved, but the jealousy was also more obvious. At least you once had him, right? Double quotation mark. If you're talking about the person who owns him, Liu flattened her lips without comment. Maybe, right? Double quotation mark. Not only his people. The beauty in red lowered her long eyelashes, her eyes full of unwillingness, and his heart. Liu glanced at the beauty in red, her eyes were clear and indifferent, like autumn rain, with a hint of chill. I wouldn't have told you. The young master doesn't have to tell me this, because, the beauty in red shook her head gently, a pair of beautiful eyes like a deep pool of autumn. In the deepest part, there was a secret that had been hidden for a long time. I have seen it with my own eyes. The beauty in red was once a little poor child. Because of the poverty of the family, after the death of his father, not only did he have no money to bury him, but his former creditors also came to the door. At that time, she lacked food and clothing since she was a child, and she was not much better than the beggars on the roadside, so her mother was reluctant to give up her younger siblings, so she picked her alone, inserted a straw, and pushed her to the street to sell/bury her father. It was Junzi Qi who bought her, gave her food and clothing, and arranged for someone to teach her piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and cultivated her to become what she is now, like a different person from the inside out. It can be said that the 2 years of being taught by Junzi Qi's side were the hardest but also the happiest time in her life. However, the appearance is easy to change, but the inner temperament is not so easy to change. In order to get rid of the poor sour smell that could not be washed away from her body, Junzi Qi often took her out to see the world. It was during that time that the beauty in red discovered that they could often meet Liu. Of course, Liu never found out that they were looking at her. Since then, the beauty in red has known. Junzi has a person in his heart. On the street, pedestrians were in 2s and 3s, and occasionally the shouting of vendors swayed past the windows. In the room, there was a faint fragrance wafting on the tea bowl, and Liu quietly listened to those old things. Finally, the pleasant voice stopped, and the beauty in red took a sip of tea, picked up another piece of sweet and soft pastry, brought it to her mouth, and took a bite gently. The room was quiet. After a while, Liu regained her voice. He uses you, don't you hate him? The beauty in red was slightly startled, as if she didn't expect that Liu would actually ask this. I don't hate it, she laughed, her eyebrows, eyes and lips curled up in a charming arc. If it had been bought by someone else, I don't know if I would still be able to sit here alive. In addition to liking him, I am grateful to him. Without him, how could I be Mrs. Chen and enjoy this fine clothes and food? Besides, there is only a limit to what I can help the young master, but I just occasionally send messages and blow the pillow wind. Tapping her fingertips on the table, Liu stared at the beauty in red. The emotions in her eyes were vague, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. The beauty in red can help Junzi do more than that, but it's actually good that she can think like this. At the end, Liu hooked her lips. That's what you said. Everything I wanted to say was said. The beauty in red had no idea of staying any longer. Liu asked her to leave first, and she sat for a while, waiting until her mind was completely calm, and then she slowly got up holding the edge of the table. 4 years. For 4 whole years, he had been secretly watching her. Then everything makes sense. Why is it so coincidental? On the day she met Shinshu, he suddenly appeared. In this way, he may really like her, and even, he likes her much more than she likes him. What a pity. His whereabouts are unknown now. Such a liking not only did not make her happy, but even made her a little more uncomfortable. Liu didn't want to stay in this city for a quarter of an hour, so she picked up her little baggage, walked out of the tea house, hired a carriage, and left. Everything was silent, and the dark night was dotted with dim stars. Ghost, a tragic cry alarmed the entire Dong family. The gentleman's period was dusty, the hair on his forehead was scattered, and his eyebrows and eyes were lightly covered, and his jade-like face looked unpredictable. Dong's father was stunned and greatly frightened. It was clear that the burial was only done during the day, but why did it suddenly appear again at night? But he was clearly panting, and he had just beaten the first servant in the family who was shouting and screaming, so the fear in his heart was still suppressed by more surprise, and Dong's father trembled and said, "Are you really not dead?" Junzi Qi Xuani jade hairpin, his face became more and more cold, and his fierce momentum became more and more compelling, the kind that could make people breathless just by looking at him one more time. In this oolong, although he himself was responsible, he was buried for no reason, and no one could have a good face. "Yes, I'm living well, but I came back a little late because I was stumbled up by something." He lost his temperament, and the originally clear tone was like the wind blowing in the cold winter at this moment, making people feel cold all over their bodies. "That's what you said too." Dong's father shivered subconsciously, and the level of shock was uncontrollably rising, but at that time, we all thought she was overly sad and talking nonsense. Junzi Qi was silent, his eyes were slightly lowered, and his expression was unclear. "What's going on with the finger?" "Zhao Ho found your finger on the corpse." Father Dong's eyes fell on the fingertips of the gentleman's period, and his eyes instantly widened. "Where is your finger?" Right double quotation mark. "This matter is a long story, you look at this first." The gentleman said this impatiently now, pulling out a folded letter from his belt. Dong's father knew at a glance that it was written by Liu, and she liked to use this kind of patterned paper the most. He hurriedly snatched the letter from Junzi Qi's hand and looked at it. "In the past few years, I have had a very happy life, thank you. But the next road, I have to go alone. You don't have to look for me, and you don't have to worry. I didn't leave because the gentleman's period is gone, and I feel sad. It's just that the world is so big, I want to see it. You know, I'm very good at taking care of myself. I'll just get better and better, and I will never waste my life. If Junki comes back, please tell him that I am going to find my own happiness. Let him do whatever he should do." "Oh, right. I just deliberately didn't leave him a note. What he can do, I can too. At last. Take care and love you forever." "What do you mean?" Father Dong had completely lost the ability to manage his expressions, and his whole face looked very strange. "Is she running away from home?" Junzi Qi didn't want to answer, pinched his eyebrows with a deep headache, and asked, "What's wrong with her lately?" Father Dong looked at Junzi Qi, looked down at the letter, and then raised his head to look at Junzi Qi, with a blank face. "No, except for not believing that something happened to you, I think she is fine elsewhere." Right double quotation mark. "No, she's not good." Dong's mother, who had always been hiding behind Dong's father and didn't speak, opened her mouth gently, and her voice was trembling. Father Dong turned his head and glanced at Dong's mother. "No, I don't think she is quite." Dong's mother's whole body began to tremble, she couldn't stand at all, staggered a few steps, and fell on the chair. "Yuyo, she is pregnant." In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Both Junki and Dong's father need time to digest the news. Dong's father's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were staring as if they were about to fall out. It's not that he doesn't believe that Liu will be pregnant, but he can't believe that Dong Li will actually hide it from him for such a big thing. Junzi Qi's mood was much more complicated than that of Dong's father. Joy, surprise, regret, self-blame, all kinds of things, like a mess, and he was trapped in this mess, unable to get free. In the end, it was Father Dong who regained his voice first. "Really?" Dong's mother closed her eyes tightly, tears on her cheeks, her arms rested on the table to support her forehead, and she nodded difficultly. Dong's father was anxious, and his temper became irritable, stomping his feet, putting one hand behind his back, and pointing at Dong's mother with the other. "Then if she is pregnant, why did she run away from home? Shouldn't you raise your baby at home?" "Because," Dong's mother cried bitterly and couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. "Because I forced you to give up this child." The room was suddenly quiet again. The old Dong family's 3 generations of single inheritance, to Dong's father's generation, a little better, but only 1 son and 1 daughter, or after several years, I don't know how many incense sticks were put on and how many heads were kowtowed to the bodhisattva, before they finally begged for it, plus the child in the concubine's belly not long ago was gone because of a slip while taking a bath, and the father Dong, who was hit, attaches great importance to the child at this moment. Even if it is a grandson, it can be said that Dong's mother's move is no less than stabbing Dong's father in the heart. Dong's father was so angry that he burst into tears, pointing at Dong's mother's hand and shaking. You are really confused. The pain in Dong's mother's heart was no less than that of Dong's father, and she wiped her tears and cried, then don't I know that he is not dead yet? We are still so young, and we will get married in the future. What should we do with a child? Who wants her? Junzi Qi stood aside, quietly watching Dong's father and Dong's mother make noise. The coldness in his eyes became thicker and heavier, and his eyebrows and eyes were stained with blades and swords, and he really had a murderous heart. It's a pity, but these two are his children's parents. I have long wanted to try the days of small bridges and flowing water, and after leaving the Dong family, Liu settled in a small town known as a water town. At this time, it was already August. The summer wind is as hot as flowing fire. Liu held her 4-month-old belly, holding an umbrella, shielding the hot light, shaking a fan, slowly walked out of the small courtyard with white walls and green tiles, followed the bluestone street to the bridge, and got on the whooping boat that had been waiting here. The black canopy boat swayed and swayed on the turquoise water, and today it was time to go to the garden to listen to the lizik. Calculate the time. This child should have been left the night before the accident of the gentleman's period. Usually 2 or 3 times a day can't be one, but that night once won't be one, probably. This is called fate. Since she knew that she was pregnant, Liu not only deliberately found this small town with beautiful mountains and rivers to live in, but also paid special attention to prenatal education. Poetry and painting, listening to lizik and dancing, reading and writing, going to scenic places to breathe more fresh air, changing patterns every day to eat vegetables and fruits, of course. Did not forget to eat more meat to supplement nutrition. The conditions of this era are limited. What she can think of, what is convenient to do, that's all. In the garden, a singer, a pipa, and a few minor tunes of Wunong's soft words were enough for her to spend half a day of kung fu in this hot summer. Isn't it said that lizik can promote fetal brain development? This kind of folk tune is already the most suitable lizik she can find for prenatal education. She went to listen to the song almost every 2 days, and the store counted the days, and when the time came, they reserved a place for her. The elegant room on the 2nd floor, looking down from above, will be facing the stage. Liu likes to watch the singer's dexterous fingertips when plucking the pipa, and you can be fascinated by it. Next to him, there was suddenly another person. Quietly, there was not even a sound of footsteps when I came in. Liu turned her head in surprise and was slightly startled. The person across the table was dressed in white and had black hair, handsome eyebrows and eyes, and a face like a bright moon. After not seeing each other for several months, he seemed to be a little colder than before. Junzi Qi sat on the chair across the table from Liu, with a handsome posture. He actually regarded Liu as heir, didn't even say hello, came in and sat down, with dark eyes, focused and serious, looking at the singer downstairs who was plucking the pipa. Liu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and couldn't help but complain in her heart, why is this person still so domineering? She didn't speak, didn't look away, just looked at him quietly, and looked at him for a long time. After a long time, Junzi Qi finally seemed to be aware of something, turned his face, and his thin lips like cherry blossom petals hooked slightly. Sing well. After listening to this song, let's go home. He is so good-looking, and his expressionless and cold appearance can make people's hearts flutter, and at this moment, when he smiles slightly, the corners of his eyebrows and eyes are dyed with smiles, which is even more irresistible. For a moment, Liu suddenly had an illusion. It was as if the months of his disappearance in her life had never existed, as if it had just been separated in the morning, and at noon he came to pick her up. But the illusion is an illusion, like a flash in the pan, like a meteor is fleeting, and the illusion is said to be gone. She looked at him quietly for a while, smiled with a crooked smile, stuffed a grape into her mouth, turned her head, and fell her gaze on the singer again. Junzi Qi's expression remained unchanged, but his heart paused inexplicably. Before coming, he thought about how she might react. He thought she would lose her temper, he thought she would cry with him, but he never thought that she would be like this, quietly staring at the broken hair beside her ear for a while. Junzi Qi put away his thoughts and set his eyes downstairs again, but he didn't look at the singer, his gaze was empty. The sky is blue and high, the summer light makes people a little unable to open their eyes, and the air is hot. Liu opened her umbrella, waved the fan, and slowly walked out of the shadow under the eaves into the bright sunshine. The number of guests in the garden gradually increased, in twos and threes, calling for friends, and sure enough, there were still fewer people who loved to listen to music, and more people who loved to listen to stories. For listening to books, Liu doesn't love it. She always predicts what will happen in the future and listens to the next breakdown. Just like the reason why she didn't like to chase dramas in her previous life, she really didn't have the patience to wait every day. Walking out against the flow of people, the summer wind blew the dark green leaves and rustled. The gentleman Qi quietly accompanied Liu. One was delicate and lovely, the other was handsome, such a pair of beautiful people. Wherever they went, they were eye-catching. Not a few steps away from the garden, a big man on the side of the road shook a banana fan and opened his voice. "This young master, buy a melon for your wife to eat. On this hot day, there is still a small one in your stomach. You have to be careful, don't get hot," this voice shouted, and more people around him looked over. Liu's small/face, which was originally puffy because of body heat, became reddish/moist in an instant. If he had been in his temperament before the gentleman's period, he wouldn't have paid attention to the old man selling melons at all. But this time it was a little unexpected for Liu. He actually smiled, nodded, and walked to the melon stall. There were a lot of watermelons that had been cut into slices on the melon stall, and he couldn't look at them, pointing to a pile of big watermelons next to him that looked quite fresh, and said loudly, "Pick a sweet one for me, right?" "That's for sure, my melon, it's sweet or not for money." The old man selling melons inserted the banana fan into his back belt, bent down, picked up the melon and patted it, put it down, picked up the melon and patted it again, and nodded in satisfaction. "That's it." Shazhen's Junzi Qi nodded slightly and paid directly. "Borrow a knife to use." Old man selling melons, huh? Liu stood aside with an umbrella, the fan in her hand slowly shook, the corners of her lips hooked slightly, watching Junzi Qi carefully wash the watermelon knife and watermelon, everything in half, only half of the melon, and cut the melon pulp inside into perfect small cubes. He took out a wooden hairpin from his arms. The hairpin is finely carved and uniquely shaped, and it looks like a lot of thought has been put into it. Junzi Qi wiped the wooden hairpin clean with a handkerchief, inserted a piece of watermelon, and sent it to Liu's mouth with his own hands. Liu lowered her eyes and looked at the wooden hairpin, and the smile on her lips was deeper. "This fruit fork is a bit high-end." She was not polite, and opened her mouth to eat the watermelon. "Sweet? Sweet." Junzi Qi immediately turned around and said to the old man selling melons, "I want all these melons, and someone will come to pick them up later." The old man selling melons immediately smiled and agreed again and again. The sun was climbing higher and higher in the sky, and it was almost time to go back to lunch. Liu waved her fan and walked to the bridge. Her home was not far from here. She got on the black canopy boat, shook the oars and rowed over, and it only took about 20 minutes. Junzi was waiting beside him, holding half a watermelon in his hand, and fed it to her mouth as he walked. Liu unceremoniously accepted them all. On this hot day, isn't it harder than him to hold on to her stomach, and it is appropriate to eat some watermelon from him. When the black canopy boat was halfway through, Liu shook her head and didn't want to eat. Although pregnant women should eat more fresh fruits and vegetables, they have to pay attention to everything, and it is not good to exceed this degree. Junzi carefully wiped the wooden hairpin clean, and said softly in her ear, "Don't move, right?" Huh? Liu was stunned, and the warm wooden hairpin was gently inserted between her hair. He leaned back slightly, and his eyes were full of warmth when he looked at her, which was higher than the temperature of the sun outside. "It's very beautiful." Liu hooked her lips and smiled faintly, without saying a word. After getting off the boat, she didn't avoid him and went straight home. It's useless to avoid it. According to his temperament, I'm afraid he would have inquired about her residence long ago. A small and exquisite yard, with lounge chairs and small square tables under the big banyan trees, the kitchen facing north, and 3 neat and beautiful tiled houses in the center of the yard. Liu lived alone, and asked Aunt Zhao and her son to help, not at home, come in the morning and leave at night. Aunt Zhao is responsible for helping her cook, just clean in her spare time. Aunt Zhao's son comes and goes every other day to help do some physical work, and there are often men in and out of the house, which is also good to dispel some people's superfluous thoughts. When I got home, the fried noodles were ready. This is what Liu suddenly wanted to eat this morning, so she specially asked her to prepare it. I still remember that on the night of the gentleman's accident, she also made fried noodles. I didn't expect that when we met again, it would still be fried noodles. Fate is really wonderful. Liu went to the kitchen to ask Aunt Zhao to prepare more cold noodles and cold dishes. Only then did he shake his fan and came out again, glancing at the handsome figure standing in the courtyard, his voice clear. "You can do whatever you want, I won't greet you. I have been outside all morning, and I am a little tired." Aunt Zhao's cooking skills are good, but no matter how good she is, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. When the weather is hot, they cook one meal at a time, and they don't dare to buy more vegetables. At this moment, he quickly took off his apron and hurriedly went out to the street. Junzi Qi stood under the bright sun, his eyebrows became clearer and clearer, his hands were behind him, he looked at her, his eyes were black and bright, containing fine light. "My own family, why are you so polite?" Frankly speaking, until this moment, looking at her always gentle and smiling face, he was still very uneasy in his heart, and it could even be said that he was uneasy. Her reaction, "It's too wrong." Liu smiled with her eyebrows and eyes, looking like she agreed with what he just meant, but she didn't take his stubble, turned around and leaned down on the recliner. The sun shone through the branches and leaves, and the mottled light and shadow fell on her body, and the breeze was gentle. Gently touching her belly, which had been rounded, she suddenly felt that her other hand was a little itchy. When she looked down, it turned out to be a small ant crawling on the back of her hand. That day, I also made fried noodles. She watched the little ant spinning on the back of her hand. "It's super good, it tastes great, I'm eating it all by myself." There are also cucumbers, jelly, sour radish and dry cut beef, all of which are not eaten, which is a pity to waste. The little black ant finally found the right direction and quickly drilled into her cuffs. Liu gently shook her arm and shook the little ant off. "Eat more today and make up for that day." She said so many words, and there was not a single word of complaint in the sentence, but Junzi Qi clearly heard the grievances and dissatisfaction in her heart. Junzi Qi walked to Liu's side, looked down at the wooden hairpin stuck in her bun, looked helpless, his hands behind him slowly hung down, and he gently rubbed her forehead. "This time I didn't think it through, and something happened to make these troubles. Next time it won't be, don't be angry, it's not good for the child." His figure was already slender and tall, and he was so close at the moment, although he said an apology, but he probably didn't know that the invisible pressure he brought to her made her feel very uncomfortable. Liu supported the armrest of the recliner with one hand, hugged her stomach, and stood up slowly. She raised her eyes to look at him, obviously with a bright smile, but she saw that Junzi Qi's heart was cold. "Don't say that, you're not out to play, you have something to do." As the words fell, Liu bypassed Junzi Qi's side, and just took a step out, and suddenly he grabbed his wrist. The slender fingers clasped on her wrist, neither light nor heavy, which did not make her feel uncomfortable, but it was not so easy for her to break free. His thumb gently rubbed against her skin, and there was a deep helplessness in his low magnetic voice. "How can I make you depressed?" "Itchy, really good / itchy." Liu smiled even more, but unlike before, this time her smile was sincere. "Can you let go first? It's very itchy, I'm afraid that if I laugh too loudly, I'll get angry." Junzi Qi was suddenly startled. "Laughter can also move fetal gas, right?" "I don't know, I haven't tried it yet." Liu's eyes widened and she replied seriously, "Do you want me to try it?" They all had a tacit understanding and didn't talk about unpleasant things. The small courtyard quickly became lively. Aunt Zhao came back from shopping for vegetables, and all the melons that Junki had previously set were also sent, occupying all the shady places in the corner of the kitchen. Liu deliberately paid attention to the two people who sent the watermelon. They were completely new faces, not people from the original Jun's mansion. She paid attention to it, but she didn't think else at all. For the gentleman's period, Liu has lost the idea of curiosity. At lunchtime, Liu was still tired by the watermelon in the lead, and the fried noodles that she wanted to eat in the morning seemed to be a little less flavorful, and she picked up the sour and spicy cold dishes and ate a few bites, and she felt full. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked opposite with her chin. After a few months of not seeing him, his movements when eating were still so elegant, his eyebrows and eyes were clear, he held noodles, chopsticks, and sent them to his mouth unhurriedly, and his lips/petals like cherry blossom petals were spicy and brighter. Looking around, Liu found that she missed the taste of those lips very lich today. The appetite of the gentleman period is a little scary. Not to mention that he finished eating, he also brought the remaining bowl in front of Liu. Liu kindly reminded, "I've eaten it all, if you're not full, there are still more in the kitchen." Junzi Qi responded lightly and counted as an answer, lowered his head and took a bite of the remaining fried noodles in her bowl before speaking again, "I'll add it later in the kitchen, it won't be wasted." Liu quieted down, silently watched him finish her remaining fried noodles, got up and walked into the kitchen, and brought the remaining cold noodles, along with the remaining fried sauce, into the side hall. "Aunt Zhao is a real person." Liu asked her to prepare more cold noodles, and she really prepared more, at least the weight of 3 people. If it weren't for the lack of time, Aunt Zhao might have made a few more servings of fried sauce. Not only fried noodles, but also 2 meat and 2 vegetarian dishes with a total of 4 plates of cold dishes. In Liu's slightly optimistic eyes, Junzi Qi really ate all these things on the table. Aunt Zhao had long been interesting, and before they ate, she used the excuse that there was something at home to avoid. Seeing that Junzi Qi finished eating, he stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and began to clean up the dishes and chopsticks on the table. Liu was not even the slightest surprised. He can do whatever he wants, no matter what he does. Liu rinsed his mouth, then fetched a basin of warm water and brought it back to the bedroom. The weather is so hot, if you don't scrub your body, how can she rest in the afternoon? Just as he took off his light coat, the door was knocked gently. "Who?" "Me." Liu looked at the door and thought for 3 seconds, put the thin shirt in his hand on the shelf, and then went to open the door. "Is there anything else? I'm going to take a nap." Her face was already tired, she held her bulging belly in both hands, and her petite and soft appearance was very cute. "I'll accompany you." Junzi Qi held her hand and gently squeezed it in his palm. "I miss you very lich." Although the tone is light, it has a different taste. Liu's gaze was a little wandering for a moment, and then he lowered his eyes very quickly, turned sideways, and led him into the house. As soon as Junzi entered the door, he saw the copper basin resting on the dresser, and he knew it in his heart. Gently holding Liu's back, she sat down on the edge of the bed, her slender and tall figure suddenly became shorter. Liu lowered her eyebrows and saw him kneeling on one knee and taking off her embroidered shoes. "Hey," her feet immediately subconsciously retracted, "Don't be like this, I'm not used to it." At the beginning, the two of them had never been like this when they were at their most affectionate, but now that they have been separated for several months, her body is already unfamiliar with him, and she can't accept it. He does this kind of thing for her. "I'm afraid you're squeezing the child." He easily grabbed her bare feet, took off her socks, and put them neatly aside along with her embroidered shoes. "It's said that I'm not used to it, but in fact, I'm still embarrassed to say it." Liu rolled her toes, and her slightly fleshy cheeks were fluffy. Fortunately, Junzi didn't put pressure on her anymore, so he went straight to the dresser, threw the soft cloth into the warm water and soaked it slightly, and then took it out and wrung it out a little. Liu sat on the edge of the bed in an orderly manner, watching him walk towards him, completely subconsciously, shrinking a little inside, and then shrinking a little. "Don't move." He stretched out his long arm to fish her out. "Let me take a good look at you." His movements are obviously fast, but they are very steady, obviously domineering, but it is difficult to ignore his gentleness. After a few months, Liu, who was used to being happy alone, was not used to it, and her waist was hugged, and she couldn't help but lean back, blinking her eyes innocently. "Just look at it, don't do it." He gently and carefully wiped her cheeks, and the soft cloth slowly slid over her eyebrows, brushing her white/tender skin and wiping away the thin sweat on her forehead. As he did this, his eyes were very focused, tracing her silhouette inch by inch, and he didn't even let go of the strands of hair curling next to her ears. He wiped her face clean, then went back to throw the towel back and began to gently wipe her neck. Her coat had long since faded, and he gently and thoughtfully pulled the strands of hair hanging down her shoulders behind him, and massaged her round and petite shoulders with a warm cloth. Liu used great perseverance to barely be able to control the flatness of his breathing. Without paying attention, his fingertips landed on the laces of the skirt in front of her. Liu's brain was hot, and she raised her right arm. I have to wipe my arm too, thank you, right double quotation mark. Okay, he responded softly, holding her arm calmly with his thin Kowloon palm, and gently wiping both arms for her. After wiping, Liu casually pulled out the wooden hairpin between her hair, put it on the pillow, spread all her hair out, and casually smoothed it with her fingers, and then moved into the bed with her stomach. Junzi Qi threw the cloth back into the copper basin, turned around, and saw Liu put down the curtain on the bed. The weather was hot, and the curtains she chose were also light, with a jade-like color, and some shadows in the curtains could be vaguely seen. Liu hid in the curtain, took off her long skirt, and only wore a close-fitting satin dress. Without the cover of the loose skirt, her belly was more obvious. Junzi stood by the dressing table, looking at it from a distance, his eyes becoming softer and softer. Pillows, still too. Liu was lying on one pillow, facing inward, with her eyes closed, but the other pillow was held in her arms, slightly cushioned her stomach. There were gentle footsteps coming to the bedside. Liu opened her eyes. The curtain behind her was also lifted, and a soft cool breeze blew on her body. She turned slightly sideways and turned her head to look. Junzi sat on the edge of the bed, holding a fan in his hand and shaking it gently. Just glanced at it, Liu quickly turned her head and lay down again. Sleep, I'll guard here. His voice was soft and shallow, leaned down, and kissed the curls of hair next to her ear. Liu closed her eyes and did not respond, she just lay there quietly holding the pillow, always uncontrollably remembering that when they once had each other, his breath, his body temperature, and his heartbeat no more than 10 minutes at most. Liu couldn't bear to open her eyes, hugged her stomach, turned over carefully, blushed, hooked the corner of his robe, and littered in a low voice, "Hey, let's do it." The room was silent. Outside the house, the cicadas on the trees are chirping loudly. Junzi tried his best to restrain his emotions, leaned down, leaned over, and the lips of the cherry blossom petals wandered on her cheeks, eyebrows, eyes, and neck. Is that okay? He asked softly, his voice a little hoarse. Will it hurt the child? Liu's small face became more and more red/moist. She could hear that he had already been emotional, but he was afraid of hurting her and the child, so he had been patienting with all his might. In fact, she didn't have patience, but her endurance was not as good as his, and her concentration was even worse than his. It's been the first 3 months, it's lighter, it shouldn't be a big problem. She blinked lightly, her lips were only a breath away from his. I miss your very lich. Probably because of the hormonal changes in her body caused by pregnancy, she even thinks more than usual now, but in this case, she can't say anything even if she dies. He couldn't restrain himself any longer, lay down beside her, carefully avoiding her belly, and hugged her petite into his arms. Will it be too hot? The low magnetic voice leaned against her ear and asked, and the thick palm gently pressed against her bulging belly, and a very strange feeling rose inexplicably in her heart. How can it not be hot? Liu feels like she is about to melt like ice cream. Hurry up, she snuggled up to his heart, frowning uncontrollably, and urging in a low voice. If it weren't for his bulky body, she would even want to knock him down with her teeth and claws. The temperature in the Qingluo tent climbed to the top in an instant, and his kiss fell on her lips like a storm, but his movements were like rain on a spring night, delicate. She responded eagerly, not even satisfied with everything he gave her, but the control of the rhythm had never existed in her palm. In the afternoon, summer is even hotter. The hottest part of the day has passed. Aunt Zhao returned to the yard quietly, and saw that the door on Liu's side was closed, so she didn't dare to go over to disturb her. At the beginning, Liu chose her among several wives because she always only worked and never talked. went into the kitchen to make dinner, and boiled the hot water for bathing at night in advance, then took it to the door and went back to her own house. In the evening, the clouds are beautiful and the wind is very comfortable. Liu and Junzi Qi came out of the room together. He had just crossed the threshold, and the person behind him leaned against the door and said softly, "It's going to get dark, I won't keep you, go back quickly, come over and visit the door when you have time in the future, if you're busy, don't come over." Junzi Qi immediately turned his head, and the shocked look on his handsome face actually made him look a little stupid. The sun is still a little too bright, and the gorgeous clouds on the edge of the sky are particularly magnificent. He looked at her eyebrows carefully. Seeing her smiling gently, she didn't feel reluctant at all. It's all at this time, what else can the gentleman period not understand? Why wasn't she surprised when she saw him? She didn't ask about what happened to him that night, and she didn't even accept that he wanted to admit her mistake. She clearly didn't care about him anymore. The Adam's apple rolled, and Junzi Qi lowered his eyebrows slightly, half hiding the emotions in his eyes. "Are you throwing it away when you run out?" Liu couldn't help but be stunned, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that it does mean something like that. She has gotten rid of the trouble of being assigned by the official media, not only has her own children, but also has enough money in her hands to give her children a happy life. Maybe after the child is born, she can develop her career again, and even just now, he has greatly satisfied her need. However, how could she admit this kind of thing? "Look at what you said, why do you throw it away when you run out? Obviously to help each other. Do you dare to say it? You don't want to?" Liu hooked her lips, gently stroked her stomach, and spoke softly. Junzi Qi frowned, unwilling to let her lie like this, but he couldn't do anything to her. "But you said that you will always be with me where I am in the future. At this time and that, I regret it now." Liu's eyes rolled and she smiled cheekily. "You pretend I never said that sentence." Junzi Qi wanted to say no, but before he could say anything, his hand was pulled over by Liu again. Liu pulled off the wooden hairpin on her head, which she put on her own initiative when she was just combing her hair. She gently put the wooden hairpin into the palm of Junzi Qi, and looked at him with big watery eyes, smiling. "It's not for you, don't think too lich. In fact, I've long wanted to change places and live in a different way. I have been looking forward to such a day for a long time." Junzi suddenly lost his temper. "It's obviously aimed at him, but you don't admit it?" "Oh, I'm really tired today, I want to rest, otherwise I'm afraid it's not good for the child." Liu held the threshold, tilted her head slightly, looking innocent and ignorant. "By the way, when you leave, remember to help me bring the courtyard door, thank you." As long as Junzi is willing, he can have 100 and 1,000 ways to spend it here with Liu. But he was unwilling, or rather, he didn't dare, so he could only follow Liu's wishes and walk out of the courtyard gate in one step and 3 times. Of course, this is only temporary. The sky has just turned white with fish belly. Liu slept soundly. "Catch the thief!" a loud voice suddenly sounded in the yard. That voice is so familiar. If it weren't for Aunt Zhao's son Applejack, who else could it be? Then there was chaos in the yard, and I don't know what was overturned, and there was a dull sound. Liu was awakened, moved out of bed barefoot, and pushed open the window in a wail. In the yard, Applejack covered his right eye and lay on the ground. Junzi Qi stood next to him with his hands behind him, a dark simple robe, and a black belt and tied hair, which was completely different from his elegant outfit yesterday. Liu poked his head out of the window and didn't see Junzi Qi do it, but it was obvious that Applejack's current appearance was inseparable from him. Don't fight, show mercy." She could hear it clearly just now. Applejack was a thief in charge of the gentleman's period, and with the temper of the gentleman's period, it was estimated that he couldn't even punch him. As soon as Liu spoke up, Junzi Qi and Applejack turned their eyes at the same time. However, Applejack's only remaining eye, he couldn't see anything at all, so he was punched again. On the other side, Junzi Qi looked at Applejack's eyes quite fiercely. Looking at it like that, it seemed that a punch was not over, and he had to gouge out his 2 eyeballs to vent his anger. Liu had just gotten out of bed / get out of bed, and hurriedly opened the window, wearing a camisole she made herself. She herself wouldn't think that there was anything she couldn't see in the camisole, and it wasn't that she didn't wear anything, but it was obvious that the gentleman's period could not allow her to be seen by other men. Ouch! Applejack was beaten into a giant panda, but he hadn't forgotten to shout, "Sister, there is a thief!" Hide quickly before the words completely fell. Liu immediately felt bad. Sure enough, in the next second, Junzi Qi took Ajai's collar expressionlessly and dragged the person up again. A chill suddenly jumped up on his back, and Liu slapped the window frame anxiously. "Applejack is Aunt Zhao's son. You injured him. How can I explain to Aunt Zhao when she comes later?" Junzi Qi's fist hurriedly braked the car in the middle of the road, and his eyes with a cold light turned on Liu's nervous face, and his handsome long eyebrows frowned on his forehead. "You call him Ajai?" "It's not a question, it's a complaint, with a sour taste, and accusations." Liu was simply unable to complain, rubbed her temples tiredly, and patiently explained, "I shouted with Aunt Zhao. He is 1 year younger than me, and he calls me sister. If I call him by name, wouldn't it be too unkind?" Was left outside all night, the sky was not yet bright, and he was regarded as a thief, and he was knocked down with a flat pole, although he didn't hit him, but who did this matter? The mood at this time would not be too wonderful. Junzi Qi didn't want to get on the bar with Liu, and he was afraid that she would get angry and be bad to the child in his belly, but he just couldn't help it. "You are not kind to me. Why do you want to be a favor to this kid?" Liu looked directly into Junzi Qi's eyes, and heard the sour taste in his words, and his impatient mood, which was originally a little impatient, gradually eased. "He helps me work, I give him money, that's it, no favors." Applejack's eyes were swollen, although he couldn't see, but his ears were smart. After listening to the conversation between Liu and Junzi Qi, how could he not know that he had misunderstood? However, the sentence "no favor" really made him a little sad. "Sister, can you let me go first?" Ajai gasped, and after being crushed by strength, he didn't dare to break Junki's fingers, so he could only beg for mercy. "I can't breathe." Liu immediately glared at Junzi Qi. "Let go." Junzi Qi snorted softly, let go of his cold eyebrows and cold eyes, and Applejack sat on the ground, coughing and panting. "Come in." While dropping these 2 words, Liu shook her hand, the window slammed shut, and trembled twice. The slender and tall figure came to the door. Liu pulled out the bolt of the door, turned around and left, not even bothering to open the door for him. Junzi Qi pushed open the door, stepped into the house, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Liu standing about 3 meters away, with her belly upright, and her eyebrows tied in a knot on her forehead. "Did you stay in my yard last night?" This is a questioning tone. In fact, Liu has already pondered an 8/9 in his heart. Aunt Zhao never chewed her tongue, and after going back yesterday, she would definitely not tell Applejack about the gentleman's period. Applejack came a little earlier today, which is usually the case. He will fill the water tank before Aunt Zhao comes back from shopping for groceries. Then, it was obvious that Applejack met the gentleman's period in the yard and regarded him as a thief, which led to the next scene. Junzi Qi looked at Liu without blinking, seeing that she was trying to pretend to be strong, but she had a softness that could not be concealed at all, and said slowly, "Well, it's always there, right?" For Liu suddenly covered her mouth, retched, raised her arm, pointed to Junzi Qi, couldn't say anything, hurriedly rushed into the room to hug the copper basin and vomited. Of course, Junki knew that pregnant women would have minor illnesses, but he never knew that when Liu had a minor illness, it would be so scary, and it was completely as if she was going to spit out all her internal organs. He hurriedly went to the table to pour water, then quickly walked behind Liu and gently patted her on the back. "How can it be so serious? I have to ask the doctor to take a look later." Liu's whole head was about to be buried in the basin, waved her hand, touched the belt of the gentleman's period, and simply pushed him with more force. She wanted him to stay away from her, and she didn't want him to see her miserable appearance at the moment. But where could she push the gentleman's period? The soles of her feet seemed to have roots, standing beside her and standing still, and even approached a little more again, and gathered the loose hair behind her with one hand. The pregnancy reaction in the first 3 months was really serious, not to mention vomiting. I could only gnaw dry steamed buns with chili sauce every day. After 3 months, she was fine, although the morning sickness every morning hadn't disappeared, but her appetite became very good, and she ate deliciously, and every once in a while, she didn't stuff something into her stomach, and her heart was empty and hungry. finally survived the daily vomiting. Liu sweated all over and took the water cup from Junzi Qi's hand to rinse his mouth. As soon as she raised her head, she looked tearful. Junzi Qi poured another glass of water and looked at Liu to drink. Put on your clothes, let's go see the doctor. Waving his hand, he took out a sour plum from the snack box and threw it into his mouth. Liu glanced at him strangely. I'm fine, why are you going to see a doctor? He bent his index finger to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and his shallow voice was distressed. It's all vomited like this, can it be considered good, right? ? Are you cursing me? Liu looked away unhappily, raised the back of her hand and rubbed her eyes. Don't try to interrupt, what happened just now is not finished yet. Junzi Qi suddenly closed his mouth, looked at Liu with deep eyes for a long time, and finally sighed faintly. The moment he sat down on the chair, his whole person's spirit seemed to have been drained, and he looked tired and decadent. I didn't want to hide this from you, but now it seems that it is impossible not to say it. Oh? He is preparing confession lenient? Liu remained calm, sat down on the stool with her stomach in her arms, and flicked her fingertips twice on the table. Tell me, I'll listen, right? ? In order to find you, I have lost all my family wealth, and I have nowhere to go except you. Liu had a blank face, and her eyes were calm. Are you teasing me, right? ? I didn't, he sighed again, and even pinched his eyebrows like a headache. I stumbled upon that incident and didn't go back until 2 months later, when you were already gone. The people below rebelled, and the industries in my hands were all destroyed. After I went back, I barely rectified it, but there was a huge sea of people, and it was not easy to talk to you, and I spent all the rest of the money on this. When the words fell, he also let go of the hand that was pinching his eyebrows, and the red mole on his forehead was as bright as fire. Liu quietly watched Junzi Qi be there, talking nonsense. She is on the Dong family's side, but she has eyeliner. Only 3 days after she left, Dong's father and mother handed over all the shops they had bought for her as dowry to Junzi Qi because they had no energy and mood to manage. Although he did not personally participate in the management, he sent someone to each shop. In other words, the time for the gentleman to return is only 3 days later than the day she left. So, is he a fool now? He wants to act, then she will act with him. Anyway, she has been idle lately. The fingertips that gently tapped the table paused suddenly. Liu cleared her throat, and looked at Junzi Qi with a magnifying glass-like scrutinizing eyes. It is said that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Didn't you still have 2 subordinates yesterday, and you bought so many watermelons? Even if your industries are gone, I don't believe it, you don't even have a little money for self-defense around you. At least, you can still survive if the life is simpler, right? Those 2 people were hired temporarily, but they just wanted to save some face in front of you. Junki's tone was light, and he was clearly saying words of good face, but there was no shame on his face after losing face. Liu looked at him silently, and for a while, she didn't know how to answer. As if he wasn't humiliated enough, he continued, the money for watermelon is also on credit. You didn't see that I even took the clothes I wore yesterday, and only this coarse cloth shirt was left. Liu blinked his eyes silently, took a deep breath, and waited for him to finish speaking in one breath. I can now be said to be desperate. If you don't want to take me in, then I can only sleep on the street. Oh, how dare to wait for her here. Subconsciously squinting, Liu smiled awkwardly but politely. Look at what you said. Will I be the kind of ruthless and unrighteous person? Juancho's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he complained in a shallow tone expressionlessly. If you hadn't taken me away yesterday, I wouldn't have to stay overnight on the recliner in the yard. Liu scratched her brows speechlessly and retorted, who told you not to speak clearly yesterday? How did I know you would have no place to live? Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, and the gentleman period already had some meaning of pressing step by step. Then I have made it clear now, will you keep me? Liu bit her lip, pondered slightly for a moment, and gently patted the table. I have a better way than this, you wait. In this world, the conditions are limited, and when Liu hides money, she has to be overly cautious. She never likes large silver bills, and when she puts them at home, she also stuffs some here and there. In front of the gentleman's period, she touched here, searched there, and after a while she turned out a stack of silver bills. I didn't deliberately count it, so I roughly estimated that this stack should have 2 or 3,000 taels. Hey, take it. She generously slapped the silver ticket in front of Junzi Qi. You gave me so much gold, silver and jewelry before, and I exchanged them for silver in batches, just in case. She had never mentioned this matter to Junzi Qi, but she was sure that Junzi Qi definitely knew. He didn't ask, maybe out of trust in her, or maybe the belongings were not worth mentioning to him at all. Now, she just mentioned it to him, so as not to have a reputation as a money fan. Just in case? Junzi Qi didn't look at those silver bills. His black and bright eyes froze on Liu's face for a moment, repeating word by word, as if he had broken these 4 words in his mouth and crushed them. Yes, just in case. Liu is much more honest than him, with a natural look. Anyway, he has done everything, so there is nothing he can't say. Do you remember the Taoist priest I mentioned to you? And the woman who was destined to bring the moon? She raised her eyebrows high and asked seriously, there are already warnings. If I don't prepare early, wouldn't that be stupid, right? ? In that case, Junzi really thought about it for a moment. After a while, his eyelashes drooped, the emotions in his eyes were half hidden, and he pushed the stack of silver bills in front of him back to Liu's hand. It's better to keep it yourself. This is the guarantee of your future life with your children, right? ? Oh, this is just a small meaning. Liu hooked her lips, and in recent days she had become a little rounded small slash with a smile on her face, and pushed the silver bill back. If you feel that you are not at ease, then consider it as if I lent it to you. I believe that with your ability, it should be an easy thing to make a comeback, right? ? It's not in a hurry to make a comeback. You still keep this money. If necessary, I will find a way myself. It is said that people die for wealth, and birds die for food. But this stack of silver bills seemed to have become a hot potato, and it was pushed back by the gentleman's period. Pushing back and forth, Liu felt annoyed, smiled, not only didn't push it, but also took the stack of silver bills in front of her. It seems that you have a lot of ways, then you should be able to solve the next life problems by yourself, right? ? Come to think of it, you still want to drive me away. Junzi Qi also laughed lowly, but his smile was much colder than Liu's smile. That's right, I'm like this now, you shouldn't look down on me. Liu subconsciously wanted to refute again, but her mouth opened again, and she finally chose to remain silent. She really wanted to see how he planned to continue acting. Seeing that Liu no longer paid attention to him, his face was obviously gloomy. He sat there for a long time without speaking, holding his breath in his stomach, and suddenly stood up and walked out the door with the wind under his feet. Liu's heart jumped, and she thought that the toy was taken off, and she was about to make a sound to keep it. The one who walked to the door suddenly turned around and came back. You want me to go? I won't go. He stood in front of her, his eyes sharp and confident. I am probably the only child in my life. I list watch him give birth with my own eyes. Liu's eyes rolled, although she still didn't say anything, but her heart was inexplicably relaxed. She was still holding back her laughter in her heart. It turns out that he can't continue to act, and he will still be foolish? The gentleman's period is acting and liking. It is nothing more than wanting to stay, and it is not easy to do so. Liu couldn't find a reason to reject him anymore, so she simply enjoyed his service with peace of mind. After all, what she had in her belly was not someone else's baby. Pregnant women are hot, sweat a little at night, and uncomfortably tight in the morning. Liu commanded Junzi Qi to boil some hot water, scrub it refreshingly, and then change into clothes. Junzi Qi led her to sit down in front of the dressing table, held her long hair in the palm of her hand, and combed it carefully and gently with an ebony hair comb. Her hair is very good, black and shiny, and when it glides between her fingers, it is dry and supple. Every time he combed her hair, he couldn't put it down. It's a pity that he can't pull his hair, and in the end he has to hand over the ebony comb to Liu's hand. On this hot day, of course, the more refreshing the better. Liu actually won't make those complicated hairstyles, just replace the gold-carved hair crown with silver, so that she doesn't have to be too eye-catching when she walks alone on the road. Junzi Qi stood aside and looked at her quietly, never leaving, as if he wanted to make up for all the past few months. Raising his eyes inadvertently, Liu saw the faint fatigue in his expression from the bronze mirror, and couldn't help but ask, "Did you not sleep all night last night?" Right? "I can't sleep." He looked at her in the mirror, the corners of her lips curled slightly, and her voice was clear and light. Liu put down the comb, stood up, and asked with a careless look, "Then lie down and rest for a while, and I'll call you when breakfast is ready?" Only then did the tense nerves of the gentleman's period be truly relaxed. He looked at her and smiled, and responded softly, "Okay." The gentleman fell asleep. Liu hid the silver bill again before opening the door. Applejack was chopping wood in the yard when he saw Liu, so he hurriedly lowered his head and turned his back. The kitchen door was open. Liu took a few steps forward, and saw Aunt Zhao's busy figure, and she was immediately a little ashamed. "Applejack," Liu walked behind Applejack, "I'm really sorry before, turn around and let me see, how are your eyes?" Applejack's head hung lower, and the hand holding the axe was also raised, blocking Liu's vision. "It's okay, I'm rough and thick, and I'll be fine in 2 days." Listening to his tone, it really didn't look like he was seriously injured. However, Liu didn't dare to be careless, frowning and saying, "After all, it's the eyes, it's better to find a doctor to take a look. I'll go tell Aunt Zhao, you can rest at home these days." "Sister, I'm really fine." Applejack put down the hand that was covering his eyes, turned around, and looked unwilling to admit defeat. "I also blamed myself, and I did it first before I could ask clearly." In this way, Liu immediately saw clearly. The 2 swollen eye circles on Applejack's face were blue and purple. Shaking her head indescribably, she insisted with a serious face, "I don't blame you, you are also kind. Since you still call me sister, then you listen to my sister, go back to rest first, and come back when your eyes are better." Applejack wanted to say something more, but Liu had already turned his head to find Aunt Zhao. Although this matter is an oolong, Applejack has done nothing wrong, and apologies are indispensable. Aunt Zhao is generous, of course she feels sorry for her son, but since the matter has been figured out, it is a misunderstanding, and she did not hold on to it because of this, and even refused to accept the medical expenses that Liu accompanied. It is definitely not possible not to collect it, because the favor debt is the most difficult to repay, and Liu simply subsidized all the medical expenses into the wages under the pretext that the weather was too hot. She only wants peace of mind. The summer wind blew the dark green branches and leaves, and the sunset drilled through the window edges, painting the floor of the house with a golden color. Finally survived the hot day, Liu was crooked at the bedside, digging watermelon spoon by spoon, and missing the days with air conditioning. When Junzi came back from taking a shower, he didn't even have a shirt on his body, so he only wore a cloth around his waist. If it was in Jun's house, there would be no problem even if he omitted the cloth towel together. After all, the bathroom and the bedroom were connected together. But not here. How can the conditions here be compared with the Jun family? The bathroom is a separate small room, and after taking a shower, you have to go through a small half-yard to return to the bedroom. He just walked outside like this? The slender and thick eyelashes blinked slowly. Liu swallowed and spat out, and couldn't help but speak, "Although it's just the 2 of us at home now, it's not dark yet, you should be careful to sprinkle it, how bad it would be if you were bumped into by the neighbors, right?" "I have no clothes to wear." His lips opened and closed like cherry blossom petals, and his voice was a melodious and free tone, "The only one I have just washed." Liu looked at him blankly, her eyes fell on his delicate and smooth collarbone, and the corners of her eyes trembled slightly. "Okay," quite detail-oriented, lowering her head and eating melons, her voice was as crisp as a silver bell, "I'll go to the street to buy it tomorrow, right?" "No, you can wear it tomorrow morning," Junzi Qi said calmly, "there are still more places for you and your children to use money in the future, so you don't have to waste it on me." Ouch, the watermelon seems to have a strange taste. Mixed in holding a spoon in one hand, Liu freed up her other hand to hook her fingers at Junzi Qi. "What?" Junzi Qi came over suspiciously. Liu smiled slightly, shot like lightning, pinched his cheek and shook it gently. Junzi Qi put his hands on the edge of the bed, bent over, his whole face leaned in front of her, and there was a shallow smile hidden in his eyes. "Why pinch me, right?" "Pinch it if you want." Liu blinked her eyes extremely naturally. "No?" Like this, his voice was continuous, his lips like cherry blossom petals, suddenly leaned over, took a bite on her lips stained with watermelon juice, and after retreating, he licked his lips unfinishedly. It's okay, right? Double quotation mark. Is it sweet? Liu bit her lip and smiled extremely happily. I'm talking about watermelon. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Watermelon is not as sweet as you. Before the words fell, he grabbed her wrist and pressed her down on the bed. The lips/flaps are close together, and the breath is entangled. Liu closed her eyes obediently. Just for a while, just kiss him for a short time in her heart, she told herself this, but in fact, her arms were involuntarily wrapped up, and her fingertips pierced/inserted/ into his hair, pulling gently. The night finally covered the entire sky, the moon and stars were company, and in the bedroom, the lights flickered in the dark. Her fingertips left a faint mark on his shoulder, but his big palm only dared to be placed on her stomach. Their breath became tighter and tighter, and they only felt hotter and hotter. They were like two marshmallows, almost melting together. It's really unbearable, but in the end, the child is more important. After all, they just got together yesterday. Liu tried her best to finally regain some reason, and snuggled lazily into his arms, but had to push him a little further away. Not today. Her cheeks were crimson, her slightly narrowed eyes were foggy, and her voice was soft, and it didn't sound convincing at all. Junzi Qi sighed lowly, his lips pressed against her snow-white and fragile neck again, and kissed gently. I have to take another shower. She was a little tickled by him, shrank her neck and smiled. Bring me a basin of warm water after washing. I also need to cool down, right? Double quotation mark. Wait for me, come back soon. He tried his best to restrain himself from taking her soft body out of his arms, and went out like a gust of wind. She lay there lazily, dragging the pillow and holding it in her arms. Her smiling eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were full of sweetness. Finally, they took care of their bodies again, and in order to calm each other down a little, the two of them each occupied a corner of the house. Liu leaned on the edge of the bed, looking through the fabrics bought for the child piece by piece, thinking that it was time to start preparing some small clothes, socks, hats, and other items for the child. Junzi sat on a wicker chair by the window, casually flipping through a collection of poems that were praised. He has always been impatient to read these, and when he has this time to be sad, he might as well read a few more account books. But he was very interested in the prenatal education in Liu's mouth, so he wanted to look through it. She would read a few paragraphs to the child in her belly every day. What was the content? After a rough flip through, Junzi Qi decided that he had to ask someone to find a name for his collection of books and send it over, and the sooner the better. His baby could not afford to delay. The two of them stayed quietly, and it didn't take long for Liu to start to sit still, with back pain and uncomfort. She folded and put away the fabrics one by one, moved to the bed and lay down, shaking the fan and closing her eyes to recuperate. The corner of Junzi Qi's eyes always secretly paid attention to her, and immediately threw the book in his hand on the table, turned off the lights and went to bed. The room suddenly darkened, and he lay sideways behind her, reaching out and hugging her already fatter waist. He liked this posture very much, holding her from behind, so that her whole body was held in his arms, and the body fit well, which could always fill the missing piece of his heart. Liu felt the heat that was hard to ignore behind her, and reluctantly opened her mouth to call him. Gentleman's period. It's so hot. The person behind her was quiet for a moment, and honestly stepped back a little, just a little. If there was anything, she could still feel his body temperature. But he didn't step back anymore, took the fan from her hand, hung his arms high, shook his wrists gently, and the gentle wind poured down from top to bottom. Is this better? His voice was low and dark, and in this darkness, there was a faint sense of temptation. No. Liu closed her eyes and littered helplessly with her cheeks puffed out. It's okay. However, she has actually complained in her heart several times. Is it really nothing? I don't know if the temperature on his body is like a stove. It can't be helped that you have to lean on each other when you need to, but since you can't do anything, why do you have to be so close? It's simply unhappy for yourself. Anyway, with her back to him, Liu didn't hide it, and hung all the grievances and dissatisfaction in her heart on her face, but she really overestimated her endurance, although Junzi Qi had been fanning the wind for her, but she still felt so hot. It's so hot it's getting hotter. This heat is emitted from the inside out, and the little cool breeze blowing on her skin can't cool her down at all. Liu was so hot that she wanted to roll on the bed, but her stomach was up, and she couldn't roll even if she wanted to, so she could only snatch the fan in Junzi Qi's hand back. Fan hard on her forehead, the fine hair next to her cheeks was slapped by her. I think we should still sleep in separate rooms. Liu's tone had a particularly strong will, and he was irritable. You really still dislike me in the dark? Junzi showed an aggrieved expression for the first time. Although the lights were not lit, Liu's vision had adapted, so she could still see some of them. In fact, it is better not to see it. When she looks at it this way, her heart suddenly becomes soft. How can I have it? Her voice softened unconsciously. I just feel hot. When Junzi Qi heard this, he was even more aggrieved. Didn't I fan the wind for you? Right? But, it's still so hot. Liu lay there panting, raised the back of her hand and pressed her forehead. Why is your body so hot? No wonder you're not afraid of the cold at all in winter. I haven't seen you for a few months. If I'm not angry, you'll have to make trouble with me. Well? She felt like he was driving, but she had no evidence. I don't care, you are not allowed to sleep with me until the weather cools down. Soft-hearted, but how dare she joke about her body? Liu simply kicked the problem to Junzi Qi to solve it herself. Whether to divide the room or keep your distance, you choose. Do you still need to choose? After several months of separation, he hadn't been with her for a long time. Even if she slept in bed / on the bed and he slept on the floor, he would definitely have to live in the same room with her. Junzi Qi sighed and compromised pitifully. I will pay attention to keeping my distance. As soon as the words fell, he moved out very consciously. Of course, sleeping on the floor or something, that was the last step, and before that, he would definitely have to fight to stay in bed. Although the gentleman moved to the edge of the bed, his arm was still stretched, and he took the fan from her hand and continued to fan. Liu also quickly moved into the bed, so that the two of them could lie down again. In this way, Liu still tossed and turned for a long time before she fell asleep completely. Junzi got up quietly, stepped on the ground barefoot, and didn't make a sound at all. The house was such a big place, but it wasn't so easy for him to find something like that. Cautious and careful not to wake up Liu, he almost turned the entire room. Until the end, only the jewelry box on the dresser remained. Carefully removing the beads in the jewelry box, Junzi Qi found that there was another compartment in the jewelry box. Opening the compartment, the thing he was looking for was indeed lying quietly inside. Quietly open the door and come outside. Outside the house, the stars twinkle, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky like a jade plate. Junzi Qi stood under the eaves and opened the pamphlet in his hand by the watery moonlight. He had already seen the front, and there was no change, so he went directly to the back. Behind after he left that sentence, there was a blank space. However, in that blank space, there are traces of water stains. Lunch was ready, and Liu suddenly wanted to eat the noodles in Daddy Cow's noodle restaurant. Recently, she has been like this. She is so greedy, she thinks about it, and she thinks of something, and she has to eat it in her mouth. In this regard, Liu is quite helpless, obviously feeling sorry for Aunt Zhao and cooking a table of dishes in such a hot weather, but she can't eat what she wants to eat, so she is noisy in her heart, in her mouth, and in her stomach. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao is also a person who has been here, knowing that this is inevitable when she is pregnant. She also had a young time, and she also gave birth to 2 boys and 2 girls, and once in the middle of the night, she suddenly wanted to gnaw on radishes, and asked her husband to go to the field to pull them out. Junzi Qi didn't have as many ideas as Liu, so he asked Aunt Zhao where Father Nyo's noodle shop was, asked Liu to carry her wallet, and let her out. Daddy Nyo's noodles were the taste that Liu tasted on the first night she arrived in this small town. At that time, she was so happy that she had been nibbling on steamed buns for 3 days in a row, but when she passed by Daddy Nyo's noodle shop, she smelled the rich fragrance wafting out of the noodle shop, and suddenly had the idea of wanting to eat it. Liu was afraid of vomiting at that moment, completely with the idea of trying it, went in and asked for a bowl of 3 fresh noodles, and then added a lot of vinegar and chili, and ate half a bowl anyway. After eating this, the taste of the bowl of Sanxian noodles seemed to be engraved into her mind. Even if her taste was uncertain after pregnancy, she still remembered it from time to time. Pinching her fingers, because the weather was too hot, she hadn't been there for a while, and it was time to be greedy. Daddy Nyo's noodle restaurant is famous in the Tsingy Lane area. Fortunately, when Liu remembered it, it was already time to eat, and when she passed with Junzi Qi again, the first wave of guests in the noodle restaurant had almost dispersed. The two of them each came to a bowl of 3 fresh noodles, and when Liu added vinegar and chili oil to the bowl, he saw that the roots of his teeth were sore and his back was sweating. Junki didn't need to add these things extra, so that he could taste the taste of the real soup base. It is indeed fragrant, and it is no wonder that the business here is so good. Liu has been greedy for a long time, not to mention that she has eaten up a large bowl of noodles, and even her improved soup base is about to run out. Junki was more stable than her, and only drank half of the soup. When the two left Father Nyo's noodle restaurant, Liu was helped out by Junzi Qi's arms on a summer afternoon. The streets are still full of people. The ears are noisy, but the people around you are quiet and beautiful. The two of them walked back, and as soon as they arrived home, Liu couldn't hold on, like a melted marshmallow, and spread it on the bed. Junki was still busy, first bringing her watermelon, and then calling warm water to scrub her. Can you live this life more comfortably? She was well behaved and obedient by him, and from time to time she sighed with enjoyment and satisfaction. Junzi Qi squatted down, took off her shoes and socks, and gently put a pair of small feet into the water. The words that had been brewing all the way in his heart couldn't help but say it after all. I'm not sure if you still want to know what happened that night, but I really want to tell you about it now. Please forgive her for taking 3 seconds to react, but when Liu reacted, there was not much obvious look on her face. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the upturned corners of her mouth really couldn't be suppressed. With a light cough, she pretended to be embarrassed to speak. Actually, I really don't have any particularly strong curiosity, but since you have to say something, then I can only reluctantly listen to you. That afternoon, Junzi Qi said a lot of things for the first time, and it was also the first time that he told her in detail about what he was doing outside, one by one. Liu was crooked on the pillow, and from time to time he opened his mouth to catch the watermelon fed by the gentleman, and the more he listened, the more energetic he became. In the original work, although Junzi Qi is the biggest villain in the whole text, after all, it can only be regarded as a green leaf, and the real flowers should be the male protagonist Feng Ruyun and the female protagonist Min Haoyue, so his role in the original work is actually not many. However, it is different now. For Liu, the current gentleman's period is the protagonist. During that time, the experience of the gentleman period outside was not only more exciting than the scene in the original work, but also completely different from the plot in the original work. In the original work, the Prince of Jingnan, who should have stood firmly on the side of Feng Ruyun and Min Haoyue, and was finally murdered by Junzi Qi, is now befriended by Junzi Qi. In the original work, Feng Ruyun, who never disdains to use despicable means, this time the assassination and arson incident are all from his handwriting. This made Liu inevitably have an illusion, as if the villain status of the gentleman period was about to be snatched away by the wind and clouds. According to Junzi Qi, the affairs in the imperial capital are only temporarily over. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. As long as Feng Ruyun stopped provoking him again, he naturally didn't want to waste time on Feng Ruyun. In the future, he plans to wait for the child to be born and then see her wishes. Liu didn't know if she should believe what Junzi Qi confessed to her. But from her selfishness, of course she was happy that all this was true. As long as the gentleman's experience is different from the original work, doesn't it mean that in the end, his ending will be completely different from the original work? With a gentleman by her side, no matter how hot or difficult the pregnancy is, it doesn't seem to be as scary as she imagined. In the blink of an eye, the strong autumn gradually enveloped the small town. On the treetops, the intense green turned into a deep yellow, and the withered yellow leaves fluttered in the cold wind, and the fallen leaves returned to their roots. Although Liu still insists on moving in the yard every day, more often than not, she still chooses to stay in the house and sew doll clothes stitch by stitch. Of course, it is impossible for her and her children to wear less clothes, but she just wants to do it with her own hands, which is a strange mood that she can't understand herself. The warm golden sun filled the courtyard, and birds chirped in the treetops. The voice of a little doll suddenly came from the yard. Liu's heart skipped a beat, pinched her needlework's wrist, raised her head, and looked forward to the gentleman who was watching her do needlework. Looking at each other, he saw a hint of panic flashing in her eyes very quickly, and after a slight hesitation, Junzi Qi stood up calmly. "I'll go out and take a look." Liu said nothing, quickly threw the half-made clothes into the sewing basket, held her waist, held her stomach, and carefully moved under the bed. Junzi Qi was about to open the door, and when he saw her like this, he had to come back and stretch out his hand to support her. "What are you in such a hurry for?" He lowered his eyes slightly, his eyes were deep. "Is it someone you know, right? Huh? Junzi Qi helped Liu to the door, stretched out his hand and opened the door. Aunt Zhao happened to come to the door, and when she saw that Liu and Junzi Qi had come out together, she didn't say lich, smiled, and retreated to the kitchen. In the yard, He Yan stood there holding a small doll that was only 4 or 5 years old in his hand, and behind him, he was carrying a flat baggage. The little doll has a tiger's head, a round face, and big animal-like eyes that are black and bright. When the little doll saw people, he was not afraid of life, his fleshy little face, smiling very happily, and his chubby little hand pointed towards Liu's belly. "Brother, little brother." He Yan patted the child's back and coaxed softly, and his surprised gaze finally turned from Junzi Qi's face to Liu. Liu smiled at He Yan guiltily, raised his head, and looked into Junzi Qi's eyes. He was also looking at her, his dark eyes inexplicable. She subconsciously smiled, holding his big palm with her little hand and swaying it gently. "Go to the house and help me bring the snack box, we are waiting for you in the side hall." Junzi Qi lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, his warm breath teased/plucked the sensitive skin behind her ear, and whispered softly, "You'd better have a reasonable explanation later." As the words fell, he took a step back and stood up straight. She saw that the light in his eyes was as bright as a torch. "There is no need to cover it up." The moment He Yan appeared, his old bottom, her old bottom, were all lifted, which was quite fair. Thinking about this, Liu smiled, raised her wrist and patted him lightly on the chest. "Each other." He Yan had already put Lana in his arms, and Liu waved to Lana with a smile. "Come, sister will bring you delicious food." The gentleman who turned around and entered the house couldn't help but pause. "Sister?" Teenagers call her sister, and when she is old, she also calls her sister? Although Lana had only seen Liu once, that time, she could open her belly and eat all-you-can-eat snacks, which made her remember quite deeply. So as soon as Liu waved at her, she immediately opened a pair of short legs and ran in the direction of Liu. He Yan hurriedly followed a few steps and took Lana's arm. "Don't run around, be careful of hitting people." Lana raised her pink face. Lana is very careful not to bump into it. The kitten-like milk voice is really cute. Since the pregnancy, Liu has been overflowing with maternal love, and it is even worse at this moment. Took a few steps forward, gently rubbed Lana's head, she smiled and said, "Lana is so good, eat more later. My sister just bought a lot of preserved fruits and pastries yesterday, and walnuts, eat walnuts to replenish your brain. After eating, the poems taught by my husband list be easy to memorize, right? Lana will already be written in 1,000 characters really, Lana is so smart." Entering the side hall, Lana obediently climbed onto a chair and sat down, waiting to eat. He Yan finally found an opportunity and lowered his voice to explain, "Dongjia, I didn't say it." Liu turned her head to look at him and smiled, "It's okay, it's not important anymore, right? Let go." A cold tone sounded behind the two of them. He Yan turned his head to look at Junzi and awkwardly avoided the side. Junzi put the snack box on the table. The 3 high floors, each floor is divided into several columns in the shape of plum petals, and the snacks in each compartment are not the same, so that the little Lana blooms. Eat, if you can't eat it, take it away. This is the reward my sister gave you. Liu smiled and rubbed Lanner's little head, and then beckoned He Yan to sit down. Just right, today I specially asked Aunt Zhao to stew stinky tofu and fat sausage pot, and I will definitely stay for dinner in the evening. He Yan hurriedly said, it's still not troublesome to the owner, I'm here this time to send you something, right? Double quotation mark. Send something? She and He Yan don't seem to be familiar yet, and he needs to come all the way to deliver things to her. Could it be that the Dong family knew something? What did he send? But it shouldn't be, He Yan just didn't say that he didn't leak her things here, and Junzi Qi also seemed to be dissatisfied with the Dong family, and during this time, he didn't mention half a word about the Dong family. It's this, He Yan bit the bullet, untied the small baggage on his body, and put it on the table. I just sent a batch of goods in the past 2 days, plus winter is coming soon, I think you will definitely use this thing from the owner, so I brought it over by the way. Liu did not step forward with interest, but blinked his eyes first and looked at the gentleman expectantly. Junzi Qi glanced at her faintly, stepped forward, hooked his fingertips, and untied the burden on the ground. As soon as the baggage was scattered, a light gray plush ball was revealed inside. The more Liu looked at it, the more her brows twisted. This fluffy ball is a bit familiar. It wasn't until Junzi Qi picked up the fluffy lump from the baggage that Liu finally saw clearly. Isn't this the hand warmer that Junzi Qi threw away last year? This is I picked it up outside the cloth village, and I always wanted to find an opportunity to return it to the owner, but then I was busy in the cloth village, so I forgot about it, and it wasn't until recently that the weather was getting colder and colder, and I remembered it. Liu, she could almost feel the chill emanating from the one around her. Ah yes, worried that the gentleman would say embarrassing things, she hurriedly clapped her palm. After I went back that day, I found that the hand warmer was missing, and I couldn't remember where I lost it. It turned out that I lost it just when I went out. Junzi Qi pursed the corners of his lips slightly, glanced at Liu meaningfully, and said coolly, I drank 2 lich that night, and it wasn't anything precious. Who paid attention to this? He Yan's tense brows relaxed, and he seemed to be a little more relaxed. Just right, now I can finally return to my original owner. Liu smiled and flew to the gentleman's side, which was a reward for his cooperation, and thanked He Yan with a smile. He Yan took Lana with him, and he didn't stay long before he left, and he didn't even warm up the bench. The father and daughter had just crossed the threshold, and Junzi grabbed Liu and walked to the bedroom. He looked very unhappy, but the strength in his hands and the pace under his feet were as lich as possible according to Liu's habits. Back to the bedroom. She had just said a word, and her mouth told him to block it. He poured all his dissatisfaction, doubt, and jealousy into this kiss. He did not close his eyes, his dark eyes stared at her, his eyes showed a signal of danger, and the listles under his clothes were tense, not because of anger, but because he had to restrain himself. Until he had to let go of her and let her breathe. He lowered his head, leaned against her ear, and asked unusually slowly in a low magnetic voice, watching me act, do you think it's funny? Right? Double quotation mark. Why have you been acting all this time? Liu pretended to be surprised. The acting component was 100%, so the whole expression looked a little exaggerated. You don't like me? Don't like this child either? You are so considerate of me to take care of me. Is it all fake? Junzi looked at her deeply, his eyes falling on her moist lips/petals. The long eyebrows were slightly raised, the corners of the lips were slightly hooked, and he said lightly, do you hope, is it true or false? Liu didn't speak, stood on tiptoe, hugged his neck tightly, and answered with a warm and sweet kiss. She kissed him, bold, unrestrained, and even wild, and she seemed to have the genes of a little wild cat hidden in her bones, which was irresistible and unstoppable. This is the first time Liu has realized that her body may be more honest than her heart in the golden autumn. A deep chill has been added to the air, although the sun still has a little warmth, but the tree in the yard has begun to wither leaf after leaf with the autumn wind. Liu stepped on the fallen leaves in the courtyard and came to the kitchen, and sure enough, he saw Junzi Qi peeling walnuts alone. Ajay didn't come today, and Aunt Zhao was probably already sitting down for dinner at this time, and was sent home by him. He peels walnuts easily. With a crisp and neat pinch of his fingertips, the walnut shell cracked, and then picked out the walnut meat. Li Yu's body was heavy, and it was impossible for Junzi not to hear her footsteps, but at this moment he didn't turn his head, and he didn't even pause in his hands. What did it mean? It shows that her first appeasement and bribery are useless at all. Li Yu touched his stomach in a circle, pursed his lips/petals slightly, staggered over with his stomach up, and wrapped his waist around his waist from behind. Unfortunately, her arms were not long enough, and there was a belly distance between the two. Li Yu looked down at her stomach, and on one side of her body, she was finally able to stick her whole body to it. The forehead rubbed flatteringly on his back. Gentleman's period. At that time, He Yan took leave and led the family to mourn a distant relative of their family. She littered softly, which sounded more like an explanation than a coquettishness. Junzi was silent, and sent a piece of walnut meat that had just been peeled off with his backhand. Li Yu opened her mouth and swallowed the walnut meat, and a small dimple faintly appeared on her collagen-filled cheeks. Fragrant, let go of the arm holding his waist, hold his stomach, and get under his arm. Li Yu went around to Junzi Qi, got into his arms, stroked his cheek with both hands, and coaxed with a smile, "Okay, don't have a straight face, I like to see you laugh the most, you just smile, I'm happy, and the baby will be happy." However, instead of smiling, Junzi Qi frowned, grabbed her little hand, and put it in his palm. "Why are your hands so cold?" Is it cold? It's okay. Li Yu didn't feel that her hands were cold, but it was really warm to be held in his palm. "Go back to the room first, I'll serve you a bowl of chicken soup." As soon as the words fell, he held her shoulders and pushed her out of the kitchen. Li Yu leaned back reluctantly, "But you haven't laughed yet." Junzi Qi sighed deeply and tugged at the corners of his mouth helplessly. "So, is it okay, right? You're smiling like this." Li Yu turned around, stood on tiptoe, hugged his neck, and pecked his lips as if the whole thing was hanging on his body. "Otherwise, you can just ask me directly. What else do you want to know? What else can I do to get you in a good mood?" Junzi Qi's hand that habitually wrapped around Li Yu's waist tightened slightly. He did have something to ask her. "When did you and He Yan meet?" Almost her brain has begun to become a little less bright recently, and the time she met He Yan, she didn't take it to heart at all, and suddenly asked at this time. Li Yu really bothered to think about it for a while. "A month after I left home, right? Why did you let He Yan hide it for you?" Although asking this question was completely adding to the blockage in his heart, but if he didn't ask, he really felt unwilling. Junzi Qi held Li Yu's cheek, and locked her eyes tightly. "Did you really plan to leave at that time and never see her again, right? Yes, at that time, I did think so." Li Yu did not shy away, and even his eyes widened a little, looking completely justified. "The reason is that I have already told you, I want to live a free life without worries for a long time, and it is not aimed at you." No, he can clearly feel that she is targeting him. Although he knew that she was angry with him and annoyed him, it did not stop him from resenting her coldness and heartlessness. It's just that this resentment can't resist the uncontrollable thought after all, and it can only turn into helplessness and finally can't be over. Just because she is none other than her, she is the person he puts in his heart, and she is the person he cannot live without. He lowered his head, his lips pressed against his lips. He let out a deep sigh between her lips, and couldn't help but hug her tightly, carefully avoiding her belly, and pressing her firmly to his heart. "I'll make you forget this thought." She buried her head in his arms, her cheeks pressed against his heart, listening to his calm heartbeat. Her breath was light and pleasant, and the warm and firm feeling in his palm came from the slightly cool back of her neck. Actually, she wanted to say, "This idea is actually gone," but after all, the words still came to her lips and she couldn't say it. Since there is no longer a need to continue acting in this scene, the gentleman's period that has been restrained for a long time has decisively begun to retaliate consumption. Li Yu doesn't feel sorry for the silver at all. She is worried that the little baby will grow up quickly, and many things may not be used yet, so they can't be used. What a waste. However, this problem does not exist at all here in the gentleman's period. If the eldest can't use it, isn't there still a second child? If the second child can't use it, if the third child can't use it? Li Yu only replied to him with one word at that time. "Brother Wu, in this winter, it's particularly cold." But with a gentleman by his side, Li Yu's life is warm and fulfilling every day. In addition to Li Yu, People who also need the gentleman's period are not necessarily, for example, the Prince of Jingnan in the imperial capital. He couldn't wait for the left, he couldn't wait for the right, he was almost waiting for Wangfu Stone, and finally he couldn't wait for Junzi Qi to go back to see him and chased him in person. He booked a place in the restaurant and sent someone to invite the gentleman to go over and talk. Junzi Qi is now almost inseparable from Liu, and he doesn't plan to hide anything from her, so he hired a warm sedan chair and the two went to the banquet together. Liu didn't go with the mentality of monitoring the gentleman's period, she just wanted to meet the Prince of Jingnan, and wanted to see how similar he was to the appearance described in the original work. When he got there, as soon as he met, the Prince of Jingnan really looked as elegant and smooth as described in the book, especially when he was sitting with Junzi Qi. Liu actually felt that these two people were inexplicably matched. Junzi Qi and the Crown Prince of Jingnan had a good conversation at the wine table. In fact, Liu knew in his heart that with her, there were some things that the Prince of Jingnan would not say at all. After eating some dishes that suited her taste, Liu chose a suitable time to get out of this socializing. She is not the kind of woman who relies on the favor of men and insists on holding the man firmly in the palm of her hand. Men are like sand, and the tighter you grasp, the more they will slip through your fingers. Sand, which requires space. Men need space. Just like her, she also needs space. Liu sat in a warm sedan chair and returned to the door. Gently patting the wooden door, Aunt Zhao quickly pulled the courtyard door open. "Yo, why are you the only one? Where is the master? Didn't stay with you?" For the first time, Aunt Zhao, who usually doesn't talk lich, actually talked a lot, and Liu couldn't help but pay more attention. "My father is still drinking outside, I guess I'll have to come back later." She crossed the threshold and glanced across the yard at the hall with the door open. "What's wrong? Is there anything going on at home?" Right? There is such a thing. Aunt Zhao rubbed her hand/apron, and also looked towards the hall. "You just left with your father on the front foot, and the old lady on the back foot came to the door, and now she is sitting in the side hall." Right? Old lady? Liu was stunned for a moment. Which old lady? Right? It's your mother-in-law, your mother-in-law. Liu immediately frowned. Who? Just crossed the threshold of the side hall, the pop-celadone teacup fell into pieces at Liu's feet. Liu was indeed startled by this sudden movement, but at most she lowered her head and glanced at it, seeing that there was not lich tea soup under her feet, and it might get a little on the corner of her skirt, but it would not burn her, so she quickly calmed down and stood still in place. After all, it's a country girl, and she doesn't know how to kneel down and serve tea when she sees her mother-in-law? Liu raised her head expressionlessly and glanced coldly at the woman sitting on the main seat. She probably knew why Aunt Zhao opened her mouth and said that this woman was the biological/mother of the gentleman's period. Junzi and this woman, the appearance of the two is at least 6 or 70% similar, and the little red mole on the forehead is exactly the same. However, this woman is much more flamboyant than the gentleman's period, perhaps for the sake of low-key. The color of the skirt is slightly dull, but it can't be hidden at all. Her facial features are more charming/gorgeous/beautiful than the gentleman's period. At this moment, the woman was as arrogant as a peacock, with a pair of danfang eyes that were rolling/round, domineering. It's really a good image of an evil mother-in-law, but it's a pity that this set doesn't work for her. Liu immediately held her stomach and cautiously retreated to the courtyard, ignoring the crazy woman in the room at all. If according to her previous temper, she would have done it directly when the teacup was smashed in front of her. But not now. Seeing that the day of childbirth is coming, it is a critical juncture. For the sake of the child in her belly, she seems to be able to endure the calm for a while, take a step back. So, Liu planned to retreat directly to the gentleman's period, whose mother will be leveled. This logic is fine, right? Aunt Zhao heard the movement of something breaking, hurriedly threw the beans in her hand into the vegetable basket, and ran out of the kitchen at a trot, seeing Liu coming in her direction, and then recalled the woman's face when she entered the door before, and suddenly felt bad, and hurriedly stepped up a few steps to greet it. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Liu hooked her lips slightly and said softly, "No, it's just that a cup is broken, it's not a big problem." The woman followed out with the help of her personal maid, shouting loudly, "Stop!" Aunt Zhao looked back in surprise, but Li Yu's footsteps did not stop at all, and she still walked outside the courtyard door by herself. In the original work, it was never mentioned that there was such a mother in the gentleman's period. Maybe there was an extra, but unfortunately she didn't read it. In terms of the current situation, the reason why this woman came to the gentleman's period is unknown, but even the stupid/child can see that she is not a good person. Li Yu was too lazy to be angry with this kind of person who couldn't even hit her. It was not worth it to be angry, she just wanted to get out of this bad state quickly, lest she couldn't hold back, and she had to work hard to slap that woman. But she had a big belly, and she was blocked by the maid next to the woman in minutes. When Aunt Zhao saw that the situation was wrong, she immediately protected Li Yu in front of her. "What are you doing? Stay and go. My master will be back in a while, and you will have good food to eat when the time comes." Li Yu couldn't get along with a maid, took a deep breath, raised one eyebrow, turned around calmly, and saw that the woman's willow eyebrows were upside down, and she already had a bit of viciousness. Li Yu simply asked, "What do you want?" She had already been rejected by Junzi Qi once, and she didn't even refuse to recognize her. Mo Ruyan really hated and was anxious in her heart, so she would make such a move regardless of her identity. She was already quite dissatisfied with Li Yu, and at this moment she was even more furious because she did not get enough respect. "What do I want?" Mo Ruyan smiled coldly, although she was a bit like a vicious stepmother, but it was undeniable that she was indeed quite beautiful, such a beauty. Even if she was arrogant, there were many men who were willing to bow down under her pomegranate skirt. "I want to ask you what you want." Snap dash! The slap that Li Yu threw out was crisp and loud, and the hairpins on the ink-like cigarette butts were crooked. She really didn't want to do it, and she really couldn't hold back her hand. She cannot mind, this woman blames her for not knowing the general situation and dominating the gentleman's period, not letting him return to the imperial capital. Blame her for dragging down the future of the gentleman's period and being a harmful person. But she could never get used to this woman, who still insulted her with unpleasant words, and even cursed the child in her belly with vicious words. "If you can't bear it, you don't need to endure it anymore." Li Yu only slapped this slap lightly. If it weren't for her heavy and inconvenient body, she would have to make this woman often fall over her shoulder. In this world, there has never been a mother-in-law who beats her daughter-in-law, but no daughter-in-law dares to throw her mother-in-law a big ear scrape in front of others. Mo Ruyan couldn't think of it, Aunt Zhao didn't dare to think about it, the little maid was stupid at all. For a while, in the small courtyard with white walls and green tiles, it was quietly a little scary. Of course, Mo Ruyan was the first to react, and her left cheek hurt hotly, making her furious. "Bitch, do you dare to look down on your elders and beat your elders?" Li Yu immediately slapped her backhand again, causing Mo Ruyan to scream again, and the hairpin that had fallen crooked on her bun fell to the ground with a pop, and rolled several times before stopping. I was a little embarrassed to admit that although the palm of the beater was also quite painful, I was very happy to hear the scream of the beaten. Li Yu sneered and curled the corners of her mouth. "Who is the bitch called?" Mo Ruyan roared in a hurry. "Call you?" Li Yu snorted and laughed. Mo Ruyan hadn't reacted yet, holding his cheeks that had already shown slap marks with both hands, and stomping his feet angrily. "Ruijur, are you dead? Don't slap me on the mouth right away." Obviously, the person Mo Ruyan wanted to beat was Li Yu, but the little maid who was named seemed to be greatly frightened. Her face instantly turned pale, and she responded with a trembling yes, and hurriedly took small steps, wanting to bypass Aunt Zhao to Li Yu's side. Aunt Zhao has been working all year round, and she is confident, and she also relied on her age and momentum to crush the little maid on one end, pulling the little maid's arm. No matter how crooked the little maid struggled, she resolutely did not let the little maid get close to Li Yu. Saying that it was too late, the half-hidden courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. As soon as Aunt Zhao, who was facing the courtyard gate, looked up, she immediately seemed to have seen a savior, first chanting Buddha's blessing quickly and lowly, and then shouted loudly, "Master, you are back." Mo Ruyan's eyes turned, and the hands covering his face hung down in an instant, revealing a little red and swollen cheeks, and Dan Feng's eyes, which were still on fire just now, were flooded with water in the blink of an eye. "Ziki, this call is really heart-wrenching." Li Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes, and while slowly turning around, she quietly twisted her waist, and when she turned to look at Junzi Qi, there were tears in her eyes, and she pouted aggrievedly. I felt sorry for her. Isn't it just a crying scene, as if no one knows how to act? Junzi Qi's already not very good-looking face became even colder, and he quickly walked to Li Yu's side, opened his cloak and hugged him into his arms like a treasure. The ink is like smoke, and the eyes are filled with hatred, and the tears fall even more fiercely. Ziki, this is the good daughter-in-law you married. Look at your mother's face, she was beaten by her. Junzi Qi raised his head, looking at Mo Ruyan's eyes cold and without the slightest emotion. His dark eyes were like a black hole, which could suck in all the light in the world. Does your hand hurt? He opened his mouth lightly, held Li Yu's little hand into his palm, and kneaded it gently. It's a little cold. Li Yu leaned into the warm embrace of the gentleman period, and was stunned immediately. Could it be that something went wrong with her memory? Didn't those injuries on his back be beaten by his inhumane father because he missed this woman so lich that he sneaked into the study to see her portrait? Doesn't this mean that his relationship with this woman should be very good? But if he really has a good relationship, how could he turn a blind eye like this? Li Yu lowered her eyes and pursed the corners of her lips slightly. Junqi's behavior made her not know what to do, and she was already ready to have a big fight with him because of this. After all, in her impression, it seems that not many men can easily solve the problem between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Mo Ruyan looked at the two people who were sticky together, and her teeth itched with hatred in her heart, but in front of the gentleman's period, she didn't dare to show the arrogance she had when she just found Li Yu. Junzi Qi clearly ignored Mo Ruyan, and with what he just said, he was already humiliating her. The only thing she can rely on is the blood connection between mother and son. If the gentleman's period is really broken, even this last bit of connection. Ziki, are you still blaming your mother for not taking you away in the first place? Mo Ruyan opened her mouth with tearful eyes. Mother really has no way. You also know what kind of person your father is. Mother herself has escaped from the Jun family, is already a life of death. There is really no way to take you together. Do you remember, the night before my mother left the Jun family, my mother hugged you in her arms and cried all night. At this point, Mo Ruyan was already crying bitterly, crying so lich that she was heartbroken. However, Junzi Qi always had a cold face, and after a long time, he turned to her eyes, as if he was frozen, without the slightest emotion. Mo Ruyan had to take a deep breath, temporarily put away some tears, painted her vermilion nails, and pointed straight at Li Yu, who was embraced by Junzi Qi in her arms. You were born after your mother worked hard to conceive in October. You and I are blood relatives. Do you really have the heart to watch your mother being bullied by this woman? Li Yu frowned, glared at Mo Ruyan without hesitation, and admired this woman's ability to reverse black and white from the bottom of her heart. If you really want to be more serious, who did it first? Who is it who didn't say a good word, and came up and scolded people separately? You are. Li Yu was determined to distinguish black and white from Mo Ruyan, but as soon as she spoke, she was overshadowed by Junzi Qi's voice. I think, his voice was indifferent, but he held Li Yu's palm tightly, very warm and warm. I already made it very clear last time, right? Last time. Mo Ruyan's gaze wandered for a while, and when she looked at the gentleman's period again, tears began to fall again. She covered her face with a handkerchief and choked up. Last time, my mother thought you were just saying angry words. Mother and son are connected to each other. Blood is thicker than water. This is not something you can break with just one word. Junzi Qi didn't answer her words again. His arms gently hugged Li Yu's waist, and when he lowered his head, his eyebrows and eyes softened. Go back to the room, it's cool outside. Li Yu bent her eyes and obediently agreed. In front of Mo Ruyan, Junzi hugged Li Yu and walked into the room, as if no one was around. Ziki. Mo Ruyan watched the two of them walk past him, and turned around in disbelief. You don't want to recognize your mother doesn't blame you, but you were born with the blood feud of our Mo family, just like you are. No matter how sad Mo Ruyan was, how angry he was, Junzi Qi was unmoved, but the person in his arms suddenly stopped, and even with him, he had to stop. Yuer is only 15 years old, and she still knows how to pay for blood debts, and she still knows how to endure humiliation. As her brother, help her, assist her, and protect her. Isn't it something you should do? Mo Ruyan's voice was extremely low, like a sound coming from hell. but it was enough for everyone in this small courtyard to hear clearly. Or, she laughed coldly, with mockery and contempt, "You are a liar just like your father. Are they all cowards who are greedy for life and afraid of death?" Liu seemed to have been pointed at the acupoint Dao, standing motionless. Her eyes fell on a broken dead leaf under her feet, but there was some indescribable complex emotions in her heart growing like crazy. "My surname is June. What does the blood debt of the Mahist family have to do with me?" Junzi Qi dropped this sentence, bent down body, carefully picked up Liu, who was standing motionless, and strode into the house without even looking back. Gentleman's period Mo Ru was in a hurry to smoke, and he couldn't lift it in one breath, dizzy and shaky. Madame Dash the little maid screamed in fright, and used her strength to breastfeed Mo Ruyan. Junzi Qi hugged Liu and crossed the threshold, and the cold voice came out with boredom and impatience, "Aunt Zhao, go to the door and find a few sedan chair bearers to carry people away, so as not to put them in the yard as an eyesore, right double quotation mark." "Huh?" Aunt Zhao came back to her senses. Oh, I'll go here. I'll go here." The movement in the yard took a while before it gradually calmed down. In the room, time seemed to be frozen, and only the cold autumn wind blew in through the closed windows, setting off ripples in the air. "You've seen her before." After a long time, Liu leaned at the foot of the bed and spoke calmly. "When did it happen?" "That was the time you disappeared?" Junzi Qi sat upright opposite her, his eyes lowered, his eyes fell on the delicate lines on the cuffs, and he was silent. Silence is acquiescence, and Liu is very familiar with such a reaction. "What about Min Haoyue?" She took a deep breath and asked, "Have you seen her already?" Junzi Qi suddenly raised his head, and his dark and bright eyes faintly flashed with shrewd light. She had never seen him look like that, or rather, he had never looked at her like that. "What are you doing?" Liu felt a little weak in her heart. "Why do you look at me with this kind of look?" He opened his thin lips lightly and spoke softly. "Mo Ruyan, she only mentioned you just now, right double quotation mark." Liu squinted her eyes slightly, and reacted instantly. "Worst, I accidentally leaked my mouth." "The woman who was destined to bring the moon, Min Haoyue." Junzi Qi's words paused here, staring at Liu for a long time, and his tone was inquiring. "How much do you know?" "Oh, didn't I mention it to you before?" At this moment, Liu's heart was panicked, but the expression on her face was well controlled. At least, she herself thought so anyway. "The name Min Haoyue was also heard from the Taoist priest, but I think if you say it so bluntly, you will definitely not believe it. It's you." After being a thief, she was angry. She regained her momentum, and her voice grew louder. "It turns out that your so-called confession before is not white at all. I didn't say anything important at all. What's the point of not saying it? You just saw it. I won't have anything to do with their mother and daughter." "Whatever you say, anyway, from now on, I will only dare to listen to half and believe half of it." "Why don't you ask yourself how little you have hidden from me?" "I don't. I have a clear conscience." "Just like you just said, from now on, I will only dare to listen to half of your words and believe half of them." "I beg you, let's figure it out. When did you really trust me?" "You came and went." After arguing like this for a long time, Liu was so angry that she jumped up from the side of the bed with her stomach in her arms, holding her waist with one hand and shaking with her finger at Junzi Qi. "You haven't always told me anything, just that only time. You said you wanted to tell me everything, but in the end, don't you still hide half of it?" Junzi Qi opened his mouth again, but seeing that Liu was already so angry, he didn't dare to spit out a word. Liu is still reluctant. "Do you know why I never like to ask you about those things outside? Because I know very well in my heart, even if I ask you, it's in vain. Pregnant people are already emotionally unstable, not to mention that as soon as the three words Min Haoyue had jumped out, it was equivalent to stepping on Liu's bottom line, life-threatening matters. No wonder the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became, and she was unhappy to the extreme. Her head was hot, and she picked up the pillow next to the bed and smashed it at the gentleman's period. Her strength is not small, and she has an accurate head. However, if Junzi Qi thinks about it, he can completely avoid the past, but the reality is that Junzi Qi was smashed by that pillow. The pillow fell from Junzi Qi's face, revealing his cold face. Liu's face turned pale and she stood there, her whole body trembling slightly. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Junzi left angrily. Li Yu's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. She gasped heavily, holding her stomach tightly with her hands, feeling that her close-fitting underwear was slowly becoming warm and damp/wet. Okay. Her voice was trembling. Calm down, calm down, it's not a big deal, you can definitely do it. Li Yu's cry of pain reached the ears of Junzi Qi, who was standing in the yard blowing the cold wind to force himself to calm down. He hurriedly turned around and strode into the bedroom. Yo-Yo, where did he dare to be angry now? He was almost scared to death by her current appearance. Li Yu held the bed pillar with one hand and her stomach with the other, and she couldn't straighten her waist because of the pain, but because her belly was too big, she couldn't bend down completely, as if she was stuck, and it was uncomfortable to look at. Broken, she had a bitter face, her dark eyes were watery and wet, and she breathed as hard as she could. The water is broken. The medical skills here cannot accurately calculate the due date, and can only estimate the time of the business trip without lich difference, so Li Yu himself doesn't know whether the time has come just for such a sudden launch now, or because of the tantrum and fetal gas. Junzi Qi's face suddenly became as pale as hers, and even the panic in her heart may be more serious than hers. I'll take you to the doctor. Before he finished speaking, he had already carefully stretched out his hand and hugged her horizontally, as if what he was holding in his hand at this moment was the rarest treasure in the world. Li Yu was a little discouraged immediately. It's not to go to the doctor, it's to hurry up and invite the stable woman. You fool, forgive her for not being able to come up with a good tone at this time. Her skirt is almost soaked now, her stomach is also tightening for a while, she has been tortured to the point of wanting to lose her temper, and she wants to cry aggrievedly. Junzi was reminded by Li Yu, and also reacted. He was in a hurry, hurriedly adjusted his breath, and carefully put Li Yu on the bed. Be patient, I will send someone to find Wenpa immediately. Li Yu gritted her teeth and snorted, waved her hand irritably, and motioned for him to get out of here. Junzi Qi went out at a very fast speed to arrange everything, and when he returned to the bedroom, he happened to see Li Yu suddenly lifted up from the bed/out with her neck raised, half crying and half whimpering with some suppressed low roars, which made him tremble. Suddenly there was a dim yellow in front of him, and he almost fainted. Li Yu couldn't believe that at such a critical time, he would become such a pustule. What about the villain who said that he would kill without blinking? Is this a core changed? Calm down before Wenpa came. If you dare to pick a pick, when you give birth to a child, see if I don't clean you up. Junzi Qi took a deep breath tremblingly, stretched out his hand to hold Li Yu's little hand, but Li Yu was faster than him, and when he saw his hand reaching out, he immediately grabbed it. She had a stomach ache, grinned her teeth in pain, and couldn't cry. The back of his hand was pinched by her, but he only felt that his heart hurt even more. I never thought that giving birth would be so painful. Li Yu was sweating profusely, her hair was wet, and taking advantage of the short interval in labor pain, she was still in the mood to joke. If there is a next life, you will be a woman and I will be a man, and let you taste this taste too, so that it is fair. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The pain was 100 times stronger than tearing tendons and broken bones, and after the pain reached the extreme, it quickly turned into a faint throbbing pain. Li Yu's eyes turned black, and she couldn't think of anything in her mind at all, so she could only listen to Wenpa's command mechanically and numbly. Hard work, work harder. And then there was a loud cry from the ears. She opened her eyelids tiredly and glanced at it. What she wanted to see was a child, but she didn't expect to appear in front of her, but her face was pale, as if she was greatly frightened, the face of a gentleman. How lit she used to like this face, but now, I am extremely disgusted. Li Yu moved her lips weakly. Go away, don't get in the way. However, in fact, she couldn't make any sound, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she didn't know anything. Junzi Qi was immediately frightened, and even twitched his head, and even stretched out his finger to probe her snort, and the result was she is fine, although it is the first child, but thanks to her usual blessing of many activities, the whole process of production is still quite smooth, and it has not been delayed for too long, but all of a sudden, such a large amount of physical exertion, coupled with the fact that she has just finished giving birth, is a little weak, and she just fell into a coma. Wenpa carefully bathed the child, wrapped it in a soft and warm swaddle, and then sent it to the hand of the gentleman who always guarded the bedside. When Li Yu woke up, she felt that a plush/fluffy little guy was drilling into her arms. When she opened her eyes, she saw the same face as the gentleman. He was lowering his eyebrows and eyes, his lips like cherry blossom petals were pursed tightly, his expression was serious and nervous, but there was a tenderness in his eyes that could not be dissolved. The eyes silently followed Junqi's gaze and looked down. Her clothes were unbuttoned, and her chest was covered with a thick quilt, but the corner of the quilt on the right was lifted a little, and the little baby was being held up by Junzi Qi's hands, and her fluffy little head arched in front of her. Closing her eyes to find milk at that moment, Liu didn't know how to feel at all. The little guy's skin color is a little reddish, and his fleshy face still looks a little wrinkled. To be honest, it really doesn't look very good looking, but as soon as her eyes look over, she can't take her eyes off, just like the state of the gentleman. This was the first time I was breastfeeding, and the amount was probably a little insufficient, and the little guy started humming after a few mouthfuls. Junzi Qi hurriedly hugged the child into his arms, gently stroked his back, and raised his eyes to meet Liu's slightly furrowed brows. "Does it still hurt?" What to do? He must not have eaten enough. The two of them spoke at the same time, and they were both stunned at the same time. Looking at Liu's melancholy face and teary eyes, Junzi Qi had to change his words in a hurry. "At the beginning, when you raise your body first, you will slowly have enough for him to eat." Really? Liu seriously lacked confidence in herself, and it took several months to raise a round face, full of sorrow. "It's really not good," Junzi Qi pondered. "You can also hire a nurse for the child, right? But, I don't want my child to eat other people's milk." As she spoke, her voice was full of crying. "I don't know what to cry about, it's just that my nose is sour, and tears are scrambling out." "Then don't invite a wet nurse," Junqi immediately said categorically. "Let's take good care of it, take care of our bodies first, and we will definitely be able to raise the child to be fat, right? Really? Really?" Liu finally burst into tears and smiled, and pouted at the child. "I hug." Junzi Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put the baby in his arms into Liu's arms. A certain strong emotion in his heart was difficult to restrain, held her cheek with both hands, and kissed her lips/petals hard. "Thank you for your hard work, right? It really hurts when I was born, but now that I see him, it's worth the pain." The pale skin color was stained with a faint pink, and she said softly, unable to hide her eyes of joy and love, and she was reluctant to move away from the little doll's expression for a moment. After taking a nap for a while, Liu regained her spirits, kissed her baby in her hand, and was reluctant to let go. Junqi served carefully by his side, wiped his clothes and fed him, and he was really hardworking. The little guy's food was not too big, and after Liu felt a little bloated, she fed him another milk, and as a result, the little guy fell asleep. Junqi hugged the little guy over and let Liu have a good rest. Liu, who had lost her vitality after giving birth, almost lay down, and didn't know anything as soon as she closed her eyes. Even when the child was about to breastfeed in the middle of the night, she didn't have to move, and she was fully responsible for her own gentleman's period, and she just needed to stay quiet. Except for breastfeeding, their family/baby almost never cries at night, but he is really a worry-free child. This is what Liu thought. Until more than half a month later, Liu's body had recovered a lot, and her spirit had recovered a little, and in the middle of the night that day, she wanted to get up late because she drank an extra bowl of soup before going to bed. Sitting up in a daze, she was about to get out of bed when an unusually slight sound came from the small room connected to the bedroom. Junqi was not around. Liu poked her head into the cradle next to the bed again, and sure enough, the little baby was not there either. So who was making the sound in the small room? Even if you only think about it with your knees, you can understand. The cashmere cloak worn on the head of the knight is specially customized for her by the gentleman's period, and the most delicate and soft cashmere is only available on the little lamb, which retains the original most natural color. As long as it is put on, it can isolate the cold of winter nights, and it will not make the tender skin of the baby in the arms any discomfort. After wrapping up a cloak and putting on warm boots, and solving the major events in life, Liu walked lightly to the door of the small room. There was a lamp burning in the corner of the small room, and he could only take care of a small corner of the house, and Junqi only walked back and forth in the corner where the light would hardly be illuminated, patting the child's back while gently humming a song that could not be heard clearly. Liu listened carefully for a moment, feeling that he seemed to be imitating the children's song she hummed when she coaxed the child. Unfortunately, no one is perfect. God gave Junzi Qi a handsome face and a beautiful voice, but when he hummed a song, he was a little incomplete. Junzi went around again, as if he had sensed something. He raised his head, only to see Liu, who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and held back quite hard, poked out a head at the door of the small room. A hint of embarrassment suddenly flashed on her handsome face, and the soft humming tune also stopped. At most, in no more than a second, the infant began to hum and protest. Junzi Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head towards Liu. After confirming that the child was not asleep, Liu didn't have to hold back, laughed out loud, and returned to the warm and soft bed with the gentleman who came out of the small room with the child in his arms. He took a thick pillow and put it on Liu's back first, and after watching her lie down comfortably, Junzi sent the child into her arms. The little guy finally stopped after eating milk. Liu finally made time to take a look at Junzi Qi, and then silently pulled up the cloaks on both sides. At this time it was finally the turn of the gentleman to be unhappy. "Don't do this, it will suffocate the child." "I can't suffocate him, I've left a gap for him here." Liu slapped off his messy hands. "Sit down, I have something to ask you." Junzi was slightly startled, and his heart instantly counted. "Don't make a fuss about the child, what do you want to ask? We'll talk about it tomorrow." "I don't." Liu's mood completely changed after giving birth, and she glared at Junzi without saving face for him at all. "These days, I am weak, and I don't have time to take care of your affairs. It just so happens that I am in good spirits now. Tonight, you don't explain everything to me clearly. Don't think about going to my bed in the future if you don't get into your bed. Can you get on the low couch?" Junzi was still secretly thinking in his heart. In fact, it was not bad to try it on the low couch occasionally, but Liu directly cut off his messy thoughts. "Don't do anything, anyway, you already have a child, you are useless of course," she said with a smile. "I don't know if I still need it." Junzi had already learned to be good, and immediately got into the quilt honestly, circled both mother and son between the crooks of his arms, and he whispered in her ear, "Let's say it first, I told you, you are not allowed to be angry, you are not allowed to be excited, otherwise you will hold back the milk, and you will have to feel distressed if the child is hungry and crying." Liu tilted her head slightly and raised her eyebrows. "Don't worry, this time I'll neither be angry nor excited anymore." She deliberately lengthened her tone, which sounded meaningful. For Junzi Qi, Liu's attitude was already obvious enough, and he immediately took a punishing bite on her oracle. "Don't expect it, you can't run away this time, right? Run?" Liu deliberately pretended to be surprised, and Liu raised her eyebrows high. "Where else can I run? After having this little guy, wouldn't I become a pigeon with a rope tied to my feet? I can fly, but I can't fly far, I can only circle around the child." "If you really want to fly, how can a child be able to tie his feet? And if he wants to fly, he will fly." Qingyue's voice suddenly paused, and after a while, when it sounded again, his voice suddenly became cold. "But since you want to fly, you should fly farther the better." The curvature of the lips was slightly convergent, and Liu was a little annoyed, but he just said it casually as a joke, but he didn't expect it to remind him of unhappy things. But this unhappy thing was originally unavoidable. After clearing his throat, Liu said seriously, "Don't mention this, let me ask you, Min Haoyue and the others, what are you looking for to do?" That day seemed to mention some Mahist blood feud, but in the original work, this stubble was not mentioned at all. In the original work, Min Haoyue just wanted to be a master from beginning to end, and in the final finale, she became the queen, that's all. If you want to talk about revenge, it is also a matter of Feng Ruyun, and it cannot be said that there is a deep blood feud. At most it is an unfair fate. Feng Ruyun is for himself, but also for Min Haoyue. After the mechanism is exhausted, he finally became the honorable of the ninth five. I'm really curious, what other stories are there in the extras after the end of the text? Mo Ruyun, the voice of the gentleman period, was like a mountain spring, slowly flowing in this silent late night. No, in fact, her real name should be Yen Rume, a princess in the previous dynasty who was higher than the sky, but was not very favored in front of the emperor because of the humble status of her biological mother. For more than 10 years, this princess is still dreaming of restoring the previous dynasty, and her son and daughter, in her opinion, are just pawns that can be used. Yan Rumei wanted me to stand behind Min Haoyue and assist Feng Ruyun in the name of Min Haoyue, until Feng Ruyun restored her status as a prince and ascended the throne to canonize Min Haoyue as queen. At that time it is only necessary to find another opportunity for Feng Ruyun to die of illness, and in this world, it will naturally return to the hands of the Yan family. Until Feng Ruyun became emperor and made Min Haoyue the queen, it was exactly the same as the plot of the original work, but what the hell is it that makes Feng Ruyun die of illness? There is absolutely nothing in the text, although it is a big heroine, but it has to be worthy of love. Could it be that in the extra, Min Haoyue became Wu Zetian's second? In fact, if this is the case, Liu inexplicably feels that such an ending is quite emotional. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right, so he asked, "This is what Yan Rumei told you? Including the part where you want to let Feng Ruyun die of illness?" These are all things that make her head drop, and she actually just like that, like pouring beans, all popping out? Otherwise, she didn't explain everything to me clearly. Do you think I would still pay attention to her? But you didn't pay attention to her, didn't you already reject her? The words came to an abrupt end here. Liu tilted her head and widened her eyes. "Don't tell me, you don't plan to refuse her again." I said I wasn't excited, but the volume was involuntarily a little loud. The baby in his arms chirped twice. Junzi hurriedly shhh. Liu also quickly closed her mouth, nodded nervously, and gently patted the baby's back twice. Junzi lifted the cloak on Liu and looked inside, and saw that the child was still breastfeeding with his eyes closed, and involuntarily lowered his voice a little. "As you said, these are all things that make my head drop. How could I agree?" But I refused after I had finished her words. Liu quickly glanced at Junzi Qi and smiled. In the original work, he agreed. "Really, won't you regret it?" "Why do you regret it?" "If you reject her like this, it is equivalent to cutting off the fate between your mother and son with your own hands, but on your back, the scars, each one is your longing for her." Junzi Qi fell silent and tidied up the cloak in front of her. "Did I tell you when I was drunk?" Liu nodded. "Then I'll say one more word to you." "What?" She was curious. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, his breath burning. "Married a daughter-in-law, forgot my mother, right? Both Liu couldn't help but laugh and scold. "I don't carry this pot, right? Shhhho, leave all the things outside to me, just stay by my side with your children." He hugged her in his arms and loved the softness of the snuggle in his arms. "You just have to believe me, don't think about patting your butt and leaving at every turn, and leave this big stall for me. I remember the things you reminded me before, and naturally I have made arrangements a long time ago, and I will never risk our family's lives." Liu nestled in the arms of the gentleman, glanced at the bright moon outside the window in a blink of an eye. For a while, the air was quiet, and after a long time, the baby in her arms was asleep, and only then did she respond softly, "Okay." Only when raising a child do you know the kindness of your parents. Although for Liu, the relationship between her and Dong's father and Dong's mother was full of family affection in just a few years, but after the confinement came out and the weather gradually warmed up, she still decided to take her son and the gentleman's period back to the Dong family together. Dong's father and Dong's mother, as soon as they saw Liu and the child, burst into tears, even if there were thousands of words in their hearts, but in the end they all turned into one sentence: "It's good to come back, just come back." When the moon was full, Liu and Junzi Qi led the children to celebrate together, and when they caught Zhou, Dong's father and Dong's mother were open, and they wanted to have a good time. The 3 generations of the Dong family are passed down. There are not many relatives and friends, and the Jun family is even more. As soon as Dong's father and Dong's mother combined, they simply set up a 3-day flowing banquet, with unlimited supply of good wine and food, and everyone who comes is a guest. The original misunderstanding has long been solved, and in the local area, almost no one knows about the oolong incident of the gentleman's death and life. But so what, you can eat and drink spicy food, and you don't have to pay a copper plate money. such a good thing is enough to make everyone close their mouths to talk about gossip. After the Zhou banquet, Liu led his son and moved to the imperial capital with Junzi Qi. For nearly a year, Junzi Qi not only set up a family business in the imperial capital, but also went hand in hand with the Prince of Jingnan to win a place in the court. Liu couldn't predict what their future would be like, but she knew very well that the stronger the gentleman's period, the more secure their family's life safety would be. She just never expected that one day, the gentleman's period would be too strong, and she simply embarked on the road that should belong to the male protagonist Feng Ruyun, but left Feng Ruyun and Min Haoyue with nowhere to go. In the garden, flowers are fragrant, and kingfishers are singing. Liu sat restlessly on the stone bench, but she had to squeeze out a gentle smile and play with her son in the garden. And her husband, the father of her son, is on the line of life and death in the court at this moment. A few days ago, Junzi Qi didn't come back until midnight, and as soon as he came back, he showed her something. That thing is a dragon-shaped jade pendant. In the original work, this jade pendant should have been in the palm of Feng Ruyun, and it was also the same physical evidence of him as a prince who was wandering outside. In addition to such physical evidence, there are also human witnesses, as well as bloodshedding recognition in front of the civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty. And now, this jade pendant was bought by a gentleman and stolen from Feng Ruyun. Along with the witnesses, he bought them together. The last blood-dripping recognition of relatives, Junzi Qi even pulled Liu to demonstrate it in person. The two of them were completely unrelated by blood, and the blood droplets dripping in the water quickly fused together. Blood recognition is not allowed, and it is easy to cheat, so Liu is not surprised by this, but the plan after the gentleman's period is enough to shock her scalp numbly, so numb that she didn't even think of what to think about, how the gentleman's period knows everything about Feng Ruyun. He wants to replace Feng Ruyun, he wants to never have trouble. Liu understands these. It is often said that husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly separately when disaster comes. Although Liu has her own little selfishness, she also has her own bottom line that she cannot cross. Since she enjoyed the happiness given to her when she was high in the gentleman's period, of course she should also accompany him to bear the suffering she suffered when she fell into the dust. If she was the only one who risked her life and gambled with him, what harm would it be to gamble with him? She was just reluctant to part with their son. Wait and wait, look forward and wait. The familiar figure finally appeared at the end of the gravel path in Liu's uneasiness. Thank goodness, it's him. It was not that he had arranged his subordinates just in case. Liu didn't even have time to laugh, and almost immediately jumped up, holding the hem of her skirt, like a butterfly flapping its wings, and flew towards him. The gentleman's period is handsome, standing in the sun, with handsome eyebrows and eyes curved, and the jade crown on his head is exquisite and clear under the golden light. He smiled as he watched her run quickly, and the pink-carved baby behind her also giggled, opened his arms, and shouted milkily for Daddy to hug him. The sun fell on his eyebrows, and the hole in his heart that had already been filled was at this moment, and there was another emotion that wanted to break through. Liu ran to Junzi Qi and jumped up. He immediately opened his arms and took her in his arms. His voice was clear and gentle, with a smile. You are all a mother, and you are still so unstable? Arms hung on his shoulders, his legs were wrapped around his waist. Liu was held by him. He had to lower his head, hold his cheek with both hands, and kiss him the lips. What stable? Even if you give birth to a few more, she is still a young and beautiful girl. Hug. Liu and Junzi Qi lowered their heads at the same time, following the sound, and saw the little baby, looking up at the fleshy pink/tender small/face, and raising his arms high like lotus roots. There is no way, in front of their little baby, even Liu has to stand aside. Of course, she is willing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Liu jumped off Junzi Qi. Junzi Qi did not delay for a moment, immediately bent down, dragged the little guy's arm socket and lifted him up. The little guy was just as itchy as his mother, shrunk his neck and giggled. The servants all retreated with interest, and after a while, only their family of 3 was left in the garden. The little guy sat in the arms of the gentleman for a while and couldn't stay for a while. His fat belly twisted and twisted to the ground. Junzi Qi smiled and put him down. Liu seized the time to pull his clothes for him, and before he had time to tidy it up, the little guy became impatient, took a step forward, and staggered to chase a white butterfly that had just flown over the garden wall. Liu was pulled into Junzi Qi's arms, and the two leaned together, but their eyes were both looking in the direction of the baby. I don't know when he developed the habit, but whenever he is at home, he list hold one in his arms, either a baby or her. Anyway, his arms cannot be empty. How did it go today? Liu was worried that the little guy would fall, and he didn't dare to look away. Junzi Qi turned his gaze and glanced at her, smiling slightly. The imperial decree should be coming soon. The butterfly flew higher and higher, and the little one couldn't catch up, so he was attracted by a grasshopper in the grass and squatted down. Liu's nervous nerves relaxed, turned his face, raised his head, met his bright eyes, and his eyebrows curved. Congratulations, ninth prince. He lowered his head and leaned over, pressing his lips to her forehead, and his lips/petals like cherry blossom petals opened lightly. Share the joy and joy, the ninth princess. The prince's mansion given by the emperor still needs time to be repaired, so in the short term, Junzi Qi and Liu still live in a private house with their children. After receiving the news, Dong's father and mother quickly rushed from their hometown to the imperial capital. People, although they are still the same people, but the state of mind is different. After seeing the gentleman's period, Dong's father was so excited that he couldn't speak, but Dong's mother didn't look too nervous, just pulled Liu aside, lowered her eyebrows and was silent. Father Dong's appearance was okay for a while, but after a long time, Junzi himself was not comfortable, so he immediately ordered it and ordered someone to prepare a table of good wine and food. He really understood him. After 3 rounds of wine, Dong's father's face turned red, his neck was thick, and he dared to pat Junzi Qi's arm and call him a good son-in-law. A large family sits together, and without much effort, they return to their happy state. The baby is not as good as the adult, and the little Jun Lizzie is not as good as the young man Dong Lianggong. The candle is swaying, and when the shadow goes up to the wall, the milky baby is in Liu's arms, shaking his head sleepily and falling asleep. Liu carried the child back to the room, and left Tao Hua and Osmanthus, who had been responsible for taking care of her since she entered Jun's house, to take care of her, and then returned to the table and talked with Dong's mother. It wasn't until the night was deep that the family banquet finally dispersed after the guests were happy. Tonight, Junzi Qi and Liu both drank some wine, and they had to take care of the children at night. Of course they didn't dare to drink too much, they were just slightly drunk, but with the people around them, they walked under the bright moonlight with their arms in arm, and their steps were fluttering. Who would have thought that after pushing open the door and entering the house, what they saw at a glance was actually peach blossoms and osmanthus flowers lying unconscious on the ground. Liu suddenly felt as if he was poured on his head by a bucket of cold and biting water, and his heart was frozen. The two immediately rushed into the back room. On the bed, the bedding that had been spread out was lifted to a corner, slightly messy. But the baby who was supposed to sleep on this bed was nowhere to be seen. Quick, take a look. Liu's voice trembled obviously, and she knew in her heart that such a possibility was pitiful, but she was still reluctant to leave this last straw. Did you get into the quilt? The gentleman's face was like frost. He clenched Liu's slender wrist with one hand, led her forward, and turned the entire quilt over unusually decisively. At this moment, no matter how much Liu tried to deceive herself, she was flustered, fearful, and the whole person was confused. Junzi held her and never let go, and returned to the outside, quickly testing the snort of peach blossoms and osmanthus. Gentle and long. The two of them didn't seem to have anything wrong, they just seemed to be asleep. Splash them with water, wake them up and ask questions. I'll go. He turned his head to look at Liu, and his dark eyes tightened instantly. Liu was relieved, and the wrist that was not held had already been bitten by her with deep tooth marks. Leave it to me here. You go quickly, she continued his words calmly. Her face was as white as paper, her lips/petals were stained with scarlet blood, and for the first time, she had the same cold eyes as Junzi Qi. Anyway, I list get my son back since it has been decided to eliminate future troubles. How can the gentleman's period not guard against the counterattack from the wind and clouds? But even though he built his private house as solid as an iron bucket, after all, people's hearts were still unpredictable, and no one could guarantee that there would be no gaps on this iron bucket. Junzi Qi vigorously checked all the people in the private house and found that it was not only their Jun Lizzie who was missing, but also the concubines of the Dong family who followed Dong father and Dong Li and them. This is the same as what Liu asked from the mouths of Peach Blossoms and Osmanthus. Soon after Liu sent the child back to the room, the concubine of the Dong family passed, saying that Dong's mother was worried about the two young girls and ordered her to go over and take care of the children together. Tao Hua especially remembered that there was a strange fragrance on the concubine of the Dong family, but at that time the child was sleeping in the back room, and the concubine of the Dong family was only guarding outside, so she didn't think much about it, and then it didn't take long for her to start to feel sleepy, and she couldn't even tell when she fell asleep. When things were said like this, Dong's mother, who had been suppressing her for a long time, finally tore her face and broke up with Dong's father, for Jun Lizzie, for Liu, and for herself. But it turned out that Dong's father also had resentment in his heart. Although he didn't say anything from beginning to end, in the end, he still became suspicious of Dong's mother because of the child that the concubine had lost before, and there was a gap. Only Junzi Qi and Liu know very well that the real mastermind behind this matter, except for Feng Ruyun, there will be no one else. The concubine of the Dong family became a pawn in the hands of others because of her own personal grudges, and she absolutely could not take the child away from the house alone. Of course, the spies in the house have to be investigated, but it is definitely not now, and it is not too late to wait until the child is brought back and then liquidated. Junzi Qi and Liu did not dare to delay for half a moment, and went straight to the wind like a cloud to ask for someone. The wind mansion is wide open. An elderly housekeeper sat at the door of the house, with no one around him. Seeing Junzi Qi and Liu galloping in the night, the old housekeeper got up to greet him, clenched his fists and bowed, and handed over a letter with the body temperature in his arms to Junzi Qi. The gentleman's face is like cold jade, and he unfolds the paper neatly. Liu was calm on the surface, but in her heart she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and when she leaned over and took a look, there was only a place name in the letter. Feng Ruyun, you bastard. Liu has a bad temper at this time, and if she doesn't scold a few words, her lungs are about to explode. Despicable and shameless, if you want to say despicable. My son-in-law is never as good as the young master. The old housekeeper shook his wide sleeves and solemnly bowed to the gentleman again. Please forgive the old man's gaffe. At this moment, it's time to call the 9th prince. In addition, the young master also asked the old man to bring a message to the 9th prince. Young Master Ling seems to be quite afraid of life. When you pick him up, you just go by yourself, so as not to scare the child again because there are too many people. If it is the plot in the original work, it is true that Feng Ruyun is a decent gentleman, and words such as despicable, shameless, insidious, and cunning are not too lich to put on the gentleman's period. However, the current situation is completely different from the original work. If Junzi hadn't lied to her, then Feng Ruyun would have been completely black, and it would be impossible to wash it clean by jumping into the Yellow River. Of course, Liu List believe in the gentleman's period, not just based on his one-sided words, but because of the bits and pieces of the past. He is not the man next to her. He has never done the vicious things that the gentleman did in the original work. Liu's waist bar straightened up, and he raised his foot and kicked the old man. The old housekeeper was kicked to the ground, and the whip in her hand also arrived. This whip contained all the anger and heartache of a mother, but it could not relieve the anger that was burning in her heart. This old man just admitted that her son was indeed in their hands. The little Jun Lizzie's life and death are unknown. Has he suffered? Will you cry and find your mother? Just thinking about this, Liu's heart was about to break, and he had the idea of killing this old man immediately. In the next moment, she raised her whip again and was firmly held by Junzi Qi. He can't run away, wait for us to come back and settle it. Not willing, just let this guy go. Liu was really unwilling. But reason told her that she should listen to Junzi Qi's words. The two of them turned over on their horses and were about to turn their horses when they suddenly heard a muffled sound. The gentleman ignored it, clamped his legs between the horse's belly, and rushed out. Liu was a little behind, and while the horse galloped forward, she turned her head to look and saw that the old housekeeper of the Feng mansion had crashed to death on the door of the house. Probably because he didn't want to be liquidated in the future, he simply chose to commit suicide. In the final analysis, he is just a pawn of the wind. If it had been before, Li Yu's mood would definitely have been violently impacted, but at this moment, her heart was cold and hard. The crescent moon hangs like a silver hook, with a deep sorrow hanging in the wind. The sound of the horse's hooves was particularly clear in the dark night, and the horse's hooves stepped on the stone slabs, which also knocked on Li Yu's heart, and she even wished she could grow a pair of wings and immediately fly to Junzi's side. The address left on the letter is a remote and quiet study in the inner city. The study has been in its infancy, and the courtyard is simple and solemn. Dismounted and walked, the study was empty, and in the depths of the study, the melodious sound of the piano was faintly heard. Junzi Qi took Li Yu's hand, his fingers interlocked, and his palm was cold. Walking all the way along the sound of the piano, a pavilion in the lake appeared in front of him. There were two people in the pavilion, the man was handsome and the woman was Zhongling Yuxiu. These two people, Li Yu has never met. But even if she didn't think about it, she could know that these two list be the male and female protagonists in the original book, Feng Ruyun and Min Haoyue. Before tonight, Li Yu had always been curious about what these two people looked like, but at this moment, her eyes were tightly locked on a boat floating in the middle of the lake. From her point of view, the boat was empty. But she had a strong intuition that little Junzi was in that boat. What happened to him? Why didn't you cry? Li Yu resisted from the bottom of her heart to delve into this issue, and could only cling to the 5 fingers of the gentleman's period and keep pushing hard. Junzi Qi's eyebrows and eyes were light, and the strength of his fingertips never changed in any way, calm, powerful, and dry and warm palms were close to her, which had a kind of peace of mind for her, and it was also her last support. The sound of the piano stopped. Min Haoyue stood up from the futon, walked to Feng Ruyun's side, looked at Junzi Qi and smiled slightly. "Brother, you are here." Li Yu couldn't help but burst out, "Min Haoyue, give me back my son, this list be my sister-in-law." Min Haoyue raised her eyebrows lightly, turned a blind eye to Li Yu, and only focused on Junzi Qi's body. "Brother, I heard that my sister-in-law slapped my mother twice last time. Don't you plan to seek justice for your mother?" Li Yu was depressed, biting her lip/petals and glaring angrily at the two people in the pavilion. She didn't plan to quarrel with Min Haoyue over this matter, firstly because she was afraid that Min Haoyue would be detrimental to the child, and secondly, because she didn't care about this matter at all. "I don't care what Min Haoyue says about her, I don't care what Min Haoyue wants to do to her, all she cares about is her children, and children are her life/root." Junzi Qi took out the dragon-shaped jade pendant from his arms and threw it out, and Feng Ruyun took it smoothly. "Hand over my son, today I will occupy the position of a prince for you, and another day, I will return you the position of the emperor." The arrogance in his bones was restrained by him, but it was impossible to completely hide it, as if the position of the Son of Heaven was already in his pocket, and when he gave it up, it was as casual as if he had discarded an insignificant thing. Feng Ruyun's face was slightly gloomy. His arrogance was not less than that of the gentleman's period, and it was definitely impossible to be happy in his heart at this moment. "The position of the Son of Heaven, I want it, I will take it myself, but I just have to trouble more. It's mine, it's still mine after all." "Then what do you want?" "If I had known today, why should I have done it in the first place?" Min Haoyue was unwilling to be left out in the cold, and interjected, "Brother, since you don't recognize me as a sister, then let's settle the score." The wide sleeve swept over the table placed on the side, and she said slowly, "Here, there are 2 glasses of water and wine, one is poisonous, one is not poisonous, my brother and sister-in-law will choose by themselves, and the lucky one can take the child away, right?" "No problem, I'll drink." Li Yu's response was crisp and neat, "but I want to see my son first." Before her words had completely fallen, she heard the gentleman beside her speak coldly, "I don't drink, right?" "What?" Li Yu stared at Junzi Qi with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Min Haoyue laughed softly, not surprised at all, and even showed a look that she had known for a long time that it would be like this. "It seems that my mother is right, you are really like your father, greedy for life and afraid of death, right?" Unless, Junzi Qi ignored Min Haoyue, his cold eyes quietly stared at Feng Ruyun. "You bet with me." Li Yu, Min Haoyue, and Feng Ruyun looked at Junzi Qi together, and the expressions on their faces were quite meaningful. You and I have fought, you know you can't win, so you choose to use this method, but it is a big mistake for you to threaten me with a child. Child, as long as I want to, I will have as much as I want. But you only have this one chance. Junzi Qi said to himself, his body was almost stared out of a hole by Liu, and he didn't look at her. It doesn't matter if you don't dare to gamble, the person I want to kill will keep the sun that will not see tomorrow. And you, his eyes turned, and his dark eyes seemed to have been quenched with poison. Min Haoyue, he read her name word by word, suddenly tugging at the corners of his mouth, with a regretful expression. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I let you go and didn't kill them all. But since you don't know how to force me, then we will make a decision here tonight. Changing his tone slightly, his tone was cold and lazy. Don't be too anxious. I will let Feng Ruyun take the first step, and I won't let you delay for too long. On the road to the underworld, you just happen to be a pair of miserable mandarin ducks. Okay, then I want to see if you are willing. The moment the words fell, Min Haoyue's nails scratched the guqin. The piercing sound of the piano spread in an instant, and a torch suddenly lit up on a rockery in the west. If you look closely, where is a torch, it is clearly a rocket, and the direction of the arrow is the boat floating in the middle of the lake. Min Haoyue, you have revenge and resentment, and your complaints come at me. What is the ability to get along with a child? Liu wanted to rush forward, but his wrist was grabbed by Junzi Qi, and he couldn't rush over at all. The big deal is that I'll let you hit those 2 slaps back. Can I drink all these 2 glasses of wine? Do it. The coolness of the gentleman's period was simply outrageous, holding Liu with one hand, and instantly pulling out a silver soft sword from his belt with the other hand. The soft sword pointed directly at Min Haoyue. My son has you two to bury him, and it's worth it, right? Double quotation mark. I'll bet you. The wind suddenly spoke like clouds. Min Haoyue frowned. Brother Yun, right? Double quotation mark. Yuer, Feng Ruyun slowly exhaled. He can be willing to give up his son, but I can't bear you. But besides, it's not necessarily that I'm unlucky. Min Haoyue didn't speak again, but she already had a new plan in her heart. Feng Ruyun wins the best. If she loses, she also wants her son to bury Feng Ruyun with her. But Feng Ruyun obviously understood her, turned around and walked to the pavilion, holding the hemp rope that implicated the boat. Liu's figure had just moved, and she was pulled by the gentleman's period again. Min Haoyue was more anxious than Liu, and even a little unbelievable. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The wind was like a cloud pulling the hemp rope to pull the boat back, and the archers on the rockery in the west saw this scene and hid in the night again. Yuer, after all, the child is innocent, and it is not appropriate to let him be implicated, so how can he really kill him? Min Haoyue was silent. Liu stretched out her head and stared at the boat, getting closer and closer to the shore. Finally, she saw it. Her little Junjun was sleeping quietly at the bottom of the boat, and her clothes were neatly dressed, not like she was abused/stayed. The boat was pulled to the shore, and Feng Ruyun bent down to carry the sleeping baby out. Liu was so excited that her eyeballs were as if they were glued to the child, and she couldn't wait to stretch out her arm far away. Saying that it was too late and too fast, Min Haoyue suddenly pounced on her and wanted to snatch the child over, and in a hurry, there seemed to be a flash of silver light. Junzi Qi's eyes were cold, and his speed was a little incredible, and almost the next moment he let go of Liu. He held a silver hairpin hidden in Min Haoyue's hand with his bare hands. The silver needle pierced his palm, and the blood beads fell straight down, but Junzi Qi's fingers tightened more and more, tightening more and more. Liu arrived later, took the child back, and by the way, he didn't forget to kick Min Haoyue's stomach. It's a pity that this kick failed to kick. Feng Ruyun pulled Min Haoyue behind him at that moment, and Junzi Qi immediately dragged Liu, who was holding the child, back to his side. The women were thrown behind, and the 2 men immediately confronted each other. Feng Ruyun was angry. Do you want to regret it? Junzi Qi raised his eyebrows coldly, and pinched a wine glass straight from the table. Do you dare? Feng Ruyun sneered and picked up another wine glass. Please. Liu and Min Haoyue were both dumbfounded and said in unison. Gentleman's period. Brother Yun. However, this did not stop anything, and when the 2 screams fell, the 2 men above had already drunk the wine in the glass. You're crazy, why do you want to drink? Liu was so angry that she slapped Junzi Qi's arm fiercely. Min Haoyue also pulled Feng Ruyun's sleeve in a panic. Brother Feng, which cup did you drink? Is it the cup on the left? Isn't it? Liu was slightly startled, and immediately reacted, almost crying angrily. Are you stupid? They cheated. Junzi Qi stretched out his arm and hugged the person into his arms. Qingyue's voice had a pleasant taste. Don't worry, I'm lucky, I don't feel it at all. Right? Double quotation mark. Really? Liu didn't dare to relax so quickly, and raised her head in Junzi Qi's arms with a bitter face. It doesn't hurt at all, right? Double quotation mark. Really, it doesn't hurt at all. Liu also wanted to ask if the time was too short, and the effect of the medicine had not yet been released, and Min Haoyue next to her cried out, It's over, Brother Yun, you list have drunk the cup on the left. Feng Ruyun's face was solemn, and he raised his hand to press his abdomen, without saying a word. When Min Haoyue poisoned the wine, he was holding the child in his arms and pondering, not caring, and when he just picked up the wine glass, he didn't pay attention, but I didn't feel it either. Min Haoyue stopped crying, tears hung on her eyelashes. Don't you feel it? Feng Ruyun confirmed again, I don't feel it. He looked up at Junzi Qi. Junzi Qi glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Liu glared at Min Haoyue with a strange face and sneered, Fool. What a fool, why didn't you poison Feng Ruyun? You're a fool. Min Haoyue was not to be outdone, and she turned her lips away and mocked her. How could Liu let her take advantage, and immediately fought back, You are stupid. Suddenly, another familiar voice joined in, Shut up for me. Xiao Junjun was still sleeping and couldn't count, and the rest, 4 people and 8 eyes, invariably followed the sound to look at the visitor. Yenru raised his eyebrows and walked proudly from the darkness, scolding as he walked, All of them are fools, mother. Min Haoyue is not stupid/child, and after such a connection, it instantly became clear, Mother, did you change my medicine? Otherwise? Let me watch you poison your relative/brother. He's not my brother. Is it your brother? It doesn't matter if he says it, it doesn't matter if you say it, you are all of the blood of the Yen family, and this can never be changed. Ziki, my mother blamed you wrongly. Yen Rume finally walked into the pavilion. She was neither close to Min Haoyue nor to the gentleman's period, but from an overall point of view, the position she was standing in was still more biased towards the gentleman's period. If you had told my mother earlier that you had your own plan, why would our mother and son have to make a fuss at that time? Mother. Min Haoyue stomped her feet angrily. Are you going to favor him now? Yen Rume raised her chin, as if it were a matter of course, whoever can take back my Yen family's country, my mother will naturally favor whom. Gentleman's period. Liu, no, you don't want to regain any Yen clan's country, okay? Junzi Qi carefully took the child from Liu's arms, which was different from the previous indifference and coldness. Let's go. In order to make the child sleep more comfortably, he had to hold it with both hands, and could only free up one arm to signal Liu to follow. Liu agreed, his little hand slipped into the crook of his arm, and looked into his arms. It's okay, I haven't woken up even if it's so noisy. Junki looked at the child's complexion carefully. I should just be a little confused/drugged, go back to the doctor to take a look. Liu couldn't help but turn around and glared at Min Haoyue and Feng Ruyun, and glared angrily, It's not human, how can you use drugs on such a child? Min Haoyue rolled her eyes and curled her lips, Be content, it's good if you don't use poison for him. Liu snorted coldly and turned her head. The verbal dispute was boring, and after leading Xia Junjun to see the doctor and confirm that she was fine, she was bound to kill back and settle the general account with Min Haoyue. Why do you hate me so, Lich? Everywhere against me? Feng Ruyun behind him suddenly asked. He couldn't be asking anyone else, it was obviously aimed at the gentleman's period. Liu turned her head to look forward to the gentleman, feeling a little strange in her heart. Why does Feng Ruyun think that Junki hates him? Junzi Qi's steps paused slightly. Between you and me, the previous debt has been cleared, and tonight's matter will be calculated another day. The wind is like a cloud, and he is looking forward to the gentleman. Where did the previous debt come from? Away from the pavilion in the lake, Liu still became more and more angry the more she thought about it. You say, will they run away? Where can we go to settle accounts with them when we go back? Junzi Qi raised his head and looked at the dark night in front of him with an indifferent expression. I can't run away. Lying down in the comfortable bed with the child in her arms, and kissing the child's smooth and full forehead and cheeks back and forth, Liu seemed to have finally found her panicked heart. On the way back, they led the child to see the doctor. After some diagnosis, the doctor said that the child was fine and that he would just wake up after sleeping. But it is impossible for any parent to be completely relieved about this matter, so Liu still plans to let the doctor take the child's pulse every once in a while, as if it were a regular physical examination. She is on the inside of the bed, the child is in the middle, and beyond is the gentleman's period. Liu tucked the quilt into the child and raised her head. Junzi Qi turned sideways and faced her, but his eyes always stayed on the child's body. Liu stretched out a finger and poked him on the shoulder. Junzi Qi raised his head and met her eyes. How is your hand, does it still hurt? It hurts, he stretched out his bandaged palm, help me rub it, right double quotation mark. Rub it yourself. Liu rolled her eyes angrily, lowered her voice, and puffed up like a squirrel, it's quite capable, today, bet your life with someone? He looked at her quietly, looking at her beautiful eyebrows, her slightly pouted cheeks, looking at her pink/tender lips/petals pursed tightly. In the dim light, she was so delicate and beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. I didn't gamble, Junzi Qi replied, I also asked the Taoist priest to calculate, my life is hard, this time I will definitely live a long life. If Liu really believed him, she would be a mallet. But why do you always feel a little strange about his words? Not only is it strange, but it also makes her feel a little guilty. What do you mean this time? The more guilty you are, the more you care, the more you want to ask clearly. Liu subconsciously licked her lips. Have you survived several times? He stared into her eyes, and his expression became serious at a speed visible to the naked eye. Liu felt that she was getting more and more nervous. Wouldn't he? Is there something in the words that is testing her? Isn't he already know her true identity? But it shouldn't be, she hasn't always adapted very well, and she hasn't shown her feet anywhere otherwise. He also crossed over? Caught off guard, Junzi Qi smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her head. Silly/son, what are you thinking about? Liu, you're stupid, your whole family you are the only one in our family. There was a lot going on that night. June Lizzie disappeared, June Lizzie was found, and Junzi Qi went to Liu's belly to carry 2 more babies throughout the pregnancy. Liu was well taken care of by Dong's mother and Junzi Qi, and when she was pregnant in the 2nd trimester, her belly became bigger. At that time, Dong's mother suspected that this time she was pregnant with twins, and Liu still didn't believe it. Twins were so easy to conceive. She was worried from time to time at the beginning, could she be overnourished and finally give birth to a huge baby? Therefore, she resolutely and strictly controlled her diet, and while ensuring sufficient nutrition, she ate more fruits and vegetables, and did more activities. After finally surviving 9 months, I already had a gentleman's period of experience, and I began to stick to Liu every day, ignoring everything outside. The 4-1 also arranged to live in the house early and were ready at any time. After more than half a month, Liu, who was anxious to unload the goods, finally felt a stomach ache. The gentleman still has to stay by the bed, but he was ruthlessly kicked out by Liu. In fact, she also wanted someone to accompany her, but June Lizzie refused to leave, and June Lizzie also stayed in the house, holding June Qi's big/thigh, and it was useless for anyone to pull her. How could she let such a young child see such a bloody scene? Since there is no other way, we can only kick the father and son out together. The 2nd child was smoother than the 1st, but because I gave birth to 2 at once, and there was a break in between, so overall, the birth time was longer than the 1st child. When the gentleman waited halfway through, he couldn't wait anymore, so he took June Lizzie to the room and broke into the delivery room again. Good guy. After Liu finally gave birth to a dragon and phoenix fetus, the 2 small ones plus the big one were all crying. It was just a chicken and a dog during confinement. Liu didn't care about the gentleman's period, because he had to work to take care of the child, and after the confinement, he was directly invited to the study to cultivate himself for a month. The life of raising 3 babies is much more exciting and interesting than Liu imagined. Happy days always pass quickly, and when the dragon and phoenix fetus grew to more than a year old, she suddenly realized that the original plot that she once thought had gone astray was back on track unknowingly. However, the protagonist in the story has changed. Feng Ruyun took Min Haoyue away from her hometown. Of course, before leaving, there was a fairly tragic battle between Feng Ruyun and Junzi period. In this scene, the gentleman's period is for Junzi, and the wind is like clouds for Min Haoyue. After all, Min Haoyue really had a murderous intention towards Junzi Qi and Junzi, and after Feng Ruyun's defeat, in order to protect her, he cut off a finger. In the original work, the hands were stained with bloody gentleman's period, and the final end was miserable. So Liu felt that it was enough for Feng Ruyun and Min Haoyue to be punished like this in the end, and she didn't like Junzi Qi to do two cruel things. Feng Ruyun and Min Haoyue left, but Yan Rumei refused to leave. She was still fantasizing about being her princess again. Junzi Qi didn't want to have anything to do with her at all, so he simply ordered her to be placed under house arrest. Doesn't she want to be a princess? Then she would be in that small courtyard and be her princess alone. In the original work, the things that should have been experienced by Feng Ruyun were all successfully achieved by the gentleman's period. If it's just one or two, that's fine, but each piece is exactly the same as the plot in the original work, so I can't help but think about it. Either it was the gentleman's period that was opened, or he just knew the plot, right? Thinking back carefully on the past, the more Liu thought about it, the more he felt that there was definitely something wrong with the identity of the gentleman. The warm water washed over his shoulders, and his shiny black hair was scattered behind him, covering up those old things. Of course he likes his children, but no matter how much he likes them, there are times when he is noisy and wants to go crazy by this group of little guys. He needs rest, a desperate need. It was at this time that Liu quietly touched in. She took off her shoes, barefoot, lifted her skirt, tiptoed, and walked towards the bath step by step. Junzi Qi, who was closing his eyes to recuperate, opened his eyes faintly, and his long, half-wet hair slipped down from his shoulders as he raised his head. "Come and rub my back?" He looked at her and smiled slightly, his slightly hoarse voice with a seductive flavor. The surprise plan failed to go to the end. Liu was a little discouraged, wrapped her skirt and sat down by the bath, soaking her feet in the bath water. "It's really boring, you'll find out every time." She kicked her toes, splashing a big piece of water. "Can't you let me go back? Just pretend just once." Junzi Qi's eyebrows and eyes were relaxed, and the corners of his eyes and lips were full of happy smiles. He got up and approached Liu, bringing the sound of water with a loud sound. "Fake ones are boring." He picked up the hair hanging down on Liu's neck and wrapped it around his fingertips, and the crystal-clear water droplets dripped down the toned curves on his arms. "Tell me, what can make you can't wait to follow up and come to me?" Junzi Qi's figure is very good, although there are some old scars on the skin, but it is not ugly, but it has a wild charm. But it is a pity, after watching it for so many years, Liu's concentration has already improved several realms, and he stared at him without blushing or panting. "Why? Do you have to have something to come to you?" Junzi Qi closed his mouth and stared at her quietly. Liu knew it in her heart, lowered her head and scratched the tip of her nose and sneered. "Okay, I admit that after having more children, I did snub you a little, right? Just a little? A big point." "Okay," Liu admitted helplessly, and after admitting it, he began to be confident again. "But, don't I care about you now?" "Really?" Junzi Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he dragged his voice meaningfully. "Then tell me, what do you care about me?" Liu cleared her throat. "You asked me to say it, then I really said it." He raised his chin at her. "You say?" Liu was impatient and procrastinated, and asked directly. "You also crossed over, right? You, also, yes?" His speech speed was a little slow, and his tail was rising, obviously with the meaning of deep study, but Liu was interrupted. "I am." Liu's eyes widened openly. Junzi Qi shook his eyebrows and asked again. "You too, right? "I am." Her feet were soaked in the warm water, and the water surface was almost below her knees. Liu raised her right hand and raised two fingers. "I didn't lie to you. I'm really." Junzi was silent for a while, his two curved fingers shook her soft cheeks gently. and his lips like cherry blossom petals raised slightly. So, where are you from? Right double quotation mark. Of course it's from reality, Liu blinked her eyes and asked curiously, aren't you? Junzi Qi nodded thoughtfully. How do you know that the place you came from is reality? Isn't it here? Right double quotation mark. What, it's hard to say. Liu raised her head, looked at the beams on the roof, and said, but what I clearly remember is that this is the world in the book, so the place I came from list be the real world, right double quotation mark. So have you read this book? I've seen it, she said, lowering her head. Haven't you seen it? Then why are you here? The words stopped abruptly here, and Liu's vigilant gaze dripped on the calm face of the gentleman. Wait a minute, are you setting my words? Right double quotation mark. I've seen it too, Junzi Qi said immediately. Really? Liu actually doesn't mind Junzi Qi knowing her identity at all, even if he is not the same as her. If he wants to know her things, she is willing to tell him, as long as he doesn't treat her as a neurotic, but she can't accept him lying to her and acting with her. After all, he has a criminal record. Then tell me, the plot in the book. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes, held his wet hands together and rubbed them gently, and said lightly, when I was 24 years old, I would be poisoned to death by Min Haoyue's cup of poisoned wine. The plot of the original work is indeed like this, but these words came out of Junzi Qi's mouth, and Liu felt uncomfortable. Don't talk nonsense, that's the plot in the book, don't you change it all now? Junzi Qi chuckled, yes, it has been changed. Even if this is against the code, Liu covered her heart, and she couldn't control her heartbeat. Oh my god, I didn't expect that we both crossed over. Junzi sat with his back to the bath, rested his arms on his bent knees, and asked, they all crossed over, so what? Right double quotation mark. What? Liu looked at him with her head sideways, and didn't react for a while. He lowered his eyes to look at the slightly rippling water. His voice became a little softer, as if he was embarrassed. Can we still go back? Right double quotation mark. I don't know, Liu pondered for a moment. She herself hadn't been able to figure out this question yet. In the first few years, I did look forward to going back every day, but according to the current situation, I estimate that there is a high probability that we will not be able to go back. Right double quotation mark. If you have the opportunity to go back, do you still want to go back? What about you, do you want to go back? He turned his head and stared at Liu's eyes beside him. I don't want to. Right double quotation mark. I don't want to. She smiled. I'm over there, and there is only one pair of parents who don't care about me at all, but I have two lich here, and if I don't go back, I won't go back even if I kill him. Right double quotation mark. You list not go back? I swear I won't go back. Caught off guard, Liu was pulled into the bath by Junzi Qi. His hands began to pull the wet skirt restlessly. Wait a minute, Liu frowned, and pressed against Junzi Qi's heart with some resistance. Can't wait. He kissed her ear/lobe lightly, and the hot breath brushed against her skin, like a light feather tugging/plucking the heartstrings. You actually, she gasped slightly, you've always been going for the throne, right? As soon as the words fell, his lips came over. Concentrate, now is not the time to talk about this. Reason is gradually collapsing, and Liu is still struggling to resist. One sentence, one more sentence. Junzi Qi couldn't help but sigh and pecked her lightly. The last sentence, right double quotation mark. When you become emperor. She was only halfway through her words when he intercepted her. You are my queen. Yes, inexplicably a little happy, but the attitude still has to be clear. Liu held Junzi Qi's cheeks with both hands, locked his eyes tightly, and said solemnly, I don't care if the emperor is not the queen, what I want is a pair for a lifetime. If you become an emperor and stuff women into the harem, I would rather be broken than destroyed. Only you. This sounds very beautiful, and Liu can't help but laugh. You're the only one. I'm about to be squeezed dry. Brother, the news that the emperor was sick and bedridden spread all over the court and the public overnight. Liu and Junzi Qi both knew that the emperor's illness was not something to think about. In the past 2 years, the gentleman's period has been following the plot, and he easily won the Sacred Heart, and the rest of the princes who are likely and capable of competing for status have also been exiled, under house arrest, and overhead. On the surface, the position of the prince is still stable, but the news that the emperor wants to depose the prince has already spread privately. This is the last plot. The prince would take advantage of the night to press the palace to prevent the emperor from issuing an edict to abolish the prince before his death. Of course, the prince's plan was simply impossible to succeed. The gentleman's period has long been ready, and he has been waiting for this day. Oh no, it just wiped black. Li Yu personally put on soft armor for Junzi Qi, put on a brocade robe on the outside, fastened his belt, and smoothed out the folds on his shoulders. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back with the children. She raised her smiling face and her eyebrows were soft. Junzi Qi couldn't help but hook her hair hanging on her shoulders into the palm of his hand, gently kneading/pinching, which made him love the soft touch, and it seemed that he would not be tired of it. Have a good rest at night, don't think about it, there won't be any mistakes, just wait for me to come back and pick you up. After saying that, he pecked her lips, and without delay, he turned around and picked up the sword. Concentrate when you do things, don't miss us too lich. When Junzi stepped out of the door, he remembered Li Yu's crisp and bright voice behind him. He stood there for a while, did not look back, and left directly. The deeper the dew. Li Yu put on her clothes, leaned on the head of the bed, and quietly looked at the 3 children who were sleeping quietly beside her. It's easier said than done. At such a critical moment of life and death, if she can really sleep on her head, wouldn't she become a cold-blooded animal? But she is not too worried, except for the reason for the plot of the original work, she is actually more willing to believe in the means and skills of the gentleman. The night was quite long and calm. Li Yu's gaze turned around between the window and the children. Just when she couldn't help but complain that the time seemed to pass very slowly tonight, outside the window, it finally began to light up. After not sleeping all night, Li Yu not only didn't feel tired, but also felt like a chicken blood. Tiptoeing out of bed/getting up, she gently pushed open the window while getting dressed. A morning glow appeared on the edge of the sky, and soon, the orange-red sun also appeared on the eaves. In the original work, it was at this time that the prince was defeated, the emperor changed the edict of succession, and Feng Ruyun was proclaimed emperor by the officials. So now, the gentleman's period that has replaced the wind and clouds should also be called emperor. Li Yu is also a layman, she really doesn't care about the position of the queen, but she can't help but feel proud of her man. By the way, it is also time for the children to be proud of their father. Li Yu excitedly ran back to the bed. Babies, get up quickly. She climbed onto the bed and reached out to touch Junzi's face, but unexpectedly, this touch was empty. 5 thunders hit the top. Li Yu's mind was stunned for a moment. Admire it? She littered to herself, and saw that the baby's face actually became transparent. Junzi, her heart stopped. How could this be? How could this be? She hurriedly looked at the twins, and saw that the twins were even more transparent than Junzi. Don't do this. Li Yu felt like she was going crazy. No, she's crazy. She frantically touched the children, but every time, she could only touch the smooth and soft mattress. For the last time, her hand actually went through the mattress. A bolt from the blue. Li Yu looked at her hands that had become transparent in disbelief, and there was a sense of relaxation in her heart. No matter what happens, at least, she will be by the children's side. The ministers couldn't stop it, and the gentleman came back to pick him up in person. He came out of the palace and did enough pomp, just to let Li Yu and the children enter the palace beautifully. This is just the beginning. Li Yu has been with him for a few years, and she has given birth to 3 children, but she doesn't even have a serious wedding. However, when he pushed open the door in high spirits, he was greeted by a cold room. The charming smile on her handsome face instantly froze, and in an instant, she experienced clouds, snow in the harsh winter, and thunder. Everyone was severely interrogated, and none of them saw Li Yu and the children walk out of the door. If it weren't for Junzi Qi, who promised Li Yu to have good intentions, he would be afraid that he would be able to kill all the maids and guards in the entire prince's mansion. But how could this matter be so easy? He turned the entire prince's mansion upside down, and even dug 3 feet into the ground, just to find the slightest clue and possibility. However, nothing. The moment the emperor discovered that Li Yu and the children were missing, they were blocked, and when the prince's mansion was searched, the entire imperial capital was also looking for people. Every day and night, in addition to paying attention to the trend of searching, Junzi Qi was not idle for a moment, and used vigorous and resolute means to eliminate all the government and the opposition. He can't rest, he is afraid of rest, or rather, he is afraid of freeing his mind, so that he will fall into the abyss of pain and longing and never climb up. But there must always be a result in this matter. 3 months later, Junzi drank alone under the moon, from dark until dawn. After dawn, he withdrew all the people sent out to find Liu and the children. Because, he finally figured it out. How could the 4 good living people disappear out of thin air? Then there is only one possibility. Liu, she went back. She returned to her world and took their children with her. She's a complete liar. The ministers thought that their new emperor had finally thought of it and returned to normal, and they wrote to ask him to re-elect a queen. Junzi readily agreed. The queen's ceremony, which appeared in the position of the queen, was the wedding dress he specially customized for Liu. This year, the gentleman is 23 years old. The mobile phone alarm by the bed had been ringing for 5 minutes, and Liu lazily stretched out her arm, closed her eyes and touched it randomly, and finally reached the mobile phone. She took the phone to her, frowned, squinted her eyes, glanced at the time, and then threw the phone on the quilt again. After closing her eyes and staring for a while, Liu finally got up, rubbed her messy long hair, staggered into the bathroom, stuffed the electric toothbrush into her mouth, and began to put her hands on the sink, staring at a pair of confused eyes in a daze. The person in the mirror is still the same as his original body. Her own body seemed to have never existed. However, Liu didn't care about this matter at all. It has been more than a year since I came out of the world of books. At first, she thought she had returned to her original world, but it turned out that she thought too beautifully. Parents, relatives, friends, colleagues, and even her job, her house, and her car are indeed exactly the same as their original life, but all of them should not know her face at all. However, the fact is that they collectively lost their memory and forgot what she looked like, and even acquiesced to her status as a single mother with 3 children. However, for Liu, whether this is her original world or another parallel world, as long as the children are by her side, all this is not a problem. As for the gentleman's expectations, of course she will miss him, but it's useless to think about it. It's better to look a little whiter. Anyway, he has already become the emperor. Without her, he can have many other women, sitting on the days of 3,000 beauties in the harem. There should be no man who will not like it. After washing her face and applying lotion, Liu gathered all her hair on top of her head, simply tied it into a plush ball with a scrunchie. She had completely woken up at this moment, and the person in the mirror was white and red, full of vitality. After making a cup of coffee, she gently pushed open the door of the children's room and glanced inside. The children are still young, and suddenly they change to a completely unfamiliar environment, and after they can no longer see their father, they become each other's support, and their relationship is getting better and better, and no one wants to be separated, let alone live alone in the same house. So, she prepared a big bed for them, surrounded by a beautiful cartoon guard. It's only 7:30, the little ones haven't woken up yet. It takes at least half an hour to prepare breakfast, and they can sleep a little longer. Open the refrigerator and take out the ingredients. Liu made sandwiches for herself and Junzi, and steamed custard for the 2 small ones, and the soft and sweet rice goo. 8:05, she pushed open the door of the children's room again, and Junzi had already sat up, pinching Junlihing's child's nose. Junlishi lay on the side, his 2 little feet kicking around into the sky, laughing so hard that his saliva was about to flow out. Liu stood at the door funny, raised her hand and knocked on the door. It's okay, Junzi, hurry up, take your younger siblings to the toilet to wash your face and brush your teeth. Aunt Ling and the others will arrive at 9 o'clock, and now you still have raised his mobile phone and glanced at the time, 53 minutes, if before 9 o'clock, if none of you obediently finishes breakfast, today's amusement park will be cancelled, and I will stay at home and have a good lesson. There is no more lethal threat warning than not going to an amusement park, and the 3 children simply rolled and crawled into the bathroom. After a while, the bathroom started to be noisy, very lively, but it was really a headache. Liu opened the wardrobe and took out all the clothes the children were going to wear today, and a few minutes later, Jun Liheng was the first to run out, took off his pajamas, and began to dress himself. After a while, Jun Lizzie took Jun Lixi's hand and came out together. The two sons didn't have to take care of Liu herself. She helped Jun Lixi put on a small skirt and tied a neat ponytail. After a good toss, the children finally sat down at the dining table. Liu went to the kitchen to heat milk, and after a while, Jun Lizzie followed. Mom, Li Heng and Li Shi have turned on the TV to watch cartoons. Can I use the tablet? Don't look at the fact that they have only been in this world for a year, but these children are not too capable of accepting new things. TVs, mobile phones, tablets, are all playing. The most important thing is not taught by Liu. They are all self-taught. Liu put the remaining milk in the refrigerator. Yes, but you can only watch it for half an hour, and if you look at it in the morning, you can't watch it again at night. She never felt that these electronic products were flood beasts for children. As long as the time and frequency were controlled, what could not be used? Jun Lizzie happily went back to have breakfast. Liu heated up 4 cups of milk and took it out on a tray. Peppa Pig is playing on TV, and the twins are holding spoons, and they are all watching with relish. Putting the milk in Jun Lizzie's hand, Liu glanced at the tablet picture. What a strange child, he doesn't like to watch cartoons, but he likes to browse the news. Liu quickly finished his sandwich, stole a bite of egg custard from Jun Liheng's bowl, picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, and packed his bag. Snacks, water, disinfectant wipes, hand sanitizer, sunscreen. Every time she goes out with her 3 children, she can't wait to drag a suitcase to pack things. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. When Liu walked through the living room, she hurriedly glanced at the wall clock on the wall, and at 8:50, they came 10 minutes early. Lingyue and Linran are both senior students who came out to work study. Lingyue taught Jun Liheng to play the violin, and Linran taught Jun Lixi to paint. Jun Lizzie was not interested in these talents. Liu did not force him. When Jun Liheng and Jun Lixi were in class, Jun Lizzie either read books by himself, or wrote and counted by himself, and did not waste time. But today, Lingyue and Linran didn't come to class. Liu paid extra money and asked them to accompany them to the playground for a day. When I opened the door, 2 little girls, wearing shirts and jeans, appeared at the door youthfully and beautifully. Liu said hello to the 2 of them, and suddenly there was a harsh sound of friction in the restaurant, followed by the sound of a chair falling to the ground. The 3 women looked at each other, their faces immediately changed, and they hurriedly ran into the house together. Jun Lizzie, who ran out of the restaurant, was full of excitement, and the tablet in his hand was raised high. Mom, it's Dad, Dad is coming. Liu caught a glimpse of the photo on the tablet, and the first reaction in her heart was that she didn't want Lingyue and Linran, who were following her closely behind, to see it. She immediately quickened up her steps and took the tablet from Jun Lizzie's hand. The screen was facing inward and backward, and she held it in her arms. Turning around and looking, I saw that Ling Xiao and Lin Ran were staring at the tablet in her arms. Sister Yu, your husband is a big star? No wonder I never saw him accompany his children at home. It turned out to be filming outside. Li Yu's eyes rolled and she laughed calmly. Yes, he's very busy filming. She coughed lightly and greeted. What, you guys sit for a while, I'll go back to the room to change clothes. Okay, it's still early, Sister Yu doesn't need to worry. Liu smiled and nodded, tried to maintain her composure, turned around calmly, and then immediately rushed up. Jun Lizzie also followed. Li Heng, Li Shi, come here quickly. A large family, a family of 4, rushed into the master bedroom and slammed the door. In the living room, Lingyue and Linran looked surprised and inexplicable. Sister Yu hides her husband well/tightly. It's normal. The relationship of a big star list be kept secret. Lingyue sat down on the sofa and hugged a square pillow into her arms. But did you see his face clearly just now? Sister Yu moved too fast. I saw that she seemed to be wearing an ancient costume. Lingyue put her backpack on the ground, sat down next to Lin Ran, and blinked proudly. I want to see more. Right? ? Really? Speak quickly. Who is it? I don't know. Didn't you say you see a little more than me? Yes, I took an extra look at the 2 8-meter-long legs. Back in the room, Liu threw the tablet in the center of the bed, 3 small and 1 large, lying in a circle around the tablet, and all 4 heads were squeezed together. In fact, I really wanted to look at that photo a few more times, but she held back it hard, and couldn't wait to enlarge the text and read it carefully. The article was sent by a self-media person. Meet a handsome guy, super handsome, the male god in my mind. When I went out shopping, I met a super handsome little brother. I don't know if he was filming a costume drama. In short, he was so handsome that I had a nosebleed at that time. I really wanted to pounce on it directly, but unfortunately I didn't put on makeup today, for fear of scaring the male god, so I could only cover my face silently and escape. Liu quickly finished reading all the content, then went back and zoomed in on the photo that was secretly taken during the Junzi period. God is favoring her. There is a small half of the street sign in the photo. Unfamiliar people may not be able to remember for a while. But Liu doesn't have this trouble at all. This place is not far from their community, and if you drive, it will not be more than 5 minutes away. Liu immediately jumped up from the bed. Let's go, let's find Dad. Leading the children out of the door, Liu threw all the mobile phones and keys into the satchel. Junzi, take your younger siblings to put on your shoes first. Lingyue and Linran stood up from the sofa at the same time. Sister Yu, you haven't changed your clothes yet? Liu raised her head and blinked awkwardly. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the clothes are changed or not. Her current pajamas are originally casual. It doesn't matter whether they change or not. The main thing is that she actually forgot that there are 2 big living people in the family. I took out my phone from my bag, opened the W letter, entered the transfer amount, sent it, and it was done in one go. Liu put the phone back in her bag and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something to do today. I can't go to the playground. I have transferred the commission to your account. See you next week in class. Lingyue and Linran happened to be playing games just now, and when they raised their phones, they both saw the prompt message. It's actually quite embarrassing to collect money without working, but Lingyue and Linran can see Liu's mentality of going out in a hurry, so they didn't waste time and said goodbye to the 3 little guys. Liu led the children directly down to the underground garage, opened the car door, placed all 3 babies on the safety seats, fastened their seat belts, and then kicked the accelerator and drove the car out. There were 3 children sitting in the car, and no matter how anxious she was, she didn't dare to rush the time and drove too fast. 5 minutes later, she parked the car in the roadside parking space, led the children out of the car, and rushed straight to the location in the photo. That article was posted yesterday. It's been a whole night, and it's hard to say whether the gentleman's period is still there today. However, the apprehension in my heart disappeared all of a sudden when I saw many people around me, all holding up their mobile phones and shooting in one direction. Liu held Jun Liheng with her left hand and Jun Lixi with her right hand, lowered her head and told again, Junzi, tighten your brother's hand, there are too many people in front of you. Over the past year or so, the little Junzi has grown rapidly, with maturity and stability far exceeding that of his peers, nodded, and held Jun Liheng's little hand tightly. Liu breathed a long sigh of relief and led the children slowly forward. Soon they were noticed by photographers. Look, that child looks like him. Liu knew who they were talking about. 3 children, the twins are actually more like her, but Junzi and Junzi Qi seem to be carved out of a mold, and even have a bright red mole in the same position on the center of the forehead. This is probably the power of genes. At least half of the Yen clan will have this red mole on the forehead. Liu looked at Junzi, put on your hat. Little Junzi not only quickly pulled up the hat on his sweatshirt, but also pulled up the hats of his younger siblings. Liu led the children a little faster, and the number of people who turned their mobile phones to their mother and son increased one after another. Walking through the crowd, she finally saw him. Junzi was dressed in elegant green clothes, sitting on the steps in an orderly manner, and the bright sunlight poured down obliquely, like a jade face, dazzling as if it was glowing. He watched her walk in, with a smile on his lips, and his eyebrows were beautiful and moist, pleasing to the eye. You're here to pick me up. The air was dry and sultry, but his voice was as sweet as a spring in the mountains. Liu was slightly stunned, and her watery eyes rolled/rounded. No wonder he acquiesced to these people surrounding him to shoot him. It turned out that the news of his arrival was to spread the word, to wait for her here. However, how strong is his self-confidence? Why can he think that she will definitely be able to see his news? Taking a deep breath, Liu slowly curled the corners of her lips. Well, I'm here to pick you up, right? Double quotation mark. Dad, a crisp and tender voice sounded, and Junzi rushed over and plunged into the arms of the gentleman. One after another, the twins also let go of Liu's hand and rushed to Junzi Qi's side. For a while, people holding mobile phones became excited. Liu saw that the situation was wrong, and hurriedly ran over and hugged Junzi Qi. Let's go, let's talk about it when we go back. But those who hold their mobile phones and want to take more pictures to attract attention are not so easy to let go. Hey, are you his wife? Is he a bit mentally ill? Otherwise, how could he go out dressed like this? Junzi Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stood up, his tall figure, and just standing there had an amazing deterrent power. He pushed Junzi to Liu's side, picked Junzi up with one hand, and instantly pinched a greasy man who approached Liu with the other hand. The greasy man screamed like a pig. I'm sick, this madman is sick. Liu asked Junzi to tighten the hem of her clothes, pressed Junzi's little head on her shoulder, and walked out of the crowd with her in his arms. Those people really believed what the greasy man shouted, and they didn't mean to step forward to help at all, and even retreated collectively. Of course, the mobile phone held high could not be lost. Junzi Qi glanced at everyone coldly, waved his arm lightly, and the greasy man was thrown far away by him and fell to the ground. How can such good materials be discarded at will? Everyone holding their mobile phones, of course, are still persevering and following behind to shoot. Following along, I saw Junzi Qi's feet suddenly forced, and with a click, the floor became torn apart. Liu led the way in front, and the family quickly returned to the car. She put all 3 children in the car seat, and when she was about to drive, she found that Junzi Qi was still standing by the car in a daze. Get in the car, why are you still stunned? Junzi hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand to pull the car door, but he didn't know where the rubbing came from, so he pulled the door twice in a row before opening the door. Liu saw all this in his eyes, said nothing, bent down and sat down to start the car. Fasten your seatbelt. As she spoke, she observed the road through the rearview mirror, but when she turned her head, she found that Junzi Qi was leaning straight on the seat and did not move. Liu was silent for a moment, unfastened her seatbelt, and leaned over. His lips suddenly came up and kissed her lightly on the cheek. Liu was slightly stunned, hooked her lips and laughed, reached out and pulled the seatbelt, fastened it for him, and then sat back in her seat. 5 minutes later, the car drove into the underground parking garage. Liu carried the children out of the back seat, and Junzi was still thinking about how to unfasten the seatbelt on the co-pilot. This time, Liu was completely sure that he had guessed in his heart. She went around to the co-pilot, opened the door, got in, and pointed to Junzi Qi. Here, you can unlock it with one click. The gentleman tried to do it, and finally he could get out of the car. Entering the elevator, pressing the button, Liu will say a word to the gentleman every step he takes. Junzi Qi looked calm and said nothing, but his eyes betrayed him. Finally returned home, Liu promised the children that he would let Junzi sleep with them at night, and handed over the tablet and TV remote control to them, and finally quieted down the 3 little overlords. She turned her head to look at the gentleman's period that had been silent since she got into the car, and the smile on her face when she first saw her was gone. Her expression was calm, and her eyes were distant. His ancient attire, standing in the center of the simple and modern living room, was an extremely abrupt feeling, as if he was out of place with the whole world. Liu stepped forward quietly, took his hand, led him into the bedroom, and locked the bedroom door with her backhand. Junzi lowered his eyes to look at her. She smiled with her eyes bent, still silent, took his hand, and walked back to the bath/room. Entering the bath/room, she let go of his hand and simply took off her pajamas. He stared at her tightly, his thin lips pursed tightly, and his eyes deep. After more than a year of separation, it still left traces in Liu's heart. With such hot eyes on her head, she was a little embarrassed to look up at him. Liu lowered his head, approached Junzi Qi's side, took a deep breath to calm down, and then reached out to untie his belt. When did you come here? Yesterday. Are you over there? How are you doing? Not good. Liu moved, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. She said a low "oh," and casually put aside the belt she had just untied. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes to watch her every move. I married a queen. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and she was about to go crazy, but after thinking about it, why bother? Didn't she know it would be like this for a long time? She told herself that she shouldn't care about this matter. After all, the gentleman period has no obligation to wait for her for the rest of her life, but can't she wait for only a year? It seems that between them it's nothing more than that. Lost the idea of getting close to him in an instant. Liu turned around angrily and took the pajamas he had just taken off. The pajamas were upside down, and she had to turn them inside out first. So, she asked casually, how is she? Is she beautiful? Right? Double quotation mark. It's beautiful. Liu almost tore his clothes again. Calm down, she needs to calm down. She lisped not tell him to watch the joke. Junzi Qi stood behind Liu, a head higher than her, and only needed to deflect his gaze slightly to see the expression on her face clearly. She was angry, but he laughed. It's a pity that it can't listen, it can't speak, it can't walk, it can't move. Liu snorted, turned his head and asked angrily and annoyedly, what kind of thing did you marry? He stopped teasing her. Knowing that she still cared about him was enough. It really annoyed her, and I was afraid it would end badly. Junzi Qi pulled out the clothes that Liu had twisted into his hand, held her back neck, and pressed the person to his heart. Your dress. His chin rested on the top of her hair, hugging her tighter and tighter. Liu raised her head slightly, and as far as the eye could see, it was his smooth and beautiful collarbone, and he had lost a lot of weight. He gently rubbed her hair. Your wedding dress. It's already said so clearly, what else does she not understand? But the more she understood, the more uncomfortable she felt in her heart. She would rather be angry than have such pain. You fool/melon. Her voice was liffled, and she sounded angry and gritted her teeth. However, he clearly felt her tears. His arm was a little loose, and he lowered his eyes to look at the top of her plush head, and his tone was helpless. Why are you crying? Aren't we together again? Right? Double quotation mark. But, what if he knew about it, and what kind of energy was hidden? Liu simply let go and sobbed, and pasted all the tears on his collar. What if you can't get through? Right? Double quotation mark. There won't be this in case. His answer was crisp and full of confidence. The placard in front of her was soaked with her tears. Liu raised her head, intending to wipe it on another side, but suddenly changed her mind. She simply tore off his robe completely. She raised her tear-stained little face and confronted him frankly. How did you come here? His eyes didn't go anywhere else at all, and he always stared deeply into her red eyes. Life is dying, right? Double quotation mark. Nonsense. Liu couldn't help but raise her volume. How old are you? 24. How can you die at the age of 24? The words stopped abruptly here. Liu took a deep breath and asked in surprise, did Min Haoyue come back and poison you? But that shouldn't be considered the end of life, it should be called death. Junzi was quiet for a moment, stretched out her hands to swing/play with the balls she was coiled above her head. He didn't know how to use the scrunchie, so Liu's scalp hurt a little, so he simply took apart the ball head by himself. He combed her hair with his fingertips, and he couldn't put it down because of the long-lost touch. Liu was anxious. Tell me, what's going on? He glanced at her, and 10 fingers penetrated/inserted/ into her hair fingertips, shaking gently to make her long hair more voluminous. She did poison me once, but not this time. Not this time? Liu's eyes widened. Could it be last time? Junzi Qi nodded slightly. For the first time, I died at the hands of Min Haoyue, and when I woke up again, I met you. Right? Double quotation mark. So you've been lying to me. You are not a traffic at all, but a rebirth? I didn't mean to lie to you, I'm just worried that you would be afraid. Liu couldn't help but glare at him. What are you afraid of? Right? Double quotation mark. After all, he was a little unspeakable. I died once. Liu flattened her mouth speechlessly, her face expressionless. Oh, congratulations. But not everyone has the opportunity to do it all over again. I don't know how many people envy you. Too late. Junzi Qi thought silently for a while. It seemed that this was really the case. He was relieved in his heart. His eyebrows and eyes were stained with a smile. He pulled her to him, and his fingertips hooked her chin lightly. Now you know about me, so should you explain it to me too, right? Double quotation mark. I don't have any explanation, I don't know why I came here. Liu lowered her head, avoided his scorching gaze, stepped into the bathtub, and turned on the shower. She stretched out her arm to test the water temperature, watching the water in the bathtub slowly collect. Just that morning, I guessed that you had probably finished your business and could be the emperor, and the children suddenly began to become transparent, and of course me, I also began to become transparent, and then we came here. That's right. She turned to look at him, her brows furrowed slightly, and her face was full of seriousness. This place is very similar to my world, but it's not my original world either. Junzi Qi also stepped into the bathtub, found a comfortable seat and sat down, and reached out to pull her. Then this matter needs to be considered, right? Double quotation mark. I thought about it for a year. Liu hurriedly sat into his arms, felt his emaciation again, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. According to my analysis, it may be our existence, for the world in the book is like a latent virus. It's okay when the plot has not changed. Once the plot has changed drastically, the protective mechanism of that world will detect us and isolate us from that world. The person behind him did not make a sound. Liu turned her head to look at him and couldn't help but pinch his face. What are you doing? Don't put on a straight face, don't you think it's good to do this now? This world is much more interesting than that world, and the most important thing is that you don't have to worry about whether the children will fight hard because of the so-called throne when they grow up, right? Junzi Qi took Liu's restless little hand, put it on his lips and kissed it gently. His thumb caressed the back of her hand. His mood was not high, but we have been separated for a year, right? Double quotation mark. Then it depends on how you think about this year of separation. Liu turned around, knelt in front of Junzi Qi, put his hands on his shoulders, condescendingly, and asked seriously and solemnly, let me ask you, have you ever been moved by other women this year because I may never come back to you? He looked up at her with his neck up, his eyes were unusually bright. What about you? Have you ever been in love with other men because I may never be by your side again, right? Double quotation mark. Of course not. Liu thought that he was much more straightforward than the gentleman's period, and replied loudly with pride, 1 year is too short, only enough to think of one thing clearly. He looked at her and smiled, his tone was shallow. What's the matter? She laughed with him, put her arms on his shoulders, and approached. The lips are almost close to each other, only 0.1 millimeter away from each other, and the two most important words of love you are sent between his lips and teeth by her.
If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more tales from Sparrow's Realm. Until next time, keep listening, and let your imagination soar.